wow, here we are.
Right? Here we are, right?
No.
And we just
JD,
triggered
how
a
you
short
doing?
on. Very good, very good. Yes, we're at $5,000 gold, and we just triggered a short looking at that 1 minute opening range breakout. Do we take it? We can get in a little better right now. I know we're just diving right into it. We started a couple minutes late this morning, but
Do it.
Do it. Working. And we're in. We're short a couple micro from 50, 69.90. Just two, because
pretty big opening range.
It's tough to be short gold.
It was pretty wide opening range, and it's very tough to be short. We're risking $125 on this trade on the opening range breakout. We got overnight inventory to the long side. Obviously, we broke above $5,000, and gold just ripped overnight. It's kind of crummy that we signaled a short on this trade. This is not the direction I want to be in right now.
But we are sitting right at VWAP as well.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Let's let it
Dolby says all the time,
though.
You don't know until you bet.
That's exactly true. That is 100% correct. You got to be in the market to be in the market, right? We're getting a little fall through the downside right now.
Overnight high is weekly kickoff high.
To the tick, right? How do you do that, Og? It's incredible. Yeah.
Almost to the tick.
Some sorcery.
How does he do it?
Og's on it.
Tea leaves.
Were you sitting up there on the offer, Hog?
No, I was sound asleep at that time, but
yeah,
would have been a good idea.
Would have been 50, 69, 40 last trade here in gold. House count is short, just a couple. We are going to dive into those gold charts, but before we do that, JD, anything on the economic calendar we have to look out for? It is Fed week.
It is Fed week. Welcome to Fed week. Taking a look at the calendar, here's a few things happening. Today we got durable goods. That's the biggest number for the day today. Tomorrow, consumer confidence. Tomorrow the 2-day Fed meeting also begins. And then Wednesday, we're going to have the Fed decision on rates at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, followed by Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's press conference immediately after. That'll be at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Thursday, jobless claims, and Friday, producer price index. We're getting some more inflation data out on Friday. That's a high-level overview of what's going on throughout the week. Today's going to be rather quiet. We've got the Chicago Fed PMI at the bottom of the hour. New York Fed purchases at 8:20 Central Time. Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index at 9:30. Got a 3-month and a 6-month bill auction later this morning at 10:30, and then 12 o'clock we got a 2-year note auction. That's what's on the docket for today. But as Jay said, it is Fed week, so that is the mantra. Fed, Fed, Fed. What are they going to do? Hey guys, should I peel one off at 1 hour if we get there, since we're on sort of the wrong side of this overnight move?
I'd say yes.
Yeah. Let it fly.
Let it fly? All right. Hogs made the call. Let it fly. We're going to let it fly.
Let it fly. Let it fly.
Just
I like it. Hog, let's go through that. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Looking pretty good.
Say, Hog?
Let's see what happens.
Hold below VWAP.
So we just gave up VWAP on the 30-minute chart.
Mm-hmm. That's good for our trade.
We got a weekend gap. We'll see this when we look at the charts, but there it is. There it is. So we got weekly kickoff high, VWAP, just trying to give that up now. So we'll see if we can't get below that. We got a weekend gap with which to fill. Any structural weaknesses are down below in this market. We finally got to our 5,000. Mm-hmm. We'll see what happens.
Yep. We actually never even traded 5,000, right? So still have to do that.
No, went right through it.
Ooh, got to back
right through
it.
Yeah. Gapped above it. Let's see if we do it on this trade. Hogue, you want to go through that checklist? Make sure we are prepared for the trading day. Already in a trade. House count short from 69.90. But let's go through that checklist, Hogue.
Oh, of course. So yeah, this is the morning checklist. Pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. It's always about context, good risk management, and patience. Morning checklist. You've got your coffee, you've got your water, you've been fed, you've walked the dog, you've got your exercise and done your meditation. Mindset check. Part of that meditation. Are you in the right mindset for trading? Wrong mindset can affect your decision-making process. Got your trade entry checklist, got your pen, paper, write down those trades. And of course, the post-market checklist. Watch at the buzzer after the trading day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul and do your review. Be prepared for tomorrow's trading day. We'll see what happens here in this gold.
Awesome stuff.
Oh, we just got a little pop in gold. We're taking a little heat on it now. Gold giveth and it taketh away. But we're right on top of our entry price. Yeah. We're sitting right on top of our entry price. I'm okay with the risk that we put on this. It's only $120. Even though
just need to see
counter trend from what happened overnight. Yeah. Counter trend in general.
Tough to be short metals right now, but here we are.
Certainly
and if somebody's wondering why we're short here, it's opening range trade. We look at a 1 minute opening range. Candle closed outside of that first minute. Gold opens up at 8:20 Eastern, 7:20 Central. It is a mechanical trade, low probability, high risk to reward if we let it play out, which is why we're letting it play out, right? You're going to take a small loss every once in a while and have a banger of a trade that usually covers the losses. So that's what we're looking at here. We're going to get into the gold charts in just a minute. JD, do we want to get into any news or we want to go right into the charts?
Hang on a second. We've got some numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, let's
see what happens. We got about 90 seconds. 90 seconds at the bottom of the hour. Then we'll hit some news and get into those charts. Seeing a little more buying coming into gold right now. We're about halfway to our stop. Gave us a chance to get out.
Taking a VWAP held pretty nicely there.
It did. It really did.
Gave us that.
It looked like we were going to melt right through it for a second.
Here. It's been pretty supportive the whole day so far. There's been a couple of pullbacks in the overnight session into VWAP. Let's see here. Gold right now up 1.85%. Taking a look at the top percentage movers right now, platinum up 3.22%, which is also making all-time highs. We don't talk about it too much, but platinum's kind of creeping up on that $3,000 level. We have natural gas. Everybody who's had to deal with the polar vortex this weekend understands why natural gas is up 4.85%, and silver, our biggest percentage mover to the upside right now, up 8% on the day. So metals and natural gas right now.
8%.
There's a little bit of selling coming into gold. We're back in the money again. This thing's whipping around. And there are our 730 numbers. What is the juice saying about it? Give it a refresh. U.S. durable goods, actual 5.3%. Forecast 4%. Previous minus 2.2%. And we got some selling pressure coming in.
Some pretty good sales.
Do it. Yeah.
Pretty good.
That's a decent number.
That is.
And we're seeing some follow through in gold. Looking all right. We're at 1 hour right now.
There we go.
We're going to let it ride. Look at this. Should I take one at 2R? Should I take one at 2R?
Why not? And then just take the risk off. Let the other one fly.
Yep. See if it'll give us 2R.
Just 10% at JD.
Yep.
$50.62 last trade here in gold. Seeing a little bit of selling off that number. What the equities do?
All right. I had 10% of one on that move down. We locked in about $100 in profit, and we've got about $100 in open equity, and we're taking the risk off.
Good looking trade there. You don't know until you bet.
Here we go.
You can't choose how the opening range is going to break. Yes, it was.
You really can't. I did not like that trade when we first got into it, just based off of what happened overnight.
But speaking of gold, we've just taking the trade when your strategy says it. Yeah, go ahead, JD.
Yeah, exactly. 100% correct. But speaking of gold, we've got some news to run on it. Prices of gold crossed a threshold never seen before. Gold prices surged past $5,000 an ounce for the first time on Sunday last night. Analysts say the spike in price comes amid worries President Donald Trump is upending relations between the United States and its allies in Europe and Canada. That's causing investors to stick with a reliable asset like gold. So far this year, the price of gold has jumped 15% in one short month, building on a record of 65% jump in gold prices achieved last year. 65% boost in gold last year, up 15% already this year. Seeing a little dip right now, recovering some of that overnight inventory. Does gold want to trade through that 5,000 level during the day session? Let's talk about it as Jay and Hogue run through some charts.
Let's do it, Hogue. We just had a bunch of selling right at that low. About 350 contracts traded in a second, 60% of it negative delta. So we'll do some quick math there, about 280 maybe. Sold, hit the bid there. Let's see if we get some follow through on that. What are you seeing, Hogue, on the daily in gold?
All right. Well, Monday we start with the monthly. Monthly range is about $787, well beyond its ATR. So we've seen some pretty large expansion on the weekly chart. ATR is 182 last week. We had 390. So the market is obviously expanding beyond what is typical of it. Here's the daily chart. So here we go. We do have a weekend gap. Market opened above the range from Friday. So we've got that weekend gap, which could be considered a weakness in structure. We've got the weekly kickoff high, 51.10, within a couple of I don't know, 20 some ticks of that. What are we talking about? 21 ticks away from it. Just put in our high. It did put in a new over all-time high in the extended trading hour session. We do not like that. Typically, these markets do not like leaving all-time highs in extended trading hour sessions, but this market is so strong and so overextended. If I were to give this market an A as far as the auction grade, that has a tendency to put in highs. When the market always looks the best at the top and the best and the worst at the bottom, maybe we're seeing a little bit of kind of profit taking up here. We added 6,700 in open interest on Friday. Now this is going to be this is the daily chart. Okay, so in continuation, we keep adding more and more open interest. That's positive for the upside auction. The question then becomes, well, what directions is it trying to go? It's trying to go higher. What kind of a job is it doing in getting there? It's doing an excellent job in continuing the move to the upside. The question then becomes, when is everybody in? When does the profit taking start to take over and we see more of a pullback? I don't know when that's going to happen, of course. We do have the weekend gap. You can see it right here on the daily chart. That is a weakness in structure that could be obviously targeted by profit takers or new shorts coming into the market. If you're so inclined like us, you got to take some intestinal fortitude to short this market. But right now, it seems to be paying us. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily chart? Anything sticking out to you?
6 days to the upside, Hogue, and kind of extended. The last time we tested the 20-day moving average was January 8th, and we're up 15% from that point. Like we were saying, up 15% on the month. I wouldn't be surprised at a pullback. The way gold gapped above 5,000s and didn't trade it at all, I wouldn't be surprised that we see the market come and kind of fill that. Don't know if it would be today. I would love for it to be today since the house count is already short. But I do see that 5,000 price trading at some point in this gold market. But again, hard to be short. Took some longs last night just on the Asia session open because it presented opportunity to. But there is opportunity to the downside in a market that we see continuing to make all-time highs because we see these $80 to $100 sell-offs in gold. Yeah, kind of in the middle of one right now. Issues. And yeah, I just think, you're not swing trading short gold, right? But for day trade opportunities, they're there. You just have to wait for Hogue's weekly kickoff levels, apparently, and short it up there. I don't know how you do it, Hogue, but they're amazing levels. You should all have those on your charts.
Well, thanks, Jay. Look at the volume, however, on Thursday and Friday as the market continued to push higher. Volume kind of falling off a little bit, but that can also be a function of rollover. In the February contract in gold, let's take a look at the difference. February, 194,792 open contracts. April, 245,000. So we're in the teeth of rollover, which is, of course, going to blur open interest a little bit. We added 22,000, almost 23,000 in the April contract, losing 18,000 in the February contract. Again, a function of rollover. However, the volume still remains overall much greater in the February contract. That is going to change soon. Gold is kind of a funny market. It's very difficult to put a finger on the day that that's going to change. That's why you're here on TopstepTV. We're going to let you know when that's going to happen. Now, let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, so we have a session gap from Thursday to Friday. We've got a weekend gap and a session gap starting to create from Friday to today. Overnight inventory is long. Market's been pretty much holding VWAP. It just kind of gave that up. We're going to see if selling begets selling. Long liquidation, maybe some new shorts could push this market back towards the session gap close, which is basically the bottom of the weekend gap close, which we would have to get down to 49.89.90 to close the weekend gap and the session gap close. Overnight high, regular extended trading hours, market tends not to like that. Watch that 51.10 level if we do get the opportunity to participate there. Just holding a short here in the opening range trade in the money right now, taking some money off, risk off, free trade. We're going to see how this plays out. Jay, we just gave up VWAP. We've given up the 20 session simple moving average. We've got some targets down below in the 50 session simple moving average down at 50.29.80. We've got the 100 session simple moving average down at 49.70.10. My real target is that 5,000 level that we never even got to trade. We opened above it. That's part of the weekend gap. Jay, what are your thoughts?
I really do like that 50 moving average as a target here, Hogue. And the reason why 50.29 is that 50 moving average on the 30-minute. It's also pretty close to the high of that first 30-minute candle that opened the session. So it looks like a visual target down there. How does it get there is the question. We did just see that big burst of selling that came in, which normally gives us a little bit of a pop. Let's see if they get any follow through on that. But yeah, this looks like a healthy pullback from the high to that 50 moving average would be about 70 points, which is average for a gold pullback after it made all-time highs. So I think that's a good spot to look to start to buy, right? Whether you're short or looking to get in long. I don't know that I would love buying gold here unless it reclaimed it back above VWAP. But that 50-30 area, if we don't test 5,000s, would be the first spot that I start to look to buy this market.
All right. Profile. Friday. It's a normal variation. Maybe a couple of little single prints down here around 49.57. That's also kind of where I'm putting the afternoon pullback. An afternoon pullback is a market that's moving higher, sees a pullback in the afternoon, and then continues the push to the upside. 49.59.5 is likely going to be somewhat of an important level. You can see overnight highs were relatively close to that between Thursday and Friday. We had the pullback to that level. Buyers still seem to be holding present in that area. Again, it's a long way away. I mean, we're looking at some pretty distant levels here. And if we do get those opportunities, those will be levels that I will be somewhat focusing on. Weekly kickoff high, 51.10. Kind of a double distribution trend day opening outside of that. Very, very low probability for repair of that, although ACH, baby, anything can happen. We're watching our short here. Doesn't look like it's seeing too much help. We're right around halfway in the range from this morning. So we will watch and see how this plays out. Looks like we may come back and get our stop hit, but still we're locked in profit, so we're just going to let it happen. Anything else about gold you want to talk about, or should we move on to silver, Jay?
Let's move on to silver, Hogue. Let's move on to silver. Another one making all-time highs, $110.92. What are we seeing here?
Hey guys, we just got a rip in gold, and our stop did hit. Unfortunately, came all the way back and tagged us out on that gold trade. We're up $100 though. Up $100 and a counter trend short in gold. Back to you guys. Let's see what silver is up to.
Nothing wrong with starting the week with a C note. There you go.
Not bad at all.
So silver, I mean, what the heck do you say about this? I mean, it is just absolutely ballistic on the monthly chart. You got the weekly chart, also ballistic. We had, a little bit of consolidation about 3 weeks ago. The market is continuing to one time frame higher. That is higher lows, higher highs. We're going to move on to my daily chart now. And it's the same situation. I mean, we are, in essence, one time framing higher. Got to get my charts up here. Silver, IO silver. So ballistic. Open interest continues to roll higher. Adding another 5,600 contracts on Friday on some decent volume, higher open interest. The auction process is doing very well. It's a B plus. I can't give it an A because when I give it an A, that means the rally's possibly going to be over, because why again? Market always looks the best at the top and worst at the bottom. What are you seeing on the daily here, Jay?
Increasing daily ranges. The daily ATR is increasing as well. Not a market that I want to short. Honestly, even for a scalp, I think gold presents better opportunities to scalp to the downside. Silver is a runaway train, and I think it's so expensive that to me it just makes sense to get in line with the trend. That being said, there are going to be opportunities to short it. I just won't be taking them, or many of them. It's you can take them for a quick scalp, but again, the way this market is starting to run away, 8% days are going to start meaning a whole lot more, right? The higher we go, the more 8% means. We're starting to look at $10, $12 ranges, which are extremely expensive. Again, I think most people should be trading the micro silver contract. We got a couple of days, maybe 3 weeks before that 100-ounce contract comes out with the CME. We'll see how that affects the volume. But last night, Hogue, I put up a video on X, on Twitter, and it was showing the spread on the Globex Open, anywhere from 10 to 20 ticks in silver, which is $250 to $500 the spread. So if you market order, just understand that you're paying up $500 just to participate.
Just to get in. Wow.
Just to get in.
Wow. So Jay is saying, he says it's okay to short silver, but he's not. So it's kind of like that hat in Caddyshack. Oh, no, there's a good-looking hat. You buy a hat like that, you get a free bowl of soup. But it looks good on you, though. Jay says, yeah, you can short it. I'm not going to. Yeah. But, yeah,
not for a long
good
time.
on you. Okay, so this is the 30-minute chart, and obviously the market is just continuing to rally and to push. We really don't have an overnight or weekend gap here. It kind of closed itself just right at 1700, 5 o'clock. Kind of closed that gap. We do have a session gap. Obviously, overnight inventory is long. It's holding VWAP. It's holding the 20 session simple moving average. I like what Jay's saying here. You can go short here, but I'm not. What do you think on the 30-minute here, Jay?
Exactly what you're saying there, Hogue. Overnight inventory is long. Is there a potential pullback to VWAP here? Potentially 107.91 is that VWAP price. But silver just looks like a runaway market right now. We are above a daily ATR, so there might be limited range for the rest of the New York session. And we've seen this happen before where if silver makes a really nice move in the overnight, then it consolidates. So I wouldn't be surprised at that, right? So if you want to allow a range to establish and then scalp the range, that has the potential, or it could just keep going, right? I think what's really interesting is we haven't seen like that blow off top move yet, Hogue. It just continues to grind higher. And we saw it in gold about a year and a half ago, and it led to a decent consolidation. We have not seen that in silver yet. I don't know. I'm curious. Honestly, watching this, I'm just curious at what price that happens. And it's a consistent bid. You said open interest continues to build to the upside. So there are buyers coming into this market. This feels a lot different than many other rallies we've seen.
So, Jay, when you say blow off top, what does a blow off top look like? It's probably just a never-ending rally to the upside where it just seems like nobody wants to sell it. Everybody's a buyer, and that just puts in a high, maybe a high excess high where there's a long tail at the top of it, and we're just not seeing that. But if you were to look at, let's say, a weekly chart, in a longer time frame, could this end up being a blow off top?
It could, yeah, but it has to stop. It has to stop going up at some point. I think Jack was talking about it. Hogue, he was, it's like a $10 5-minute candle in silver that just like resets everybody's palette, right? Like a palette cleanse candle, and says, "Hey, stop trading this for right now." We haven't seen that. It's just been consistent bid.
Yeah, it has been. It has been. All right, thanks. That's what we got for gold and silver. JD, I think we've got a little news here before we start looking at the ES, huh?
We sure do. Let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed a little bit mixed. The Hang Seng Index closed up 0.06%. The Nikkei closed down 1.79%. And the Shanghai Composite closed down 0.09%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little bit higher this morning. Mostly higher, I should say. Well, the DAX is down 0.03%. The FTSE is up 0.1%. And the Stock 600 up 0.04%, up just a little bit. And we've got the U.S. dollar index currently down 0.41%, 97.195 last print in the dollar. The VIX is up 3%, 16.6 in the VIX. And the yield on the U.S. 10-year Treasury note is down just a couple ticks, 4.221% last on the Treasury, 10-year Treasury note. All right, little update from Friday. We got some consumer confidence numbers. The University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment report came out on Friday. Let's take a look at what happened there. Consumer sentiment is on the rise. The University of Michigan's latest survey shows it's at 56.4. That's quite an improvement from last month's 52.9. Boost was seen across all Americans, regardless of income, education, or political alignment. Analysts say people don't seem very concerned about recent geopolitical developments. They could also be responding to inflation expectations, which are also at their lowest levels in a year. Consumer sentiment is now at its highest point since August, but it's still 20% lower than a year ago. Ticking up in consumer confidence. Raise your hand. Are you out there spending money? Are you spending money like you don't care? Is anybody?
Wife is.
I hear that. But let's get into those S&P charts. We're going to take that crude oil opening range breakout trade at the top of the hour, or we're going to look at it at least. So let's get through some more charts, guys. Back to you.
Yeah. So on the monthly, we're at $221, 221 points in the move so far this month, and with an ATR of 346. Room to expand. Is it going to? Who knows? We're pretty range bound here. We are, just kind of, this is the weekly chart, kind of closing in, kind of somewhat of a narrowing balance. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks in this area of balance. Take a look at the daily. You can see it in the daily as well. I mean, since, beginning of December. Really, we've just been kind of going from high to low, putting in slightly higher highs. This market continues to try and creep up on new highs all the time, higher lows as well. So we do see, at least some potential continuation movement to the upside. Seem to be holding the 100-session simple moving average rather well on the daily chart. Are we in the middle of the range? Yes, we are. We've got weekly kickoff high 70.10, weekly kickoff low 68.30. Those are relatively new levels for this week. We've certainly trimmed our weekly kickoff high, which was 70.90 on continuation after that pullback last week. The range for this week has been established by the last week's high and last week's low. Last week's high, 69.69. Last week's low, 68.14. Half. We're kind of leaking up towards that last week's high. What other notes do I have here? We lost open interest on Friday, an estimated 800 on a kind of a indecisive day. Maybe some profit taking before the weekend. I know of a lot of folks focusing on the FOMC this week, as well as some major earnings due out this week. We've got quite a bit coming out this week. It's very busy. We've got Tesla, Microsoft, Meta on Wednesday. We've got Apple, we've got Visa, we got that on Thursday, as well as a host of other earnings. So lots to focus on this week. We're going to see how this plays out. But Jay, we're stuck between the 20 and the 50 session simple moving average here on the daily chart. What do you think of that?
Exactly that, Hogue. We're stuck here with the Fed and all the tech earnings on Wednesday. We're already at a daily ATR range so far today in the S&P, right? Daily ATR 68, we'll call it 69 points. So far, high to low range, we have a 70-point range. So, balance to breakout rules, right, Hogue? You trade the range until it breaks. And that's kind of how I'm looking at the S&P here, right? The 20 moving average on the daily is right at our highs. And with heavier news coming out later in the week, I would be surprised if we did have a breakout in the S&P today. So I'd be looking for opportunities to maybe fade extremes. Maybe we take a look at Friday's high, but I don't know how much more extension I'm looking for out of the S&P on a day where we've already had a daily ATR range and some heavier news later in the week.
All right. Take a look at the 30. All right. So overnight inventory. We open with a weekend gap that's since been closed all the way even back to settlement. Overnight inventory, perhaps a little bit long. I mean, you can kind of see, we opened last night 5 o'clock here. We're trading here, but we're also trading inside of value from Friday. Friday was a normal variation day. There's not a whole lot to be really early excited about here, if you ask me, because we're in range, we're in value, pretty much inside the value from Thursday as well. The market really just seems to be waiting for new information, which seems to make sense, as there's always new information awaiting us in the future. So overnight inventory, maybe a little bit of concern. Maybe we could see a pullback off of that, which could offer opportunities for potential longs. This exactness that we've been talking about ad nauseum for weeks now. I mean, it's still coming into play. It put in the high on Thursday, put in the high on Friday. Will it put in a high today? Who knows? I'm going to be staying patient. It's Monday. I'm just going to be patient in these equities and look for something to kind of come to me instead of me going looking. That seems to be the best way for me to trade. I don't know about you, because I know if I go looking for trades, I'll start looking at different time frames and say, "Ooh, look at this! Ooh, look at this! Ooh, look at this!" And
1
rarely
second
do they
chart looks
play
pretty
out.
good.
So, yeah, it does. Jay, what do you think of the 30 here, pal?
Overnight inventory long, 3:30 Central last night. That 30-minute candle is the highest volume 30-minute candle that we've had. It did pull back to view up and held it as a support. But I'm with you, Hogue. I'm going to be patient here. I would almost, if the S&P is going to break above 69.65, I'd almost rather buy it on a retest of that, right? Break the level, come back, retest it, and then let's go from there. We've already closed the overnight gap, so that's kind of out of the question already. Yeah, I'm going to be patient here for this New York session. We'll see what happens because I could see us falling right back into this range. If I did get short, then I have to look at the market's response to VWAP 69.29. It is kind of tilted to the upside right now, so price and volume is moving higher so far for the session. But again, when we zoom out, we've seen this before, and it starts to flatten out and maybe trade right back into the range. So I'm going to be patient today. Maybe patient until Wednesday after we get the Fed and all of those earnings, and then maybe we see some cleaner price action from there. But of course, anything can happen. So we'll pay attention to that as well. And if the market says something different than what I'm looking for, then I have to adjust.
Profile, normal variation, very neutral, settled right smack in the middle of the range, basically. If we're looking for visual targets, the closer visual targets would be above price. Naked point of control, 69.84 quarter. Weekly kickoff high, 70.10. We've got lots of afternoon pullback lows, late spikes, some of which have not really been revisited yet. So if we're looking to, if we think that the market is going to target visual areas, I can see it pushing to the upside. But that's it for what we're looking at here in the S&Ps for now. Looks like we've
S&P
got,
just made a new high of the day there.
There it is.
69.52 half. We are going to take a look at that crude oil opening range trade. Crude oil opens up in about a minute and 15 seconds. Jay, do you want to hit any news or want to just get right into this crude trade?
Let's get into this crude trade. Our next news clip is about a minute and a half long. So let's take the trade first, and then we'll take a look at some news.
All right.
Sounds good. Crude has been interesting over the past couple of days. 60.82 last price traded here in crude oil. We got crude open up in about 45 seconds. Hogue, you want to take a look at the higher time frame charts in crude while we wait for this market to open?
Yes, absolutely. Let's do that. I mean, we don't even really need to do this. It's been so long. I mean, this is the monthly balance, weekly balance, starting, see a little bit of lower highs and lower lows. We've come off that low recently. Taking a look at the daily, we don't really have any changes in the weekly kickoff levels. We've been looking at 61.50 for a couple of weeks as far as the opening, as far as the weekly kickoff high. And we're getting another look, or at least another test of it as we speak. We did look just above it here prior to the open. We're pulling off. If this market is going to do what range bound markets do, it goes from high to low, low to high, high to low. Do we hope for a short here on the opening range trade? I don't know. We're going to have to see how this plays out. It is now open with a 6-tick opening range. So far, 7 ticks.
Yes, I'm getting the same. 6-tick wide opening range in the micro contract also. We might get a long signal here. Do you trust a 6-tick wide opening range in crude? It's a good cheap trade, right?
It'll be cheap. It'll be cheap.
We took out the high of the opening range.
Maybe put on a full contract if it stays this small.
If we took out the high and signal a short, is that trade invalidated, Hogue, based on the rules we've been playing? No trade yet. Close that opening bar inside the opening range.
Yeah, so I mean, if it does trade outside the opening, and then comes back in and that bar closes. Now, I think our only possibility, just looking at it, because we did take 1 tick below the opening range. We did not take out the high of the opening range. Our only chance is for a short. If we close this next 1 minute bar below that, then it's a short.
Okay. So in the micro, we've traded on both sides. We've taken out both sides.
Oh, we did? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the big.
Just by a single tick in the micro. Our opening range high was 60.83. Took it out by 2 ticks. And we put in a regular trading hours high of 60.85. So 2 ticks in the micro.
Yeah.
And we traded below the opening range. And we just closed that third bar right at the low of the opening range. So still no trade signal, and we've taken out both sides.
No signal yet.
No signal. All right.
Crude doing crude things.
And back on its old games. Back on its...
Yep.
I won. It's too early to swear this morning. All right. You want to hit that news real quick, and then we'll get back into these charts? What do you think? Or we
let's do it, JD.
Yeah. All right. Job seekers out there. It's kind of tough in the job market. Many job seekers are navigating a challenging market. Hiring slowed in December, capping off one of the weakest years of job growth in decades. But as Maribel Gonzalez reports, there are strategies you can use if you are looking for a job right now.
The current no-hire, no-fire job market has left many workers unable to advance and those without a job unable to find one.
The job market is not growing, and that means that people who are seeking new employment are finding longer search times, and those who are currently employed have their job security somewhat undermined.
The perceived probability of finding a job hit a record low of 43.1% in December, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York's latest survey of consumer expectations. But keep in mind,
hiring is always happening. Even at companies that lay off, they're hiring at the same time. Hiring is never zero.
Career experts like Lisa Rangel recommend being clear on the job you want and on the goals of the company you're pursuing.
What initiatives do they want to pursue? What challenges do they have before them? And then make sure that your resume, your LinkedIn profile, your interview talking points are speaking to how you can help the company with those initiatives.
Networking with human interaction may lead to more success.
Show up at networking events, conferences, try different ways and don't just only submit to job postings hoping you're going to get picked.
And while it may seem counterintuitive, applying to every job you see is not the most efficient.
We wouldn't want to plan our retirement by playing the lottery. It shouldn't be the same with our careers.
I'm Maribel Gonzalez reporting.
There you have a couple tips and tricks if you're in the job market right now. All right, guys, let's get back to the crude chart and then rip through the NASDAQ. What do you say?
All righty. So back to my daily weekly kickoff high. Seems like it's relatively important for us today. We did look above it in the overnight. Last week's high was 61.36, so there's a little bit of confluence up in that 61.50 area for possible opportunities. May not help us today. We're still basically holding inside that opening range, and it seems like typically the better trade locations are happening in the overnight in crude oil, and it still seems to be happening. So we had a session gap Thursday to Friday. If we open with it's too late now, but if we were going to open with a gap, that would be an island top again. Just closed one of those on this push to the upside. So overnight inventory, I mean, if you look at where we started, if you look at where we started the overnight, maybe we're a little bit short, but we're still inside the range from Friday. A gap close could take us down to where is that? $60. Pretty much the high from Thursday. There are visual targets down below. Naked point of control that never got tested in regular trading hours is down at 60.44. Below that, we've got 59.64, another naked point of chill, popular area of price in past days. We show over and over again how when the market is in short time frame control, these levels get targeted and offer opportunities for exits or sometimes even entries. We have to see how this plays out, of course. If we can't hold Friday's low, then I could see a gap close in our future. Maybe even a move back down to 59.64. That's why I don't mind the short on the opening range trade here. If we even get triggered, if we even decide to take it, the ranges have been so small during regular trading hours that it's I mean, it's almost, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is the risk worth any kind of reward? Something we all have to decide for ourselves. But Jay, what are you thinking on the 30-minute here in crude oil?
Exactly that, Hogue. Is the risk worth the reward? If we do sell off, 60.25 is that 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. So I would look at that as a potential target there. Crude does have 50 cents left in a daily ATR move. High to low right now, I think we are at about $1, and $1.50 is our daily ATR. So that would put us right at that 60.25, right around
there.
that area. So yeah, put us pretty close to it. But again, like you just asked, Hogue, is it worth it to take a trade in this market? For a day trade, I think if you're able to get somewhere near the extremes, if I was awake at 3 a.m. and maybe trading with our friends in London, but we'll have to see. I think crude to me seems like more of a momentum trade where if things start happening there, then maybe I'll take a look. But more often than not, it's going to be at the same prices that we left it at. So maybe a better swing trade, maybe for some options dealers. They're probably eating in this market right now with it not going anywhere. But for me, it's a tough trade.
Yeah, and we've been saying for months what a tough trade crude has been. I just I want crude to know that we still love it. We're still looking at it. It's it's still going to be offering opportunities, but we're looking for bigger opportunities. So crude, whenever you get around to it, could you offer some opportunities for us? And
We'll be here.
We'll wait. We'll watch. But right now, don't feel like we hate you. We're in counseling. All right.
It's a nice
I've
message
made
there, Hogue.
crude feel better. So there we
There
go.
you go. There you go. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ charts coming up here. JD, we want to get some news or go right into those charts? Let's get into the charts.
Right into the charts. Get right into the charts. Yeah, let's do it. Give the people what they want.
All right.
Give the people what they want, Hogue. I don't know if they want the NASDAQ anymore, Hogue. I think they all want silver, but what are we seeing here?
Right. All right. Well, so for all those of you that are still interested in the NASDAQ, we've got 3 months in range. The ATR is 1681. We're well short of that. We're 1020 as far as the range for the month is concerned. So yeah, there is room, according to the ATR, to expand this range. The question is, does the market have the bullets? Does it have what it needs? Well, it may get some of what it needs this week with the FOMC, with a lot of earnings. Some of those, including some of the major tech earnings. Take a look at the weekly. Weekly still looks range bound. High, low, lower, higher, lower, high, higher, low, lower, high, lower, low. Let's get this on here so we can see. And we're pretty centrally located inside the middle of the range. Weekly kickoff high 26,115. Weekly kickoff low 25,070. And we're right in the middle of it. The weekly kickoff levels have been getting closer as the market does continue to narrow its range. Take a look at the daily. There's that October 10th high. That's been so revisited. To me, it's like, all right, I'm done with it. But you never know when it's going to become important. I mean, look at our recent low was the halfway between that October, in the middle of that October 10th bar that Jay has been so great at pointing out to us. But again, where are we? We are range bound in the center of open interest, added 800 on Friday, rather inert. We've got the 100, the 50, the 20 session moving average pretty much within range. I actually have already traded in the overnight range. Jay, tell me something good about this daily chart here in the NASDAQ.
Well, I want to go back to the monthly really quick here, Hogue, because I think there's a move coming soon here in the NASDAQ. I don't know. So the monthly candle right now, high to low range, 1,020 points. If you draw that Dorito pattern, I don't know that we can see a smaller range on a monthly chart. So I think NASDAQ has to pick a direction soon. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know what the catalyst is going to be. But looking at these monthly ranges, I have to look back to find a monthly range that small. I mean, and we do have some smaller ones, but prices increase as well, right? So percentage-wise, we've had a 4% move high to low. Something has to happen here. We know this is the NASDAQ, right? So it's not going to stay here. And whenever it breaks out of this range, it's going to go somewhere aggressively. But for right now, back to that daily, you have to trade it like a range-bound market. Daily ATR is 360 points. Right now, we are at 376 about. So we've already seen a daily ATR move. Does that mean we're at the upper extreme of this range? This is the NASDAQ, so it could push that range as well. But like we said with the S&P, with the Fed and heavy tech earnings coming out later later this week, I don't know how much of an extension I'm actually looking for.
Makes sense. So in anticipation for new information, the market may have a tendency to fall into range. Let's take a look at the 30, if it's not already in range, right? So, overnight inventory, here's where we opened, here's where we are. So yes, we have a little bit of overnight inventory to the long side. We've also got value highs, 25,807 approximately. We've got value low, 25,690 approximately. So opening in the middle of range, in the middle of value, usually tells me one of two things. I'm probably going to find better trade location as the day goes on, and the market may go seeking new levels for facilitation. So, I mean, the market just traded right back to settlement, and settlement is, in essence, the high of the overnight session. We've got, the 2:00, 2:30 bars traded right to it. Saw some selling coming off of that. Is that selling still present there? Is really going to be my question. The profile from Friday was a normal variation, kind of neutral day. Probably saw some long liquidation before the weekend. And we are still right in that area. So I'm going to try and stay patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on. And it's about all I'm looking at. What are you seeing here, Jay?
Same thing here, Hogue. So we have a VWAP in the NASDAQ that's down at 25,641. We're about 80 points off of that right now. It's in the middle of the range for the day. I'm going to be patient as well here. Maybe the volume that comes in for the New York session says, hey, you know what? Let's just trade higher and we continue to break out above settlement. But
would you use the settlement price, which is basically the high of the session, 25,790, 739, as an area of potential, balance to breakout type situation? Jay's a little bit frozen here, so not sure he can hear me, but I'm watching overnight high, basically the settlement price. It's an afternoon pullback low on Friday down here at 25,680 that I also see as a little bit of confluence with the value area low, which could be an interesting area. It's been run through several times in the overnight session. However, and I think that's pretty much what we're looking at. I still seeing Jay having a little bit of a technical problem here.
I'm back.
Oh, there he is. He's back.
You're back.
He's back.
All right.
I think I got the boot.
All right. Yeah. So Jay, we were just talking about settlement price kind of being kind of a balance to breakout type level, 25,739 quarter. It's tested it a couple of times, just tested it again. We see maybe some participation above there that could be kind of an overnight breakout or failure. I kind of like this area here for a possible opportunity. What do you think, Jay?
Oh, it happened again. I think we got a couple people battling for a seat in VMix right now. That's okay. We'll get Jay back in just a minute. Well, what do you say we go over for the schedule for the rest? Yep. Let's go over the schedule for the rest of the day. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got a couple of the usual cast of characters. Andre, Jack, and Hogue will be here all morning. And then our rotating guest, Coach Vince, will be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Deanna will be here from 9:30 to 10. And Dakota will be here from 10 to 11. Those are all Central Time. Coming up at 11 o'clock, the morning recap with Mr. Hogland. Hogue's going to go over the trades that we took here during the opening call and any potential trades we take during Fast Markets coming up next. At 11:15, we've got Power Players. Diamond Hands George is here. He'll be joined by me and Dolby Time. Group Coaching. Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. That's at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Full hour of group coaching today. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little while. Take that form, fill it out. And if you have a question for Gabe, Deanna, or Anne-Marie, they will answer it live here on TopstepTV just for you. 1 o'clock p.m. Trade with Topstep. I'll be back with Dolby Time and Gabe. We'll have a 3-man weave during the 1 p.m. segment. And then at 2 o'clock, we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Jack, Dakota, and Dolby Time. Make sure you're sticking around, folks. We got plenty of tradertainment coming your way all day long, bell to bell, right here on Topstep TV. All right, Hogue. I see Jay's back, but he's in a different seat now. That's okay. We got one more piece of news.
Musical chairs. Okay.
You're playing musical chairs in the back, right? We do have one more piece of news that we can share real quick, Hogue.
Yeah, let's do it.
Do with taxes. This affects everybody. Tax season is here, and many Americans could see higher refunds this year. The Treasury Department estimates they'll average $1,000 more per household. That's not bad at all. An extra G note on your tax return. That's because many filers didn't adjust their withholdings when recent income tax breaks began. A new law boosts the individual standard deduction by $750 and by twice that for married couples. It also expands state and local tax deductions and gives a new break to some seniors. Getting a little more back this year. Never a bad thing, right?
I'd like it all back.
I'd like it all back, right? We were sort of discussing this in the green room earlier this morning. We're not trying to incite criminal activity, but what's the point of paying taxes, right? Just joking.
Well,
and we got Jay back.
Here he is.
Hey, what's up, guys? They tried to get rid of me, but I'm here.
So we are looking at a lot of earnings this week. Just to go over some of them, we get UPS tomorrow, Boeing tomorrow. These are before the open. We've got GM, Union Pacific before the open. We've got Texas Instruments after the close tomorrow. Before the open on Wednesday, Starbucks, GE, AT&T, MSCI. We've got ADP also before the open on Wednesday. But Wednesday after the close, Tesla, Microsoft, Meta, IBM, even Southwest Airlines is after the close on Wednesday. Thursday, MasterCard, Caterpillar
Southwest
before the open. Pardon?
Was that? Did you say Southwest? That's a good one. I've never heard that before.
Apple after the close on Thursday. Visa also after the close on Thursday. Friday is usually kind of some of the quieter days, but we're starting to get into some of the petroleum companies, Chevron and ExxonMobil. American Express, actually, before the open on Friday, but that's it for the major earnings. Very busy week of earnings, as well as important information. FOMC on Wednesday. Don't forget about that. We're having a watch party. I got the beer on ice already. We're there.
Awesome stuff.
We got a good party.
trading lined up here. Let's quote some prices really quick. 25,720 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69,5250 last trade in the S&P. Nice out on that gold trade, trading above where our entry was, 50.7380 last trade in gold. Silver, 110 and 12 cents, about 80 cents off of the all-time high in silver. Do we continue to see that market making new all-time highs? And any new high of the day is a all-time high in silver and in gold. We got crude oil still hanging out in that 1 minute opening range. Good no trade there. $60.76.
Man, talk about I'm still looking at a 1 minute chart. That thing is megaphoning right now. It took out the high and the low of the opening range 6 times. Wouldn't matter what side of that trade we got on. We would have been stopped out. And
could have been stopped out 6 times.
No trade. Would have been stopped out 6 times, right? Exactly.
Tough trade.
Well, I tried talking nice to it, and it just is not working.
You can't be nice.
It's going to take some time, Hogue.
Yep.
It'll take some time. I am going to keep an eye out on the Russell, just as far as the equity markets go. We did see a pretty nice sell-off in the Russell on Friday after making an all-time high on Thursday, but that is the one equity market that we see continuing to grind up and make all-time highs. So if there is consolidation in the NASDAQ and the S&P, there may be a trend in the Russell today. I say maybe. We don't know what the markets are going to do. But right now, the Russell trading 26.8020, about 65 points off of its all-time high. So we'll see if there's maybe some opportunity there as well. Everything else looks extremely range-bound. Also taking a look, we talked about the biggest percentage movers to the upside. To the downside, micro Bitcoin right now, our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 2%. Curious if Jack has some eyes on our Bitcoin whale and how they're doing. They're still in that position, not very good.
We do have gold just putting in a new session high. Just for you IB watchers, the 720 open initial balance high in gold is 50.7430. 50.7430. So we'll keep an eye. See if we hold above that. Maybe we get another look here up a weekly kickoff high. All right.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. I think we're ready, Hogue. I think we are ready. Let's do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
All right. The dance craze that is sweeping the nation, coined by Coach Jay. Let's do the thing. Let's do the mashed potato. As always, I like to say good morning to everybody in the chat. We're so happy you are here. And the top of the chat, my early birds, acoustic immersion, first in the room today. You win the prize, which is purely bragging rights to being first in the chat. We got Tommy C. We got Shubham. We got Anastasios. We got Alexandre. We got Yabber Dude. We got Gorillionaire. We got Coog. We got JK Window Cleanings. We got Man Caves and a host of many, many others. As always, remember to remain humble, stay grateful, stay creative, and stay centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. We are headed into fast markets as we speak in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, members and subscribers of the TopstepTV YouTube page, and welcome to Fast Markets.
Yep. Right.
Sunday night, Andre.
Yes.
Dangerous night.
Yes.
Big silver, big stock moves. We got a rough and tumble start to this week, even though we're trading basically back where we were on Friday.
Yes, indeed. Jack, stop me if you heard this before. New all-time highs. Gold made last night. That price would be $51.07.90. All-time highs in silver made overnight. $110.92. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. We got Vince in the house. We got Jack in the house. We got myself as well. Let's get right into it. Vince, happy Monday. Huge week. We got earnings coming out. We got FOMC on Wednesday. thoughts coming into, well, today is first day of the trading week and Monday overall. What is up, Vince?
Silver and gold, man.
Yeah.
Silver and gold. That's what's up. It's amazing. I was looking at the open last night in silver, and it just gapped up. I don't know, it was like $5 or something. It's a wild ride right now. I'm praying for all the shorts out there. My goodness, this market just won't quit. What did we put in a high of like almost 111 last night?
8 cents away from it. Yep.
Just under it. Yeah.
Incredible.
It's unbelievable. I mean, gold too. I mean, I was calling gold at 5,000, a year or so ago. I was like, I see gold hitting 5,000. Here we are, short time later. So it's a great time for commodities. That's for sure. Exciting. So what's going on with you guys? What are you looking at this morning?
Well, I heard Jade opening call say that the 5,000 didn't even trade. 5,000s did not even trade because we gapped open higher yesterday.
Gapped over.
Did not even trade. A lot of frustrated people there from Friday, myself included. Saw silver taking off. Gold would just not budge. Lo and behold, on the reopen yesterday, well, we gapped open higher. The price didn't even trade. Anyways, let's get right into it. We had durable goods in the rear view mirror already. Huge week coming out. Let's take a look at some of these prices. NASDAQ last trade, 25,730. ES trading 69.56 and a quarter, making new session highs there. But the Dow trading right around the highs, 49,333. Jack, thoughts coming in? Thoughts on the 69.56? Same prices we've been seeing.
Yeah, I'm waiting for something to break. The equities and metals are really behaving strangely in tandem right now. I talked about this last week. We had another night last night where we gapped down on the open ES, which, by the way, touched nicely the 68.50 level in the SPX, right where it turned around. This was all in the first 5 minutes. Silver opened way bid as usual, but then stocks recovered and silver just kept going higher. I don't know. It feels like either that's too high or the stocks are too high. Something's got to give.
It does have to give. Yeah, FOMC. FOMC is on Wednesday. Big earnings this week. Tesla, Microsoft, Meta, Starbucks, just to name a few. See what today has in store in terms of what we have ahead for today. Noon Central, we got Trump meeting with Air Force Secretary. Got 2-year notes. A lot of Trump starting at noon and then later on in the afternoon. Let's see what this has. We have 50-50 across the board in the tilt. Actually, we got 70% long in gold on the tilt. We have 30 seconds till the open. Vince, what do you got your eye on? Prices of interest. What markets we be looking at today?
Definitely the metals have my interest.
Right.
Silver and gold got my they piqued my interest. So we're gonna see here, but we the ES is opening inside of range and value from Friday. So we're gonna see how we react up here. Yeah, I'm interested to see how we open here. But we are inside of range of value in the NASDAQ, also in the ES. So here we go.
Here we go indeed.
And we're off.
We are off. Let's get this. Also, we are on the march to 200,000 subscribers. Get it right off the bat. Please click subscribe. Please click like. Please click notify if you'd be so kind. We got the equities popped a little bit on the bell there. Right back down, turning around. Dow, NASDAQ, ES, all the same. Muted open in the metals for now. Let's take a peek at crude. What is crude trading? Crude trading $60.64. We're there. Bitcoin, haven't seen much there. Jack took a peek at the 10-year, about 4.2% FOMC this week. It's like a 95% probability of a pause for now, but we'll talk about that a little bit more as we have not a whole lot going on just yet. And
we'll see if the major distance around 4.2 becomes support. This is the longest time we've spent above 4.2 in the yields for a while. I can pull those up real quick. Share this tab.
Yes, push here. There goes the Dow. Dow new session highs. ES going to follow along.
There we go. We broke above 4.2, tested above 4.3. Now we're back to this very important level here. So we'll see if we hold or get closer to 4. Pumping.
We are. Dow Dow pushing higher here. ES following suit. NQ a little bit more reluctant to do so. ES new session high 69.63 half. 70% long on the tilt in the NQ right now. 10 points
nice
off
strong
highs.
open there. Open drive so far.
Here we go. More buyers coming in.
Nice open drive.
NQ following along. Metal's not doing too much for the time being. I have a feeling that will not be the case today. Just absolute insane bull run in the metals. I'm sorry, gold and silver. Just off to the races. We're showing good through 5,000s. Well, we crushed that again. 51.07, 90 cents. New all-time highs printed about 7 hours ago or so. Incredible run.
Gold was like, we're not going to even trade 5,000. We're going straight to 5,004.
On Friday, Vince, and Friday it just would not budge. Silver was just cooking, and gold will not budge. And then on the reopen, that's trading for you. All right, now we got another push higher here in NQ new session highs 25,767 half.
Muted in the Mag 7 right now. We got biggest loser right now. Tesla's down 1.5%. Apple's up 1%. Everything's kind of between 0 and 1% up. Nothing too special there. CoreWeave's up like 14%. NVIDIA announced some sort of like $2 billion deal. And as is tradition, that added $7 billion in market cap to CoreWeave, so that's good.
$2 billion for NVIDIA. Couch change indeed. All right. Again, 70% long tilt in the NQ right now. Not the same case in the ES. Just 58% long tilt there. Let's get some of the formalities out of the way. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. You got hashtag fast markets. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. You use that hashtag. Hashtag Power Hour. And at TopstepTV on the X. Send us some cool Trader Station subs. One of my favorite things you guys do share with us. Trader Wins. Love seeing that. Accountability. You've seen some, I call it tweets, if you will. Some accountability saying, I will get back on the horse and I got this thing. So hashtag fast markets. Hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV on the X. Also, pinned to the top of the chat. Those Topstep daily levels. Keep an eye on those. Click on that link. Have a little real estate on the screen for those. If you want to be a little bit more efficient, indicators tab, the top of Topstep X, type in Topstep daily levels. Those slapped overlaid right there on your charts. Again, updated and refreshed before every New York Open. New highs in the ES. 69,
so
66
something
quarter
nice
and NQ.
today, Andre, is as we speak, the difference, the spread between the spot SPX and the futures is exactly 30 points. So it makes the levels nice and easy. Still, the two big ones we're looking out for are these thicker lines here. At 69.30, that's SPX 6,900. At 69.80, that is SPX 69.50.
Is it always nice and clean like that? 30? It sounds like it's not. What is it? What's the variance there?
When the contract opens, like when we roll, it's usually a difference of about 60 or so.
Gotcha.
And then it just is actually kind of a fun chart I can show real quick. I mean, here's plotting since the beginning of the contract versus the spot. But when we rolled, it's usually about, like 60, and then it just gradually goes down until they converge at expiration.
Look at that. Good job. Nice, good stuff right there.
Interesting. Nice.
More buyers in the equities. 69 half. New highs in the ES. NQ closing in on 25,800. 15 points to go there. Is just made new session highs. 73% long tilt in the NQ. Trying to catch this move to the upside. Metals.
We still got Thursday's high.
What price you got?
Breaking out a little bit of balance here. Thursday's high, I think, was 60.
Right around the 80.
69. 69.
Is that where that 12? What was that 1,200 lot, Jack? You got short in front of. Still thinking about that. About the price.
That was at this price up here. I can't remember exactly where it was.
65
it was
to
around
80s.
One of those. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Right now we're pushing it's still early in the day, but this between 69.40 and 69.50 is a good test for the longs. I would expect to see some resistance in here with some pretty good heat check here at 69.80.
69.80, 8 points to go there in the ES. We got NQ 3 points away from 25,800. Take a look at that tilt. 73% long tilt in the NQ, catching this move to the upside. Now doing the same thing. Gold waking up a little bit here. Last trade 50.83. 50.83 last trade. Just a measly $24 away from all-time highs in gold.
Amazing, isn't it?
It's amazing indeed. Silver, $110, 31.5 cents. Last trade there.
Speaking of gold, yeah, I pulled some tickets out here, Dre. Look at this one.
Give me some prices. Love a little show and tell. Here we go.
25 Feb gold at 50.10.10. Sold 25 Feb gold. That is 10 times. We're at 10 times the price right now.
Sure are. What's the date? What's the timestamp on there?
December 16th of 05.
Man, oh
Not
man.
bad.
Look at that.
Filled
indeed.
Short, man. That was getting out of a long position. Yes.
Such a
5-10-10 filled.
Gosh, incredible. That's pretty cool though, Vince. I like that. You got those silver coins.
Silver coins. Stacks of these things. Amazing. Yeah, I got them. Yeah. Hey, these things were for sale, right? For what? 80 something last week. Nobody bought them from me.
Oh, you're at 200.
Well, what's interesting, Vince, we may be able to squeeze a little bit. I have heard that you can't, like if you try and exchange those to a dealer, they're offering 10 to 15% below spot. This market is so, I mean, the market is just so volatile right now. Like you can't exchange your physical silver for the prices you're seeing right here.
They're kidding. Yeah. They're sitting there looking at
over the
prices.
weekend. I was watching an infomercial over the weekend.
They
were selling boxes of silver. Yeah, I don't know. I was just up and I'm watching this thing and they're selling silver at $159 an ounce. So like, here, you could buy a box of, 20 coins, 20 of these 1 ounce coins for $3,100 for 20 of them. I'm like, and it said $159.95. And then they're pushing it up. They're like,
changes.
Can't guarantee this price forever. This might be $179 next week. So buy them now. Yeah. And then there was a big case where you could hold like, I think it was 500 ounces or something like that of silver in it. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. It was like 20 something grand that they're pushing on TV right now. So
I think it's more interesting.
They're selling it.
More interesting than how you're watching infomercials. I think that's the most fascinating part of that. I think that's incredible.
Well, it was a silver one, so I had to.
I get it. It's the business.
I buy all of my precious metals and supplements off of TV at night.
There you go.
That's how I stay so jittery.
I like that. We're up to 76% long in the tilt in the NQ now. 76% long tilt. Average price of 25,762. 762. So about 30 points in the money right now. Yes, equities pushing higher.
It would drive my mom crazy, but my dad sometimes would be victim. Like he would buy the occasional like ab machine or something that he saw on TV at night. It was just like his, what do you call it? Guilty pleasure. If anyone needs any of those, we got tons.
Some spares lying around.
They do it perfectly, because they know that you're tired and you're not going to make the right decisions, Can you imagine somebody taking out their credit card and be like, here's $3,100 real quick for 20 coins?
I went crazy on BMG Music Club. I went absolutely crazy on that to my parents. I think we're still.
Oh, BMG. Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that.
Absolutely. Get myself there. Look that scam up. That was a wild one. 69.74, 69.75 half new highs in the ES and Q cooking as well. 25,822 new highs printed there. Columbia House also. Yep. Oh, yeah. Both.
Mm-hmm.
Man, 76% long tilt in the NQ. Same, Jeffrey.
I may try to get long the NQ.
Okay, Vince, let's talk about that. We're seeing what kind of pullback we looking at if you were to new highs NQ?
Probably like
27 or a new session high.
I'm probably thinking around like 725, 760s, maybe somewhere around there. Looking for some continuation, but I don't like chasing the market up, so I would wait for a pullback.
All right.
Look at range bound silver though right now.
It is same.
Whoa!
Sellers just came in and smacked that NQ down about 30 points right there. ES sold off about 8 points or so there. NQ taking a hit. We're just making session highs. There's your pullback, Vince.
That was a 2K block order there in the ES. Sorry, I looked at the MES. What a jerk I am. Wow. Here we go. That was about 1,500 contracts block order there. We've retraced it. These are 1 second candles. They are fun.
Wow. The NQ, we were just trading session highs, 25,827. Obviously, big block order came in there. It hit the bid. I mean, market sells coming in, sold it all the way down to 25,768. Looking about a 60-point smack right there. Still 76% long on the tilt. So
silver's still trading near $110.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
That's crazy.
That was a...
I mean, let's look at the daily chart on that here. I'm going to pull up the daily chart. Let's look at this thing.
Silver. Look at this thing.
Yeah, I mean, look at this is incredible. Let me get rid of some of these things here. Okay. Look at this chart. We straight broke out. We had this ascending pennant that I was watching. And we just blew through this thing. I mean, this is unbelievable.
No end in sight.
That is unbelievable chart right there.
Yep.
I mean, how long can it keep going like this? Right? That's to be determined. We're gonna find out.
When did it really start picking up? Like November, end of November,
end of November. Yeah.
Yep.
Right after Thanksgiving.
It just
for what it's worth, the 1 month RSI on silver is like 95.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, I mean that's like numbers like during that Palantir squeeze up. Nasty stuff.
It's amazing.
This is incredible. I mean, look at this chart. What's the last thing that went parabolic like this? Was it NVIDIA or I forget?
Gold in September, October.
Gold, yeah.
Yeah, you see it happen more in stocks than I feel like a $5 trillion commodity.
This reminds me of what do you call that? The meme stock there, GameStop.
Oh, GameStop.
That's what this reminds me of. This reminds me of GameStop right here.
Yeah. NQ new session highs.
GameStop got significantly worse, but obviously a much smaller asset there.
Yeah, silver's wild. Did they drop that small contract yet?
February 9th around there is, I want to say, when they announced, but I'd have to look it up again.
Yeah. Everybody's piling in before that hits. Get in now.
There's going to be more buyers coming in. New session highs NQ, 25,832. New session highs ES, 69.78. 69.80 was a price of interest in the ES.
Still is.
Okay.
She's right around here. Let's see if we can get a...
That's smackdown. Man.
Alls.
What was that? Incredible. More buyers going to come in here? Or
open range. Open range is low the session here in the ES.
Right here, Hogue. That ass low, Andre.
That ass low. Beautiful open drive. I mean, look at the anchored VWAP. It's just trending up. I would like to see a pullback to it and maybe try to take an entry. Continuation here.
Take a look at the ladder. 80 on the bid, 80 on the ask. Look on the ladder in the ES, very thin in the NQ. We're about 10 points off session highs there. Dow continues to push higher here.
Jack, you said the SPX is exactly 30 points below.
Yeah, so we're coming up on 69.50 right now, which I have as a big level here. Maybe there'll be some pukes. Like the ideal setup for me would be if we kind of catch some people that maybe had stops around there and then turn it around. Too strong at the moment.
It's coming
again.
Huge level there. 84.
Huge week for the markets. Again, FOMC Wednesday. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage of that here on Topstep TV. Earnings are really ramping up. Tech is in focus this week. A lot of the big names. Mag 7 starting tomorrow. We got Wednesday and Thursday as well. Big week ahead. So about 17 minutes into this New York session. NQ up about 100, 115 points since the New York bell rang. Look at the ES. We're up about 20, 22 points since the bell rang. Gold, silver, you heard Vince say, a bit of a range, but that range isn't anything. About 10, 12 buck range in gold. Last trade, 50.85. Making new all-time highs overnight. That price would be 51.07. Call it 51.08.
I mean, look at the range, though, in silver right now. Just from, like, if you take the pit open, the old pit open, 720 Central, 108.48 to 110.61. We have a $50,000 range on a one lot.
What were those prices again?
Absolutely.
08s to 10s?
108.45, 08.45s to 10.60. So we have a $2 range in silver. That's $50,000 range in the last hour. It's absolutely insane.
It's taking a peek at the
protect your accounts.
Yeah, the silver ladder, it is thin, and there is a 3 or 4 tick spread between the bid and the ask as well. It is. Let's see if the buyers want to push this thing again. About 60 cents off all-time highs in silver.
To play the theme song for silver, protect your neck. To play in the background when you're trading that one.
Yeah. This looks like the ES
market.
Yep. Looks like ES make another push higher here. 5 minutes, about a new 5-minute candle about to open in 30 seconds. 30 seconds here.
Yeah. Dow's got me a little interested too right now.
All right. Now silver's
right now, Dow and NASDAQ are interesting. Silver's pumping.
Silver is pumping a little bit now.
The overnight high. And they go for the overnight high.
Overnight high, all-time high.
Overnight, I think it's going to go after it. Try to take it out.
Well, we're about 32 cents from that right now. Tilt leveled off. And the equities, 50-50 in the metals. The buyers did step in the silver. Gold range bound right now. Gold's trading between those ranges between 50.86 and 50. I'll call it 77. $89 range there for now.
Yeah, I'm short 3 MES from 69.76.
69.76. Short 3 MES.
Nice.
What's the target on this trade, Jack? What are you thinking here?
Probably looking at taking some if we get back to like 70 to start. I'm trying to be less aggressive on shorts.
Yes, Michael Patak will expect to join us here on Topstep TV. CEO and founder of Topstep will be joining us here in Fast Markets.
Nice.
All right. That'll be fun. Tilt. Always good to see him. Check in with him. Heads down. Obviously getting after it. Take a look at the NQ, 25,815, about 20 points off the highs there. Tilt leveled off in equities. Silver did have a push higher. Has pulled back a little bit.
Yep.
Tesla's down 2.25%. Apple's up 1.75%. Broadcom rebounded a little bit, up 2.3%. Nothing in the 10-year. Oh, Carvana's up 1.2%.
Hey, there we go.
Carvana.
Hey.
Anybody ever use that? You guys ever use that?
No, Hoop did.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he like the experience, or
is he still driving the car? Hoop, are you still driving the car that Carvana sold you? All right, silver and gold now pushing higher here. Silver looking to make a run for overnight highs, all-time highs. About 15 cents to go. 15 cents to go.
Wow.
And silver.
Get the air horn out.
It's incredible.
Not loving what I'm seeing at the moment here. We got our first sort of slightly bearish 5-minute candle, but now we're pumping again. We're risking $150 on this. So let's see. I still like the resistance here. Ooh, they shifted on me a little bit.
Who's they? Or not who's they, but what shifted on you?
Some of the options levels.
Okay.
Retreated a little bit.
Oh, new all-time highs. Silver, $111, 8.5 cents.
Hardly worth mentioning.
I just blinked, and yeah, new all-time highs. Pew pew pew. All-time highs in silver. Watching gold push higher in silver.
What a market!
Highs. Incredible. We have gold about $17 from all-time highs. It's silver. Absolutely cooking.
Amazing.
Yep. And new session highs NQ 25,840. So since that New York bell rang, up about 160 points or so.
And NASDAQ didn't want to really pull back enough for me.
What time it did
Didn't get low enough.
When that market order came in, that's about it. More buyers stepping in. Silver. Yeah, 5 minutes to the top of the hour. And Q kind of hanging out around here. Hanging around the highs. Last highs that were printed. It could have been some stocks.
Jack, where's your risk?
Good question.
What's up?
Where's your risk on that? Yeah, sure.
I'm risking $150. I might.
Is it above 85s?
Yeah.
Okay. 85s are
high silver
there, so I like it.
I know, man. Who's long silver in the chat? Let's see it. Who is long silver right now? All-time highs. Or $11, 15.5 cents.
Yep. Wow.
Yep. It's insane.
A turnaround, 100 points off the low in the ES from the opening this morning.
69.78 last trade in the ES. Tilt 50-50 in the metals. 71% long tilt.
Gold's in a little bit of a wall.
It's definitely
on that 50-90 level.
It did. Silver back to $111. Yeah, it hits that wall 50-90. It sometimes, people try Vince playing silver off of gold, gold off of silver. Silver's I feel silver's moving much cleaner to the upside. Gold a little bit more stubborn, if you will, to follow, but eventually it does as we're making new all-time highs in both. When silver goes, silver absolutely just cooks. Nothing on the calendar.
I'm trying to find this silver
schedule
trade.
on the calendar. Nothing on the schedule really till about noon central. The president's going to be in high gear. Policy meeting at 1:30 p.m. Central. Got a 2-note auction, noon Central. Got press secretary speaking at noon, and President Trump also meeting with Secretary of the Air Force noon as well. All right, gold. All right, gold now trading 50.92, about $15 from all-time highs in gold. And there goes the NQ new session highs, 25,850, call it. The Dow rolling over a little bit.
It does a little weak compared to the others.
Yeah,
which was the opposite over the past few weeks.
Yes, it will. Yes, it is.
Yeah, we got
over chill out. $111.30.
Goldman's up 1.3. That's your leading component there in the Dow. Microsoft's up 1%.
I was reading something. Is NVIDIA pulling up the ES as well, though? Because I read something about, I guess the ES is up about 14% because of it. I don't know how true that is, Jack. You probably know more on that.
Well,
no, it's in the NASDAQ, right?
It's the biggest company in the S&P 500 too.
Okay, it is. All right.
It's weighted less than it is in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Now gold on the move. 50.94 last trade.
Everybody better hope that company keeps making money.
Well, the CEO straight up said they have to say, what they say, save the world or something with their last earnings, Q4 or Q3.
I think he was talking more. I think he was frustrated. It's like, if we give good earnings, it's a bubble. If we give bad earnings, it's the end of the world.
Yeah. Hell of a predicament there. Hell of a predicament.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say so. Wow, look at this silver.
Silver.
There goes gold.
There goes gold. There goes gold. Speaking of gold, here come the golden pipes of a Mr. One John Hogland. Happy Monday, Hogue. How's it going? Silver all-time highs. Gold making all-time highs. Got $10 to go. What are your thoughts coming in this Monday? Happy Monday, Hogue. Let's break it down wherever you want to start. What's up, Hogue?
Good morning, everybody. And yeah, everything's coming up roses here so far this morning, isn't it? Yes, I heard you earlier, Andre. Opening 1 minute ranges in the equities are the dead-ass low. We see gold and silver putting in new all-time highs in the overnight session. Haven't been able to take that out in gold just yet. 51.10 is weekly kickoff high. We got within 21 ticks of that last night. It's trying to get there now. The only thing not moving higher that I'm seeing on my charts here is crude oil, which is lower. Where does it end? Where does it? I don't see it ending. It just seems to be all buyers for the metals. Just keeps going. I'd like to see gold take out that overnight high, get a real good test of that weekly kickoff high, 51.10. Got close last night, new all-time high in extended trading hours, still holding below that level so far. And on silver, let's take a good look. Okay, new all-time highs in regular trading hours. Overnight inventory doesn't seem to matter. Buyers just keep coming into this thing. Jay was talking about, where does this turn into some sort of a blow off top and blow off tops sometimes look like this. But the auction in silver and gold, still seeing open interest coming in, still seeing higher highs, still seeing really good volume. I'm not about to pick a top in this. I suggest you don't until you get some sort of really good, some really good structure to lean against. And the only structure I see again for looking for shorts in gold is that weekly kickoff high, last night's high, the all-time high. But we've got a successful upside auction above the IB high in gold. That's 50, 74, 30s, the IB high. We've left some single prints there. That initial balance highs 50, 74, 30 could become support if we do get back down to that level. Everything's coming up roses. How do you like this for a Monday, folks?
Off to the races, Hogue. Off to the races.
Yep.
Happy Monday.
Off to the races.
Happy Monday.
Nope.
Monday fun day.
How's it count?
Yes. How's it count? Yeah, we know we're
building a lot of volume up here in the highs, the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Kind of slowed things down. Jack, I think your short looks pretty good. I do have a S&P upside target, a visual target, point of chill, 69.84 quarter, which is up near your stop. Hopefully we don't get up there. But I mean, you're sitting basically at entry here, and that's not a bad thing.
No, it's totally okay. I also removed 2 of the contracts for a couple bucks, sort of almost scratching this trade. The thing I was looking at kind of shifted on me. So now we're down to this one contract. We have, $50 worth of risk at the moment. So I'm fine with that.
Let's choose the break.
But yeah.
Like that. The reason you got into the trade is no longer there. Go back a little bit. See if this thing wants to roll over here in the ES. It was 69.74 last trade.
I marked up here actually 7,000 in the futures, which is 69.70 in the spot. That's kind of where the resistance shifted to. And so, situation changed.
Ooh, sellers. Hello. And sellers in gold.
Good trend.
Gold got sold down to 50.88. I'm sorry, 50.83. Look at this 5-minute. About $11 range in this 5-minute candle in gold. And Q about 14 points off the session highs there. Last trade, 25,838. And Dow, S&Ps, and NQ all up since that New York bell did ring. Looks like silver might be looking to push here. New all-time high silver, $111.38. My goodness.
Wow. Fascinating. Unbelievable. What are we up from the Open, the Globex Open? We're up about
stand by. I
$9.
mean,
$9.
9.7% in silver. 9.7%.
Yeah,
almost 10% since from settlement. Basically, that's what that is.
Wow.
I still can't come up second straight week where this has happened, at least, where
I don't know,
stocks way down on the open, silver way up, stocks recover, silver just keeps grinding higher.
There's no end in sight. 111.42.
Wow.
Now 43 halves. I blink and there's new all-time highs. 54s, 57s, 58s, half. It's a silver, new all-time highs. Absolutely 59s. This is
The gold's still struggling up around the 90 zone, 90 level, 90, 95s.
Wow.
Some sellers up there. See if we can pop them later on, though.
60s.
Especially
On the
if silver
61.
keeps going.
Well, we see 112. Not about 35 cents from $112.
When?
Not will. Yeah, when.
Yeah. Maybe in 5 minutes we'll see it.
Silver absolutely cooking.
Saw someone commenting like about the silver stuff, how it's interesting that we haven't seen any bodies yet in this silver move. And that to me might be what marks the end. Like, maybe you guys have read about them or something like that, but I haven't seen any like large hedge funds explode or some bank taking a big write down.
The only time it really sold off is when the margin requirements were increased. That's the only time it truly got smoked. And besides that, those are just better prices to buy.
And when's that going to happen again?
When was it? 2 weeks ago?
Aren't they just pegging it as a percent?
Oh, did you see the chart I pulled up, the daily in silver? We looked at what the daily looked like on silver. It's just like this. Straight up.
Straight up.
Straight up.
When did they? Was that December 29th when they raised margins?
Okay, so it's December. Very well could have been. Yeah, it feels right.
I believe that was correct. And where are we since that low?
We're under 100. Wow.
Price range.
Oh,
so from that low, we're already up 59%.
Unbelievable stuff.
Well,
wow.
Yeah, there we go. New all-time highs. Silver again. Silver not done. Let's just say it. $111.84. Closing in on $112. And gold is spinning its tires, spinning its wheels right now.
Yeah, we are up. Yeah, we're up nearly 60% in. Yeah, since the new year. So hell of a month.
Yeah.
I remember your open was last week. Silver up 25% or something this year. And it was only January 21st or something like that. I wonder if people are taking advantage of some of this movement. Let's take a look at some of the live funded trader leaderboard. We've got some traders up big. And Meat up $49,000. Yuki up almost $20. Dylan up 16. Collins, see the name up almost 15. Collins, not to be confused with Colin, up 13,000. Man, Meat up $49,000. Well done. We'll check back in with that leaderboard throughout the day. Make sure you keep those green days with your name, but heck of a way to start your week, month, year, for that matter. Job well done.
We'll have to roll up in silver.
I mean, it's moving. Yeah. Yep.
There you go, Jack. There you go, Jack.
Yep.
This is just a remnant of the trade.
Equities rolling over a little bit here. And Q off about 40 points from session highs. We got ES trading 69.71. 8 points off those highs.
Oh, man.
Right, the anchor VWAP there in the ES right now, Jack.
I don't know if my brother knew how right he was. But he liked silver when it was trading $14.
Well, Vince just showed us when gold was trading $50, right?
Yep.
Yeah, 510. It's 510.
Yep. Oh, 510. My bad. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, 510. Yeah, 10 times. We're 10 times the price, though. I mean, it's incredible.
We got 70. 8% short tilt, 78% short tilt ES, 78% short tilt NQ right now.
That's fine. I cut it.
Vince, it's cool that you held on to all those tickets.
Oh yeah, Hogue. Look, I don't know if you saw the other one. This was a 25 lot. Sold silk.
Yeah, I saw that.
Gold. Yeah, I got this one here too. We sold 10 Feb gold, 507.90s. This was like
2003,
December 1st, 2005. Wait,
2005?
this ticket was
The cut, Jack.
Yeah, 2005. Yeah, 507.90.
Here goes silver.
I got a silver ticket. I'm trying to
Closing in
find
on $112. We are going to, we're a penny and a half away from $112 in silver.
Wow.
Again, heavy short tilt ES, heavy short tilt NQ right now. 78% short in both. Price in the ES 69.73.
I think we're going to work along in the Dow.
Go for it. What I was looking at, it may, anything can happen. It may sell off. It may rotate back to 6,900. But the reason I got in that trade was disappearing. So we'll wait. I see better shorts higher. Get long, Vince.
That market generated information. Well, I like it, Jack.
And $112.05. Silver absolutely out of control. Buyer stepping in. Nice cut, Jack. Buyer stepping in. The ES. Gold catching a bid as well. That short tilt, 78% short tilt in ES. Oh, down to 75%. Wow.
I'm going to stop talking about the Dow. Every time I say I want to get long, look what happens.
I mean,
it runs without me. Oh my god. Yeah. I might try to get long ES, though.
We just saw $111. Yeah. We just saw $111 for the first time ever in silver. We saw $111 for the first time ever 14 minutes ago. 14 minutes ago. And we are now trading $112. Oh, shit.
So of note, we did right there close on a little bit of a longer time frame. Going back to last week in the gap, we closed in the ES. That's why that 69.80 level seems pretty important to me. And when I talk about rotation back to 6,900, I meant 69.30. So I meant 6,900 SPX, which that's the range we've kind of been in last couple days.
Incredible. ES flirting with new session highs. Dow's making new session highs there. 49,498. Again, we just saw the $111 price for the first time ever in silver at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time.
Yeah,
15 minutes later,
everybody.
We are trading $112.
Yeah, it's wild stuff.
15 minutes, there's a buck. And ES just uptaking some new session highs there, 69.80 half. Man, oh man. Still 77% short tilt in the NQ. And silver stealing the show for right now. Bottom of the hour, we'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices in the equities. What are those? One may ask. Simply the highest and lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session. It gives you a range framework to work within for the rest of the trading session, but we are by no means have the initial balance high price in. Or low for that matter. That can happen here in the next 15 minutes. Gold, much more reluctant to run with silver. 50, 90, 50, 95, call it. See some resistance there. Nice cut, Jack. 69.81. New session highs in the ES. Tilt leveled out. Tilt leveled out.
Jack, I'm wondering where your options level moved to. Is it S&Ps? I got a couple of targets: 69.84 quarter, 69.88. That area, does that line up with anything for you?
Yeah, I mean, that's the area. I mean, I see the resistance higher than that. So going up about maybe starting at like, 69.90 in the futures would be where I'd start looking.
Okay.
But especially it's part of my New Year's thing too. I'll always be quick, or hopefully be quicker to cut shorts. That, if I do get long, I want to hold on to those guys.
Right. Especially with the opening range, the dead ass low. Looking for longs all day.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a way in, Hope. Just not happening. So frustrating.
69.82. Nice cut, Jack. 69.82 quarter. New session highs ES.
Hmm.
And Q. And Q, about 8 points off the highs. Might see some buying in here. That tilt did level off. Now it's back to 50-50 ES and the NQ. And there we go. More buying. Equities. 25,861.
See what happens up around 84, 85s here in the ES. We get up there.
It's like metals take a breather, and then the equities go. Equities take a breather, and then the metals go. It's
fascinating stuff here.
I think I'm going to work along in the NASDAQ here. Give me 1 second, and I'll let you know where I put it in.
New highs.
Let's see. I figure a couple things out.
Absolutely cooking. News been pretty quiet for now. Haven't seen much. That can obviously change in a moment's notice. Again, on the march to 200,000 subscribers. Please click subscribe, click like, and notify. 200,000.
What I see, I'm looking at options gamma levels, and what I was looking at shifted up. So, I'm just more careful in shorting in general. We can still work out. I mean, as I was pointing at, we just closed the gap to
there you go.
Close, I think last Friday.
What price were you working, Vince?
I'm going to work to buy 3 MNQs at 25,831 quarter.
Okay.
And we're going to put our stop just below the low.
NQ absolutely running right now. NQ closing in on 25,900, about 30 points to go. Buyers just jumped in there and popped that sucker about 50 points here. That's short tilt. Metal's taking a breather right now. ES and Q off to the races.
I love that.
Yeah,
that hit what would have been our stop. So I'll take that as a moral victory.
100%. 100%. Gold pushing lower now. Silver, same story there. Man, oh man. $25,882 new session highs and Q. Will we see 7,000s today in the ES? We're about 15 points from there. In the last 4 minutes or so, and Q up about 50 points. And continuing to push higher here. Yes, also. Same thing. Bit of a pullback in the metals. Is it Apple? Is Apple cooking?
Apple is cooking. Apple's up 2.5%.
There we go.
Which is good because I believe
2.5.
Apple's been down for like 8 straight weeks.
All right.
Yeah,
Got a couple 100 lots on the offer up in the NQ at 25,900. Couple, we got 100 lot. I took beneath that, but
I gotta be
a little bit of
canceling that.
yeah. Buyers jumping in.
Like lately, all I gotta do is just hit the buy button. You know, there's no pullbacks.
It's the only way. It's just the only way right now.
Yeah.
And that pullback got bought in silver. Man, oh man, they don't. If you're looking to get in, if you're looking to get in, there's not a whole lot of time to think. You just got to execute, manage your risk. Oh, you see these moves here. I see you watching this. How do you get? You not me? Vince, like Vince, I'm not saying Vince. You're working. You're trying to get a certain price. If you just gotta stay patient, don't chase. Yeah, I guess you just don't chase. Stay patient. Yeah. You can see this market running away. Yeah, you may get the urge to missing the move. I'm missing the move. Man, oh man, that dip was bought in silver, and we were making new all-time. My goodness.
Yeah, 112.10.
Silver
runaway train.
Silver just pulled back to. That was $1 pullback. We bottomed out at $111.25.
Guys,
60 seconds ago.
Our Bitcoin whale is capitulating a little bit right now. They're closing new activity. They're closing these. Still have a lot on, obviously, but they're closing some of this Ethereum long as we speak. So they're taking a L on this one, but maybe I don't know how much they're going to take off, but they're still long, 210,000. But and this is the way they get in and out. They just like every second. Oh,
am I looking this way?
Wow.
On the 5-minute, looking at silver, it has a $1 range, $1.10 range on the 5-minute candle here in silver.
I canceled those orders. It's just. We'll look for another opportunity here.
The pullback lasted about 4 seconds.
69.88. Here we are, Jack.
Okay. Hoag's talking ES here.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I like a little higher. Just short of 7,000 in the futures. 69.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not in any hurry.
No. Haste makes waste.
The session high just printed in the NQ 25,886. Same in the Dow. Same in the ES. Session highs printing all three of those equity markets. Oh, what do you like up here at 88s? 69.88. What do you have? Not that you actually like it, but why is it a price of interest to you? What you have been seeing?
It's kind of obscure number, but you never know what's going to work. It's an afternoon pullback low from the 15th of January.
Okay.
And then there's the naked point of control from the 16th of January that remains unchecked, which was that 69.84 quarter level. So it is, like I said, somewhat of an obscure level. However, it does offer the opportunity to limit risk. If it holds, it could be a good see money, take money move.
I love this question. Mr. Generous asked, do traders talk to themselves throughout the trading session to help with avoiding jumping into trades?
100%.
The first answer, do traders talk to themselves? Yes. Reasons can definitely vary as to why, but yeah. Vince, do you talk to yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Jack, do you talk to yourself? I'd love to hear
Drinking.
that comment. Jack, what is that? Do you
Keep
talk
it
to yourself?
positive.
I don't know if I really had the opportunity to because I'm usually on with other people. But yeah,
Sure.
I'll talk to myself a little bit.
I know Hogue does. Gotta ask Low Hogue.
Yes. Yes.
All right, we'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices here.
Nice. Now we're getting the pullback.
Here's your pullback.
Yes.
I hope that this 88 just like dubs from here. That'd be too
Oh,
perfect.
man.
Too little faith.
Use a nice little healthy pullback, right?
Yeah, we're looking at it.
Sometimes those obscure levels
It is an obscure
really pan
level.
out sometimes.
And you said, what, January 16th? I'm like, man, what's January 16th? But
Yeah.
you lined up with the previous trading day.
15th
About
and
6 point-
16th. Little confluence there.
We're about, we're 6 points lower off that 88. Now 8 points lower off the 69.88 last trade in the ES. 69.80. And Q 30-point pullback there. Look at that, man. Little pullback in silver.
Still looking to go
40
long,
cents.
Vince?
Yeah, what price? You have?
Yeah, at some point. I pulled the orders in the NASDAQ though for right now. I want to see how we react, on the change of this half-hour bar, because we're still inside the range at the moment. So I'm gonna be a little patient, see how we start to
Smart.
develop here. I like this pullback though here in the ES.
All right, we've probably set the initial balance here.
We might have. Again,
I feel safe.
Yep.
Oh, what a pullback.
I like the pullback here. I like it.
69.79, 10 points off the highs in the ES. 40 points off the highs in the NQs. We trade 25,840. And continue. Dow, same
Gold
story over there.
pretty nicely too.
I believe it is. All right, chat. I'm going to ask you. I need your help. I know we got Hogue here. Just let's tell us if we're right or wrong. What is the initial balance? What are the initial balance prices in the ES and the NQ? Again, simply the highest and lowest prices traded in the first hour of the New York session. I think we got the
Somebody
highs
asked, by the way, if Hogue, if the initial balance applied to both gold and silver too, or like what time frame you would do that in.
Yeah. So because technically gold and silver, they open the regular trading hours at 7:20. It skews the initial balance sometimes, especially if you're looking on a 30-minute chart. So I focus on that 7:20 to 8:20 Central Time initial balance, and I can tell you right now, initial balance high in gold 50.7430. It's going to be just a little bit off of the 7:30 to 8:30 initial balance, and the initial balance low would be the same today, 50.52 even. So it can kind of skew things a little bit on the charts. As far as silver is concerned, I can tell you the IB high and the IB low on the 7:20 open right now, although they're so far away. Initial balance low, 110.05, and initial balance low, 108.45 and a half. 108.46. So
nice question.
those are kind of a long way away. But because of the 7:20 open, it can skew it if you're looking at it on a 30-minute chart. But I can always tell you. That's why you're here, TopstepTV.
Oh, all right. Well, tell you what, Vince, that hour came and has went. Let us know if you get filled.
Yep.
If on that NQ trade. But a couple words before you get out of here, Vince. As always, thanks for joining us. Thanks for playing Reversal Challenge last week. But a couple words, and
Yeah, that was fun.
we'll let you get on your way. But thanks, Vince. A couple words before you get out of here.
Yeah, so if you're out there trading silver, everybody, be very, very careful. Like I said earlier, I mean, we have a range that's $4. You know, that's what is that, $100,000 range on a one lot? Right, it's $25,000 a dollar, right?
Yeah.
Where's it?
Big
5,000
contract.
Yeah, in the
Well,
big,
it's-
right? It's
No, it's $5,000.
25,000. So it's $25,000 range. So be very, very careful, right? Have a stop, and just protect your accounts right now. These markets are extremely volatile, and we have a number coming out Wednesday, right? So just be on caution, and just be careful if they sweep the rug out, right? We're at all-time highs. You know what happened with gold a while back, maybe a month or so ago. Every time we put an all-time high, we had a vicious pullback of about $100 an ounce. So just be careful if you're long out there, right? So I'll see you all later.
Later, Vince.
It's fun, everybody.
Thank you, Vince.
Thanks, Vince.
Trade well, everybody.
See you, my guy.
See you.
Vince,
See you
always
later.
preparing, always planning. Great stuff. I guarantee you what Vince is going to do now. He's going to go to his journal. He's going to go to his journal, jot down some things, but maybe after, see if he gets this trade. It coincides with the tip of the week here on TopstepTV. We're bringing you a new one every week. What is this week's tip? Keep a trading journal. I know Hogue loves this one. Track all trade details, review wins and losses, identify patterns in performance, refine your strategy from insights like that. Keep a trading journal. Gotta do that. We actually can do that. Then TopStep X as well, but I got mine right here. Right in here. Everyone's got theirs right there as well. So jot down. It doesn't have to be perfect, word for word, just little symbols and things just to keep in mind the time, price, maybe some things you weren't watching, paying attention to that affected your trade. But Hogue, keeping a trading journal, something you've been preaching, something you've been doing for decades now. So
Yeah.
you have your own symbols. A couple things you've looked at a bazillion trade reports. Some people that don't journal. Hold on, sorry, we'll talk about the journaling here after. But we got this metal selling off. And speaking of metals, the heavy metal trader herself, star of Euro Trade, 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Sorry, she was fired up last week when she came out fast markets. D, how you doing? Thoughts, hot takes? Silver, new all-time highs. D, what's happening?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it seems to be unstoppable right now. Having said that, we did just turn around from an ASR high, average session range high. So I'm just gonna go here. This is an old one. So my average session range high was around 112.040. Just to give you a visual reference.
Mm-hmm.
Not ADR high, but SR high, because we're way past the ADR. However, sometimes the average session range high, that's like my twist on it, it can provide an additional reference if you want to fade the move. If you're insane enough to fade the move. Having said that, I have been insane to do these sort of trades because you generally can find some sort of confluence. If there was a stronger level in the options that lines up with this, it would be a better trade. Right now, I'm not really seeing all that much until 115, with the caveat that 110 was a pretty important level. That's also where the initial balance was. So maybe if we pull back to 110, there could be another long. Having said that, the candle ranges are absolutely bonkers. And I just don't know how you would get away trading this without like 140 tick stop, which is very expensive considering that silver micro is not a true micro. So I'm actually thinking maybe copper would be a better choice here. Another thing I'm seeing on silver is that the value on the fixed volume profile, it's completely at the top. That tends to be a very, very bullish sign where the value is basically just towards the top. So I don't like to see that. I would like to see some excess so that value is slightly migrating lower if I was going to short it at this point. Anything outside of that, I'm waiting for either a good pullback for longs or just staying out if it starts screaming even higher. I am on combines today. There's a bit of a review going on in my account because of a couple of trades a while back. So I was told to kind of pause things for a day or two, and that's fine because it's the Fed rate decision on Wednesday. I'm not really itching to trade too much before then. So yeah, all good. But the metals are looking pretty crazy, with copper being the more sane, mature. And silver is just like, let's go for a rave, yay! So yeah, silver is the new NQ, I think.
Yes, it is. All right, D. Well, if you're insane enough to short it, yep. Godspeed. Looking for perhaps if you're going to long it, pretty much obviously you're getting long around the all-time high. What kind of pullback? How do you? It's $1 million question. What's a decent pullback look like? We had a $1 pullback right here in silver in the blink of an eye. It's
dollar schmuller. What's a dollar amongst friends? So I think the 110 is a good price. Yeah, very possible. Like I said, the ranges are absolutely insane.
Blink.
I wouldn't look at the dollar, dollar value. Say, it's going to move from 110 to 50. No, it is within the day's range. All of it, all of the craziness, everything. So I know it seems weird, but that's what we're working with. It's expanded volatility, expanded ranges. And I just like to use the big options levels to expect where the dealers might step in to hedge. And the only place that I can see that right now is 110. It's close to IB high, close to the former ADR high, which we just shot through as if it wasn't there. But yeah, anything before then, I think it will be a little bit playing with fire. Just got a high on hopium that it's going to carry on even more crazy.
Oh, hopium, yes.
You say 110s? That's IB.
Yeah.
That's the IB high in silver.
Yeah.
And if you look at gold just traded all the way back to its IB high right there and found some support there. So very kind of a similar level that Dee's talking about in silver just happened in gold.
Yeah. I call this setup joining the sustained auction from the initial balance high.
There you go. You have the best names for these.
Yeah, I like naming things. It just makes them alive in my soul. So.
It's alive.
There you go. There is
alive.
About a 65-cent smackdown in silver. $111. This is just wild. Same in gold. Gold just got smacked about $15. These moves are vicious. All right, 20 minutes till the till the top of the hour. Initial balance high in the NQ in the ES. ES initial balance high 69.88. Also the session high. Initial balance high in the NQ 25,886 half.
Someone in chat is asking, can you guys show where and what are you looking for exactly when you're talking about options levels? What services do you use? Well, I mean, there are services out there, a lot of them for equities, not too many for commodities. And some of the problem with the days where everything goes completely crazy is that a lot of the services will be looking at end of day levels. So what I do, I actually ping an API to bar chart and I drag the entire options chain, and then I have my own code that crunches things for me and gives me some levels. So I do that every morning and every evening as well. Very fun.
All right, let's take a look at some of these prices. Metals, equities, bit of a holding pattern. D, you got your eye on copper. It's the more mature one. What you got your eyes on the prices levels over there?
Well, I had my eye on 6 evens.
6 even, okay.
Yeah, it's gone. So I was getting ready. I was trying to, wake myself up because I had a little nap earlier, so I'm still
good.
groggy.
Good, yes.
Yeah.
Good. Good for you. Fine. Yes.
So that was one of the setups, the ADR high reversal into a failed auction. We're coming up to VWAP. I don't really like that setup because we're already so deep into initial balance. I would like to see a retest of the previous day value high, and that is, this is all the same day, isn't it? Let's have a look at the previous day. OMEX, roughly.
You might see those 110s in silver here.
I know.
$110.
I told you.
It's just like
nothing.
110.
It's
74. Last trade. 71's now
88.
Yeah.
At 69.88 has been diabolical so far. That was a real good call.
All right, so 595.55 would be the value high in copper.
Okay.
Would like to see a little bit more wick through that, and then that will make the whole day type a neutral day type. What does that mean? It means that you have the initial balance, then we extend to the upside, but then we fail the auction, rotate all the way through it, extend to the opposite side, and on some days you have a really good responsive fade on the basis of effectively a range at that point. Those are the kind of ranges that I enjoy. So we'll see if we can get there. That would be the next playbook. I have nothing around this particular point. So 6 was the one. 6 even was the one. The next level is 595 and a little bit lower.
Watching that ES 69.77 half. 69.88 held to the tick. 50-50 tilt. Equities, silver, under $111. So just whipping around. This 5 minute, we're looking at a 70-cent range just at this 5 minute candle. Oh, question in the chat. Question about initial balance. Why does initial balance work? And did you guys take a look at initial balance when we trade in the pits? Oh, this one is your wheelhouse. Initial balance. We got those. First, can you hit us with the ES and NQ initial balance prices? And then we can go from there.
So the initial balance, I mean, it kind of comes from the pit days. It comes from market profile and the theories in and around market profile and the auction theory and auction prior. The initial balance in the pit was really when the first hour was up. The locals, or the retail traders, if you want, we used to call them locals, and they weren't really retail, but the locals in the pit, the people trading their own accounts, would look at the initial balance high and the initial balance low as kind of highs and lows where we could kind of expect two-sided trade to ensue between those levels. So a lot of those traders in the pit were scalpers or very short time frame traders. They were just looking for levels to get trade to go to get price to go their direction for a brief period of time. Some of them were even working the bid and the offer at the same time, hoping to get hit on both. The initial balance kind of gave us that early range, which we might be able to depend on two-sided trade to occur between those two levels. And then when you get a break outside of the initial balance, then you're monitoring for either continuation higher above that initial balance, or in the case of lower, or you're looking for price to kind of overextend and come back inside the initial balance, telling you that there's possibly some sellers above the initial balance that offers opportunity. Do they work? Yes and no. They work some days, they don't work other days. It's difficult to say whether something actually works or not, because nothing is going to be 100% in trading ever. They're just reference levels. They're levels that I look at, D looks at, everybody that is interested in them keeps an eye on them, because number one, always first, they offer the opportunity to limit risk. Number two, they offer opportunities for potential change in daytime frame market state. And number three, they sound cool to say. No, just kidding about that.
Love that.
But the initial balance is really just an assumption and an area that that trade has occurred. Is it going to continue to occur inside that range, or is price going to go seeking different levels to facilitate trade? Because, as we all know, the market's job is to facilitate trade. It is to seek equilibrium between buyers and sellers where two-sided trade can ensue. When there's a change, sometimes those change happens in and around initial balance highs and lows. I hope that's a good answer.
I think so. Well,
Beautifully said.
got some buyers. Got some buyers jumping in here in the ES and the NQ. Buyers jumped in the ES right around 69.76. We're up about 6 points from there. Dow found a bid, and the NQ found a bid as well. Keep an eye on copper. Keep an eye on that 59.55 level.
Mm-hmm.
Little headline here just showed up on the wire, nothing major, but Russian Energy Ministry proposes to lift gasoline exports ban ahead of schedule. Saw a little selling in crude. Perhaps that had something to do
Look
with
at
it.
our Bob.
What happened? Getting smoked?
Well, no, but
Oh, nothing.
If it's going to react, it's more likely to react in its actual product, which is gasoline futures.
Oh, that's very, yes. Good call, D. Thank you. 50-50 on the top of the hour in 12 minutes. 12 minutes till top of the hour. Like D said, huge week. This week we got FOMC on Wednesday. Earnings also, some of the heavy hitters. So we got Meta, we got Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, just to name a few. Jack, taking a look, the dollar index, the Dixie, continues to go lower. I guess it's taking more dollars to buy metals. Why is the dollar going lower when rates are going higher? Help me understand this. Typically, higher rates, stronger dollars. Typically, the traditional relationship there. Or did I stump you? This continues to be a developing story. It continues to be a story. The dollar continues to get weaker. Look at the DXY. It's dollar getting weaker, rates going higher. You're on mute.
You're muted.
You're on mute. But
I'm muted. I was saying cool stuff. Damn it.
Oh, man.
I was looking. I had the chart pulled up just as before you came to me talking about that. Yeah, the dollar's getting smoked right now. This is the DXY up here. Yeah, do you want to buy dollars?
These rates, the rest of the world's buying. Or I guess other Japan is Japan be some of it.
Yeah,
some of the correlations are out of whack right now. Dixie
Japan's
down, metals up. Simple, correct.
Some sort of currency intervention. The USD JPY very closely tracks 10-year yields. I don't have a chart of that at the moment, but they're getting a little out of whack right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. Good for metals.
Yeah, good for metals. However, it's very simple. Dixie down, dollar index down, metals up. Simple. Rates are up too. That's what's making this a little confusing. So maybe not that simple. I love that though. Rasin21 in the chat, always keeping us in check. Absolutely love that.
You know, as Japanese yields keep rising, I'm never an expert. Like, this isn't a trade I was involved with. I'm more familiar with the basis trade than the carry trade, but certainly there's more demand for US dollars if people are doing that. And if that's unwinding, then there would be less demand for US dollars.
I'm confused.
Is carry trade back on then? Because it was not a thing for many years.
I hesitate. Let me do some research on it. I'm getting out over my skis with that. That's not something I've ever really followed.
I have, because I actually had a algo that looked at co-integration baskets between 6 different products with like different interest rates and stuff.
Mhm.
And it worked beautifully, and then it stopped working right around 2014, I want to say. And yeah, so since then it's all been a little bit tricky with the correlations. It was like QE did something to the underlying relationships. And I know why, is because they brought down the interest rates to near zero. And in fact, some countries had negative interest rates, like Japan and Switzerland. But everybody else are like 0.25, 0.5, 0.25. And you just can't, there's no momentum in between. Like, you have to have that differential between the interest rates in order to make the carry trade work. At least in my opinion.
And silver turnaround. Silver now trading $111.85. NQ just tapped on some new session highs there. Got, well, very, very close. Oh, yeah, right around initial balance. And buyers are jumping back in the NQ. We are off to the 25,893.
All right, let's do a punt long in, going to do micro copper here.
All right.
So the idea is that we pull back above 6 evens again. And let me just have a look at the other metals. Silver is back at the ASR high.
Sure is, D. Sure is. Oh, tell us when you get those. Tell us the price you're getting in the copper there. What?
Yeah. Micro. Oop. Oh yeah. Hold on. I need to
25,895 half. Is it Apple? What's cooking in the max? Is it? Did someone just jump on the?
Still, Apple's up 2.9%, which is a real big day for Apple.
Okay.
Broadcom 1.6 up, Google 1.5 up, Meta 1.7 up, Tesla down 2.25%.
Damn.
All right, I'm in.
Nvidia roughly scratch.
So 59995 is the entry. My CYA is 97.70.
All right. Long 5 micro copper from 5.9955. Pushing higher here in copper. Definitely. Just pop some new highs.
I know, consistency rules, whatever.
What are they calling you out on?
No, I know what they are going to call me out on, because you're not supposed to have a day that's bigger than 4.5. The thing is, it's easy to lose a little bit of cash. So we're just doing the hypothesis here. It doesn't matter for the P&L.
And Q just popped higher here. Hogue, we're above. Hey, real quick, Hogue, what do you got in Delta? Anything cooking in ES and Q? Silver looking to make
ES Delta's 3,200 positive. NQ 400 positive.
Right.
So not real aggressive, and no divergence.
Nope.
Here, take a look at this chart.
Above IB high in the NASDAQ here.
Incredible. What a bounce of silver, hoop for real.
This is the USD yen on the left axis, and this is the 10-year yield on U.S. Treasuries on the right, and you can see just how closely they track each other. So there's a thought maybe towards the end here they've started to diverge a little bit, and then boom, they're talking about some sort of currency intervention. Yeah, you get nervous when these things dislocate, so something to keep an eye on.
Absolutely. What a turnaround. What a bounce. Silver and gold. We got copper of 6. What's your target on this, D? We're above 6. Nice entry. Seems to be, push.
It's just 2R, so a little bit above the high, so that would be around 604.45, just underneath 605. There is a GEX level there as well, so I'm kind of going from level to level. if we can get there. And if not, then we should see the price rolling back below 6 evens. But everything else is trying to pull back to the highs, with gold being the more muted one.
Nice entry there. Top of the hour, 3.5 minutes. Silver looking at $1.40 turnaround there in the last 6 minutes or so. We're about 20 cents from all-time highs. As we trade $112.14. We have gold turned around as well. Gold, we were just trading $20 lower about 10 minutes ago. Jack, 69.88 in the ES. We're about 4 points from there right now. It held once.
That was Hope's level. A little bit for me. Like I said before, I'm looking a little higher than that for resistance. Starting, it gets interesting between 69.90 and 7,000. Somewhere in there, depending on the price action, I might take a look at it.
Oh, you like longs off of initial balance high? Back. We're not above initial balance high in the ES.
No. And we just gave back the IB high in the NASDAQ. We looked above, back down below. We've got 2 minutes to see what happens.
2 minutes remaining in the period. We got silver.
Would be a preemptive short right now.
Silver, you can do it. We're going to make new all-time highs. Again, silver, not done.
Pew, pew, pew.
It's insane. It's insane. It's absolutely madness.
It's not the little engine that could anymore, man. It's like a train barreling down on your conversion van. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's out of control.
Let's look at that.
Yeah, it looks like a meme coin. It's crazy.
We were talking about that. Is this normal?
I was trying to explain. No.
Is this normal? No.
I was trying to explain that, I do higher time frame analysis. I start on the weekly, start on the daily. And then I looked at the weekly chart and I was like, yeah, nothing to see there. There's no levels. There's nothing. It's just up.
Uncharted territory.
Like, okay, daily, same thing. Okay, maybe we can find some value in the fact that it attempted to reaccumulate briefly for a few days and then again shot up. But I mean, look at this thing. Look at it. Like, this is an actual commodity.
Look at the last 10 minutes. It's
parabolic, right? Looks like something
isn't right. I'm not going to. Hey,
yeah.
There's opportunity. What that chart looks like, the right answer, that chart looks like opportunity to get in there as we're seeing traders getting in. Yeah. We just saw about $1 10-cent turnaround in the and silver range.
You're right, Andre. You see opportunity.
These commodities, the metals are trading like we're expecting massive inflation. The bonds aren't.
Nope.
So, like,
there's a disconnect.
What's going to give?
Well, what's going to give? All right, hey, D, that was quick, but we're going to be seeing more of you. I think we can see you in group coaching. Also, Euro Trade, 3:30 a.m. Central. D, couple words if they want to see you to kick off, I guess, the TopstepTV program. 3:30 a.m. Central, Euro Trade. D, couple words, and then you got to get out of here. We'll see you in about an hour or so. Go ahead, D.
Yep, thanks, Ray. So we are looking at the options levels. We reviewed the levels for the week and the day in silver, gold, copper. I also touch upon any energies that might be moving. Right now, that would be natural gas. So we talk about those levels as well. And the levels that I give you would usually hold up throughout the day as reaction zones. What you're going to do with the prices, that's down to you. I can't tell you how to run your own trading. But those are some of the areas where dealers might hedge. And then furthermore, we don't always get trades during the Euro trade. which I use as an opportunity to talk about the logistics of passing combines, bankroll management. I answer a lot of questions in the chat. Maybe do a bit of karaoke.
Really?
Every so often. No, not really. No, but a little bit of singing sometimes if I feel like it. But yeah, so it's pretty fun. It's pretty chill. The London crowd are very polite, so thank you guys for that, and girls.
What are you singing?
And everything. The daytime show that is a little bit rowdy sometimes.
Yes, they are. All right, D. Well, thank you very much. I think we'll be seeing you in group coaching, but I'm not going to be the one to tell you what's going to be on group coaching, D. We'll get you out of here. Thank you so much. And with that being said, that's my guy, Dr. Volatility, James Harden, the man, the myth, the legend. James, tell us about what we got here on TopstepTV. Let's go.
You got it, Andre. Hello, everybody. Welcome. You guys made it through the weekend. You stayed warm out there. It's cold. But guess what? We're heating up in here, and we're talking about Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. That's right, Topstep X. It's the platform we all know and love. But if you are just starting out with Topstep, or you're a Topstep veteran, there may be things you still need or want to learn about Topstep X. Well, you're in luck. We threw together a video series called Topstep X in 5 minutes or less, all curated by Coach Robert himself, the Topstep X guru. So if you're looking at the chart and you don't know where to start here. We dropped the link in the chat. Go ahead and click on it, bookmark it. And when you have 5 minutes to kill, be sure to watch a video in Topstep X, 5 minutes or less. You never know what you might learn by just taking 5 minutes out of your day. Then, if you want to keep on learning, tune back in to TopstepTV today at 12 p.m. Central Time. Don't let the sign there fool you. It does say 12:15, but there is no shoulder tap today. So group coaching will be moving ahead till 12 p.m. Central Time. Group coaching, it's the point in the show where we sit down and answer your questions live on air. And today we have Gabe, Anne-Marie, and Deanna. You just saw Deanna here in Fast Markets. If you have any questions for her about the product she trades, how she trades, or any questions about Eurotrade, her show at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, you can get them in front of her eyes by clicking on the link that's in chat. It's pinned right now. Go ahead and click on it, fill out your question, and then be back here in your seats at noon for group coaching. That's right, Anne-Marie and Deanna and Gabe, 3 great TopstepTV personalities for you to ask your questions to. Group coaching, we'll see you there. Now, before we go back to the charts and have Dakota join us, it's cold out there, y'all. We talked about it earlier, but snow and ice are falling across much of the U.S. from Texas to the Northeast. Hundreds of thousands of people are without power amid extreme cold temperatures. Lee Waldman is in New York with the latest on the storm.
A monster winter storm is making its way across the U.S., battering 2/3 of the U.S. population with snow, ice, and brutally cold temperatures.
Wild, 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 wild. I haven't seen snow like this in years. Completely frozen. What the heck?
Schools have been canceled or moved to remote learning, and flight disruptions have continued to climb, with Sunday marking the most cancellations since the COVID-19 pandemic. Ice coating trees and power lines in the south is damaging on its own, but the wind is adding an extra danger. Widespread power outages in the Nashville metropolitan area could last for days, according to the electric utility Nashville Electrical Service. In Louisiana, people are riding out the storm in warming centers after officials confirmed 2 men died from hypothermia. Up north in New York City, Mayor Zohran Mamdani says there are thousands of sanitation workers out on city streets, and plows have started to clear roadways.
We really encourage you to stay home. Staying home is the safest thing you can do. It's the best thing for our city workers.
At least 20 states have declared a state of emergency in response to the historic winter storm, and many will experience its lingering effects for days and even weeks as the cold temperatures stick around. In New York, I'm Lee Waldman.
Yeah, it was weather, love weather. Hopefully those temps go up, but I'll tell you what, gold prices absolutely just shot out of a can there. Gold closing on all-time highs right now, $5,101, $5,101 right now in gold. Last trade, we are up $35 in the last 10 minutes or so. Wow. With that being said, hey, what's up, Mr. Dakota? You are jumping on a moving train here. Gold is cooking. Silver is cooking. Sure. Start of slow market, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. on TopstepTV. What is up, Dakota?
Silver's been cooking for months now, man. This is just getting out of hand. I'm just at awe. It's up over 11% now. What do we do? What do we do? We decide to just watch it, and it's so tempting to short this thing, but you don't really. That's what's driving it up, I guess. People coming in trying to short it and getting liquidated on the way up. But I am up $1,500 trading silver last night.
No kidding.
Ironically,
shorting. All right.
There's some good trades last night, man. If you guys missing it, like that's where this $1,500 came from. But yeah, I mean, what do we do? It just keeps going up. I mean, it's outpacing gold dramatically. So that spread trade that you were talking about is still interesting, Jack. And I don't know, where's silver gonna go? When will it stop?
Well, silver right now just made new all-time highs, $112.86. You made your money shorting it. I love that.
Yeah, there's a couple of good opportunities last night. It's
see money, take money,
buy it. Yeah. Psychologically, how do you buy this thing?
Well,
it's a very good question.
What's that turnaround? Insane. What happened in gold? Gold just broke out to the upside. We trade 50.99. 51.07, call 51.08 would make new all-time highs in gold. We have 22 minutes till the London close. Bottom of the hour here. What other
tapping
markets?
On 6950 SPX again.
I was pushing lower.
Did end up getting sticky around this level.
Okay.
Failed upside auction in the NASDAQ to a degree. Couldn't take out the high in the S&Ps.
To a degree, Hog. There's some nuance there. Why to a degree? I know we did pretty much at initial balance. Yeah.
So
just made
this is the 30-minute chart in the NASDAQ, right? So this is the bar that broke the high of the initial balance, and it closed back below the initial balance high. It's testing back above the initial balance high. So technically the failed upside auction is still a valid trade as long as it doesn't take out this high, that high being 25,898.5, the current session high. So as long as it doesn't take that out, it's still potentially showing sellers up there. So it's one of the things I like about this is because it really helps you limit risk. If you short 890, you're risking basically 10, 15 points to find out if you're wrong, which the NASDAQ isn't much.
No, it's not.
No. Can't do that with micro and silver, though.
Silver closing in
more and more insane.
Silver about to closing in at $113, about 14 cents to go there. We saw $111 for the first time ever about an hour and a half ago. And we're closing at $113 now.
Yeah. And we've seen $100 an ounce for the first time ever, what, Friday? Right? Friday.
Yes. Yep.
Then. Yeah. Up 11.3% now.
It keeps going.
Jack, I know you got your eye on the ES. Can't crack those.
I do.
88.
We're just kind of sticky right now.
Yeah.
Like we're just drifting around the that 6950 SPX level.
I'll push lower. NQ looking like it wants to get those 900s. About 8 points away from 25,900. Here's your man.
There's a little bit of a.
That's it, Dakota. I was just gonna say is that what a pullback looks like? Is that all you get? Is that all you get? Is that all you get? We're talking about silver.
Yeah, we're watching silver. I'm watching silver. Yeah, it's up 11.25%, and we pull back. I mean, honestly, that's a huge pullback. Like if you were watching silver a few weeks ago, like that's a pretty good pullback. But now it's just so looks so small visually. But the tick value is still the same. It's still $5 a tick for 1 micro. And yeah, Andre, that answered your question. That was a pullback. Here we go, right back up. I'm just watching this, watching the price action continue to make higher lows. And I'm gonna be honest, I'd love to see a rejection and retest at $12.
112s. All right.
Yep, 112s.
Again, pinned to the top of the chat. Got that form for those questions for group coaching. Gabe, Deanna, and Marie. Should get those questions in. The London close in about 18 minutes. 18 minutes until the bottom of the hour. What is the next thing to go? Here's a pullback in gold. $5, 50.95. Come on, that one in the chat saying up 4K on an XFA. Job well done. What are you trading?
So
do it. Huge week, Dakota.
It's a Super Bowl type week, man, with earnings and everything on Wednesday.
And
Wednesdays,
literally a Super Bowl type week that the Super Bowl has been set.
Ooh.
We've been treated the most boring Super Bowl ever.
Ooh,
but,
I know.
Yeah.
If you're not a fan, it's going to be a boring one.
Because we have Microsoft earnings this week. A headline came out about 10 minutes ago about Microsoft. Microsoft unveils latest AI chip to reduce reliance on NVIDIA. And Dakota just made that is because silver.
All-time high.
$113.
Yeah, 113.
That was the dip. That's about all you get. Blink. And we're higher.
And it's gone.
Blink and we're higher.
Up almost 12% now.
Almost like you don't even have to look. Yep, new high silver.
Yeah, that's how it was all last night. Just 113.
113.13.
Still saying, where are the bodies?
Yeah. We're breaking through the 113s.
113.19. I'm not kidding. We are looking at in the last 25 minutes, silver is up $2.
The silver spirits demand a sacrifice, and until someone explodes, we're just going to keep on. They're going to keep on pushing it higher until someone that's how you know the cake's done.
It's not stopping right now, man.
Taking out the pawns right now. Next, it's the rooks and the knights. Then they get the rest.
Guess what's gold's deal? Well, gold's about $7 from all-time highs. We take a look at tilt. Nothing really on the tilt. We do have a 2-year auction, about an hour, 45 minutes. That's noon Central Time. We have some things from the president's schedule. Starts picking up at noon Central. Meeting with the Air Force Secretary, the press conference from 11th. Then we have policy meetings. We got a radio interview. So a lot of Trump here in the afternoon here in the States. So you make sure you stay tuned to Topstep TV. We'll be giving you those headlines as we get them here. Right now, the star of the show is silver, continuing to make new all-time highs. So
close your eyes and buy it. Not financial advice, but
will we see $114? Will we see $114?
We're melting.
What's the ladder?
Melting alongside.
Sheesh. How do you trade this thing?
Could today be the blow off? Still need the sacrifice though. I'm not touching this short until.
That's the question.
Until one guy is demolished.
Almost 12% now. Almost 12%.
These shorts puking? Is this just shorts puking? Look at this. Wow, we're just cooking. 113. We got a silver chart up. These shorts are just.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 12%.
This is just
12%.
Oh man, this shit's wild, man.
This seems to be like the daily range every 5 minutes here.
We are now.
If there ever was a market that said "Don't fight a directional market," it's silver right now.
And why? Well, yeah. We just saw $113 for the first time ever 3 minutes ago, and now we're closer to $114.
A second ago, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is a huge market. It's what's the market cap they're saying on this? I know it's just an estimate.
It's more now. I mean, it was 5 trillion, so now it's got to be like 6 trillion or something. So it's not nothing.
Okay.
Yes, rolling over.
There's a nice blow off, like sell off right there. That's
or is that a pullback? Or is that a pullback?
No, I don't think this is just a pullback.
Let's watch the news. Maybe that is our sacrifice there. Maybe we'll hear today. So-and-so, master of the universe. Cart it out.
Gold turned around.
Yeah, there's something right there. If we had that big spike up all the way up to 113.65 and right back down, that's kind of opposite. What's the opposite of a V shape? I don't know.
An A.
Yeah, we just wicked that. So let's see. Maybe we'll get something here that could. Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of a sell off. Don't want to blink though, because we might be right back up.
We saw this. Yeah, we saw this.
I know.
We saw this about 30 minutes ago.
About an hour, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
We had it back towards the IB high.
We
almost
went higher.
got there.
Yeah. And buyers jumping in.
I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to be that.
You know why? It's because I said don't fight a directional market. Now it's time to sell it.
Yep.
Not financial advice.
You don't. ES.
I'm going to be that guy that short silver. Yes, everyone.
Okay.
You accuse me
I'm short
of
from
putting
$12.97
for the cereal.
Yep, I'm short of $12.97.
How many?
Enjoy.
How many you sell there, Dakota?
Just one micro, man.
Okay.
Just
yeah.
one micro. That's about where my risk tolerance is. It's just one micro.
All right.
That's all you can do. I mean, it's still $5 a tick. It's so volatile.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's still a lot.
Yep.
I think you
dollar caught a bit of a bid there. ES. All right,
These
69,
prices,
78. Yeah, go ahead.
The nominal value of a big silver contract is bigger than an NQ contract for the first time. So that's a beast of a contract. It means you're trading that much, one big contract is equal to $550,000 worth of silver. And it's moving 10% a day.
Heads up.
Big boy contract.
Yeah, 10 minutes till London close. All right. ES making another push lower here. It's at the lower end of the range, looking at the 5 minute. 69.77 last trade in the ES. 11 points off those highs. Man, oh man. All right, we got gold kind of grinding lower.
Yeah, I want to see if silver could close this next 5 minute candle below 112.75.
We're selling gold right now.
That would be the ideal situation for a short. Is 3-bar reversal, close below 112.76.
Every market's got its own. It's just all right. Yeah, I know. ES is rolling over. Oh, is it in rollover, the contracts? Good question, D. But we got, they're talking about, because gold is
No,
rolling
not
over.
yet.
Gold is rolling over in
Gold is,
price
yes.
right now.
Gold is, yes. Soon.
Rolling over the, as in like, are you saying the contract or price?
She's talking contract. I thought she was talking price.
Contract.
Like, okay, that's good to
The
hear.
price. Yeah. Selling off in gold, 50.88 last trade. 76% short NQ right now on the tilt.
Open interest is much greater in the April contract. D, it's like 245,000 to 194,000 in the February contract, but the volume is still largely in the February contract. Gold is a kind of a strange market as far as rollovers are concerned. You can never quite put your finger on what day it's going to happen. Got 122,000 traded in April today. In February, we've got 288,000 so far. So within a few days, I think we'll probably see that roll over.
I'm going to bail out on this, and I'll get back in if we see that reversal.
Just buyers in silver. It's just relentless. It's 113.42. Buyers jumped in there. Man, the ES. Buyers jump in the ES. Buyers jump in the NQ. They turned everything around.
Yep.
Not Intel though. Not Intel. Intel got hit on earnings.
And we're closing in on new session high. Closing on new session highs in the NQ. About a 40-point turnaround there. It was 76%. It was 76% short tilt in the NQ about 90 seconds ago. Still 76% short. ES popped that thing about 9 points as we trade 69.83. Markets are moving right now.
Every market's moving right now. Every market I look at has been moving.
Can't find a correlation to save my life right now. Nice cut there, Dakota.
Yeah.
In the silver.
Risk management, baby.
Yup. What's the dollar doing?
Oh, I'm sure not well.
There was a little, they bought that. Yeah. We're stumped. Well, you can hear it. We're trying to figure out what's happened. We are looking at
everything's
moving. About. That was a short squeeze. Shorts just got wrecked there. Shorts gonna get wrecked. Where's my guy in the chat? Shorts gonna get wrecked.
He's always here somewhere.
Yep. We got one to close. 5 minutes. 5 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Edgy invest in the chat. Oh my God, silver is so weird, man. I've never seen that kind of craziness. It's that was a good one right there.
Intel down 5%. Tesla down 2%.
Yeah,
Bitcoin's
Apple's
up,
still the
though.
big winner today.
Bitcoin's up as well. Okay. But the VIX,
the
VIX is unchanged.
12-lot sell in the ES. Finally saw some. VIX is unch. VIX is what? 15.8.
No, 1605. 1605. It's down a little bit. That's a little surprising by me.
And Bitcoin got hammered over the weekend, so it's like up on the day in the spot, but it's still
correct.
A rough go of it.
This is wild. Yep. 10-year yield. I'm looking for anything that can kind of paint a picture as to what exactly is going, because we are about to new session highs in the NQ. The 25,899 half. 2 ticks from 25,900. 10-year. We are just rotating through the charts right now. This is a pullback in the. Anything out of whack.
I'm still here on silver though. Still here on silver.
yeah.
See if we could break through these new all-time highs again.
Freedom Day trader in the chat. Do we trade 7,000 in the ES today? 17 points to go.
Right. I am back in the same trade.
All right, you got a better price there. What price did you get this time?
113.21.
13.21 blink. Yeah. You blink and we're showing 113.14. How many subs to reach 200K? Getting there. Please click subscribe. We're getting close. I can't say. We're close. We're closing in on it. I just looked at the number. We're closing in on it. Please click subscribe. Oh, 113.2. We got London close 3 minutes. Does that play into any trade decisions, Jack, in the ES that London close? We stalling out up here, or just get that out of the way and see how the market wants to react? The 69.88 continues to hold for now, but the more times we tap on it, Jack, I know the less. Is that still the case with 69.88? The more, we want to. This be the third time we tap on it. Would you?
I mean, look at my screen. These option levels, like we're just kind of. There's not too much interesting to be going on in the ES right now.
Right.
You'll notice on the puke to start last night's Globex session, we went right down to 68.50. Where did we find resistance? 6,900.
Gold dumping.
Started rising. Where did we test? 6,900. Now we're up at 69.50.
Okay, good stuff, Jack. Gold getting sold pretty aggressively right now. Again,
silver.
Silver is selling off as well.
1 micro on silver could do here. I'm up.
How do you manage the risk on this? Do you trail the stop? How do you get? Because that thing could turn around on you so quick, Dakota.
I'm manually managing this, right? Okay. So I'll trail this stop. The last one I took $300, $400 loss. This one I'm going to continue to do the same. We got kind of a 3-bar reversal. I'm looking for 112s to test, and so it's not a true risk reward if I'm always cutting these trades like the profit short. I'm going to let this thing play out. If I could get into a decent position.
Gold's getting smoked right now. Gold down $20 in the last 60 seconds or so. 50.70 last trade. We were just trading 50.90s. Gold getting sold pretty aggressively here. We're down $30 in the last. There's the blow off indeed. Gold down $30 in the last 10 minutes or so. Silver following suit. 112.46 last trade.
And there's a 3-bar reversal. Someone in chat was questioning it. It doesn't work all the time, but when it does, ooh, it's good. It's a good stuff.
Ooh,
heavy selling.
Yeah.
Silver. Can we see a push?
When it does, whoa.
Yeah, when it does.
New highs and Q.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, 909s. 909.5. Nice catch there, Hogue.
Let's see if silver's going to continue. Let's see. I want to see 112s here.
12s, 60 cents to go there.
I want to see it fast, though. Like, that's the thing is if it takes longer than like 10 minutes, then we have the chance for this. Not like all these sell-offs have been.
Want it now.
Well, close.
Violent sell-off.
The big one, Jack. The big one.
The big one.
And NQ, new highs, NQ, 25,911 would be that price. And pinned to the top of the chat, got those group coaching questions. Get the form and get those questions in for Gabe, D, and Marie. Huge week here for the markets. Topstep TV as well. Earnings galore, all the big tech companies. Apple's cooking, says Edgy Invest. We also have FOMC on Wednesday, wall-to-wall coverage of that. Get you prepared for the stretch, Silver man. Man, oh man.
Yeah, if we don't go here soon on silver, I might just get out of it.
Incredible.
How do I catch these reversals? I try and show it. I talk about it. Rebar reversal. Technicals on a 100 tick chart. And sometimes I get chopped up. You guys get to, unfortunately, you guys get to see that part too, right?
New highs NASDAQ. And the bad. New highs NASDAQ. ES, much more reluctant. 3 points, 2 points off the session highs in the NQ.
Right, if silver breaks down below this previous pivot, I have a nice end area to trail my stop now.
Hold it, hold. I see another.
We need to break through the 1240s.
I see another push lower here in gold.
112 evens is my target.
All right. Yes. Gonna flirt with those session highs.
Good.
So for those session highs. Another push lower here in gold. Dakota. Now we're into the 60 handle. 50, 68, 67 is now print in gold. Down about
Silver's
30.
Trying.
Yeah, silver might be taking a cue from gold. And rejection at 69.88 in the ES.
The only thing sucks about this is like not being able to scale in and scale out like I normally would with like a micro NASDAQ, right? Where I'd get into like 3 or 4 contracts and then I'll take a couple off and then leave a runner on. Trading silver like this, like it's so volatile and it's $5 a tick. I have to be all in, all out. So it makes it a little bit more difficult for me when it comes to just managing the trade. I'd love to take half. I like to take half my position off now, but I don't have that luxury right now.
112.
Buy a gold micro. I mean, like,
I would,
real cute at that point.
Back right around. Again, just pop. It's resilient. The bids are in silver. Bids are very resilient. What we got for Delta Hogan the ES?
2,600 positive. Nothing tremendous, but certainly no divergence.
All right. All right, we got about 20 minutes here in fast markets. We got morning recap coming up after this. You saw some of those big live funded traders putting up some
a little bit of profit on that one. I'm out.
Did you get out?
Andre.
Man,
yeah,
I'm out. No,
it just does not want to give up anything. Just a little bit of profit.
Back to $113, 113.14 cents. Yeah, we saw somewhere one live funded trader up, 44 grand today on this Monday.
How much?
44 large. Let's take a look at Friday. Friday, tricky market indeed. JD, come on in. Live funded P&Ls as well as payouts. What's up, JD? Oh, the mute. The mute got him.
The mute did get me. It was the second mute button. All right. Yeah. We did have some big winners on Friday. Let's take a look at those live funded P&Ls first. Here we go. Up first, Tyler A, 27,285 trading gold, silver, NASDAQ. 23 winning days in this live funded account for Tyler. Quentin Z's up next, 20,737 trading gold, 109 days in this live funded account total. That's quite a stretch for a live funded trader. Nice job, Quentin. Nikendra, 19,471 trading NASDAQ. Took a nice payout earlier this month, too. Good start to the year for Nikendra. Pi, 18,594 trading gold and the micro NASDAQ. And Christopher B rounds out the top 5, $16,344. Total P&L from Friday, trading the NQ, our lone single NQ trader. I'd take that pick. Nikendra was also trading only the NQ. All right, those are your P&Ls from Friday. Payout numbers coming up next. Here they are. Ming tops the list. Great way to go into the weekend. $14,730 in the pocket. Zaki, $6,772. Michael B, $4,679. Carolina P, $4,470. And Suleiman, our old buddy Suleiman, is back. $3,340 in payouts. These live funded traders showing us all what you can do in that live funded market. In the live market, I should say, pulling money out of it, lining their pockets with it. There you go. Payouts and P&Ls from Friday.
Well done.
Nice.
Friday was a tricky one. Put it nicely. I was gonna say something.
Got back in here one more time.
Let's
Andre.
go. Okay.
Last one I took a little bit of profit. This one I'm nearly the same price, 112.96. We popped up there. We rejected. I got in right at 12.96. So I'll do this in this range for a little bit.
Shorts from 112.96. 112.96. Range. We are in range in the ES. Look at that range on the 5. Yeah, Jack. What are you seeing there?
We're just hanging out around 69.50 in the SPX. It has been the least exciting market, I would say, that we cover. Silver's really stealing the show at the moment.
Yeah, we got about the last hour or so. ES been about a 10-point range. Low end 69.77. Upper end, call it 69.87.
Yeah, I know all my social media feed is all silver. Silver this, silver that.
Yeah, right.
Insane.
I'd like to take a look at your social media feed, Dakota. I'd love to see what the algo's feeding you.
It's boring, man. It's boxing and then just random stuff like
cool.
silver and talk. But there's one about some Chinese company that's trying to find an alternative for silver for solar panels, and it's mixing like a copper silver alternative, trying to get those costs down. So, like literally, I'd be like 1 a.m. reading in depth about some solar panel stuff yesterday.
You're just feeding the algos, Dakota.
Yeah. The next thing, then the very next one, it's like some boxing footwork drills.
That's cool. Mayweather.
Yeah, Mayweather.
All right, gold and
silver,
gold.
right.
Yeah, gold just saw another push lower here. 50.63. Last trade gold down about $7 here in the last 10 seconds. Will silver follow along? Silver much more stubborn.
It's holding this 112.40 level like it. We fell, we go. Let's see.
Look at that. Look at gold go.
You're right there.
Yes, we are.
Ooh.
Dump it.
What do you got?
Is it?
Is this the big one?
It's the big one. Did the music stop?
112.39, down about $1.
This is exactly where we were when we started, when I came on air 30 minutes ago.
Equities in a holding pattern right now. And QES trading right around the highs, a couple points off of it. Right now, gold on the move to the downside. New 5-minute just opening up. And silver does
not want to follow.
It's being stubborn. It's like pulling teeth.
Gold could turn negative today, and silver is just going to doesn't really care.
Probably.
Does not care.
You say, I hope the water's not cold.
And buyers jumping back in.
And look at this. Man.
Markets are moving right now. We're looking at the NQ. Might be looking
I'm seeing the price structure that I want to see. I really am, Andre. Like, we broke through these 40s. We're breaking through pivots when we do sell off, but it's just buyers just step in and just bounce it right back up.
Does not stop.
I think the big one's going to happen overnight, Andre.
Yeah. It's when the margin when they raised margins, gold was down $250. That was a big one.
That's when we got that big sell off on silver too. That.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's like an 81. Now we're trading 113.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Any other markets cooking right now? 50-50 on the tilt across the board. We got NQ trading above 900s, 25,904 last trade, about 20 points off the highs. ES, 10-point range for the last hour or so. Low in that range, low end of that range, 69.77. Upper end of the range, 69.87 or 88. That's the high of the session here. Wow. Big turnaround in gold, man. $15 turnaround. $15 turnaround in gold, just like that.
Here.
50.80 last trade. Gosh. Silver turnaround as well. Man, oh man. I can't find anything.
Man, that was a bounce on gold too.
$18. Like a $17 turnaround bounce, yep. What do you got for Delta, Hogue, and gold? They just get squeezed. The shorts just get caught down there.
Delta gold. No squeeze. Positive 3,000.
No kidding. Okay, so
yeah.
Okay, maybe that's what the sell-off
Silver
was
too,
about.
1,500 positive.
Damn.
Could be, people puking though will flip that delta positive in gold.
Oh yeah,
in short.
Yep. Emmons. Yes, still unable to get above initial balance high in the yes, that's true. NQ. Kind of trying to.
We'll see if silver can make a run to all-time highs again.
Here we go. We're like with the wow. 25 cents.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
That is a dollar turnaround. These 5-minute candles, we're looking at dollar ranges on these 5-minute candles in silver. Dollar.
Yes.
Dollar. $0.30 off the highs, all-time highs in silver. 25 cents now, 20 cents.
Yeah, we're up about 12%. I mean, maybe we see $14. $14. We're just right there. Then 15.
Hey, Hogue, in the pits, when you say you're trading the ES or equities and you're seeing these metal, come on, you saw like another pit going crazy. Would you guys just like stop? I mean, because I'm watching equities do not a whole lot right now while metals are just going crazy. Would you guys just like turn around and look over your shoulder and just watch the action in other pits if nothing like say what's going on? Or would you look for opportunity? Like, what's going on over there? How's it going to affect my market or my pit?
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, but it was usually the other pits that were looking at the S&Ps going, oh my God, what's going on there? Because it was, probably one of the loudest ones, except for the euro. Euro dollars was a big pit, but eventually they moved it to the upper trading floors, so we couldn't even see or hear it, which probably would have helped. But we're always watching what the bonds were doing. What the 30-year uptick, downticked, it meant something to the S&Ps. But most S&P traders weren't going to be running over into the meats or live cattle or hogs or anything like that to try and do anything. Even the currencies, we were all paying attention to what was going on around us, of course, but it was actually another seat. You could trade the indexes and options with the IOM seat, but you couldn't jump with an IOM seat into the cattle pit and start trading cattle. You had to have the full CME seat to do that.
Full, baby.
So there was some, differences between what you could trade. But yeah, you always noticed if something was getting loud, you were checking it out for sure.
What silver looked like it wanted to go over those new highs there. Yeah, we got morning recap after this. Hogue just doing a marathon morning right now. Hogue is him in the chat, says John Jones. Hogue, when they tell you that you are him, Hogue is him. What are your thoughts? How does that make you feel? You don't think it's a compliment.
I don't know what that.
It's a compliment, Hogue.
Oh,
that means you're the
okay.
man.
Well,
it means you're the man.
well, thank you. I didn't really know what that meant, but thank you. And I'm
Hogue
just
is
a guy.
him. Hogue is him. And get those questions in for group coaching.
Just Rick Hogland's brother
says, "Oh, Jacko." I can't. What am I? What?
Yeah, man, it is like everyone's on the sideline just watching this battle. It's like a bunch of people standing around watching a fight in the schoolyard right now.
100%.
The ES is not doing anything. Silver's just being psychotic.
Yes, it is.
We do have Broadcom and Meta both up 2.25.
Yeah, that's something. Apple's the big winner, still up 2.9%. Tesla down 2.25. It's been good resistance at the 4.2 in the 10-year yield. Carvana's up 1.4%. Oracle's up 3.8.
Here we go. I mean, Dow's doing different than the ES. That's doing different than the NQ. We're just gold back up to 50.80. We were just trading damn near 50.60. That's a $20 bounce in the last 4 minutes or so. We got silver looking to close in on all-time highs again. 20 cents from there. And after morning recap, we got power players with Jay, Diamond Hands, back by popular demand, and Dolby Time. See, he's looking for some range. I know ES got a nice range going on right now. Then we got a 2-year auction at noon Central. We have a press briefing from the White House at the same time. Noon Central, we have some policy meetings from the presidents, 1:30 p.m. I do imagine the microphones will be there and headlines will probably be hitting the wire. Make sure you stay tuned to TopstepTV throughout. As
Wednesday's going to be huge. Wednesday's going to be huge.
Yeah.
All good. I'll go. All good.
It'd be interesting to see. Today's only Monday. We got Tuesday, maybe a consolidation day, maybe question mark, and then Wednesday's the huge day.
And silver new all-time highs. Incredible.
I'm going to go ahead and lock my.
That's about the millionth time I've said that in fast markets. We are closing in on $114. $114. Gold turning around as well. 50. Oh man. Here we go.
As a reminder,
insights.
On Wednesday, we got the FOMC announcement. We also have Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla earnings after the bell.
Let's go.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm done for the day. Plus 350.
Okay, good job.
Well, you take a couple shots at it. You're gonna catch the big one, man. Slow markets.
Yeah.
Hey, good reading. Slow markets, Dakota. 7:30 p.m. Central Time, Sunday through Thursday. Who will be joining you this evening? Metals are rocking during slow markets. Who's joining you on this Monday?
I mean, this is the normal price action that we see in slow markets. We see this type of stuff in slow markets. Coach Jay is going to be joining me, like you guys said, 7:30 p.m. Central. And yeah, it was a green day for me. I'm happy. I took 2 losses, 1 scratch today in the New York session, and yeah, tonight's gonna be another good one.
Oh, this is GA. We got Jay. We'll see Jay after a morning recap. But we see $114 in silver by the end of fast markets. We are a half a penny away in silver from $114. We saw $111 for the first time ever in fast markets. 112, 113, and
we see 150.
See 115. Well, we see $120 by slow markets in silver. Pull up the silver ladder.
right here. You want the minis or the micros?
I'm looking at minis. It is thin.
Yeah, you want
thin,
the minis?
and the spread is
just ones and twos, man. Just ones and twos. It gets worse during slow markets,
or better, depending on how you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
You got
the spread does not get better.
The spread. Yes, no, that's better.
Yeah, the spread does not get better in slow markets. That's why I like micros. 1 micro is all I'm willing to trade on silver. You can see it moves a lot.
Oh, you ever seen anything like this before? Can you remember a time just an absolute monster bull run like this?
Hunt Brothers.
Hunt Brothers, yeah. Ask Hogan Group coaching that question.
That's when they tried to corner the silver market, right? In like 1980.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, silver. Well, ES is having a stroke. I've seen a couple. What's wrong with the ES? ES having a stroke.
Yeah.
I've seen.
We need a welfare check on ES.
ES has been catching strays today.
I get what it's doing. If we look at the ES real quick,
yeah, let's do it.
My kind of play going into today is that we went from the 6,900 that this level here would be sticky. I had no idea it'd be this sticky. It's really, there's definitely resistance starting from about 69.90 to like 70.05 or something. There's a lot of market maker activity there, and I don't know. I think people are just looking at other markets at the moment. This is a real, and also with as we mentioned, there's big stuff coming. We have an FOMC meeting this week. We have huge earnings coming out. Is that it does make sense we might gravitate to sorts of some of these big round number levels where people are like, okay, this is cool. We're comfortable here. We're gonna wait.
7,000.
And Jack, I feel like this level has become very mechanical for shorts in short time frame. If we do put in a new high, I think we're going to pop a whole lot of stops up there.
Hey, Hogue, guess what just put in a new high? Silver. $114 and 2.5 cents. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Will we see $115 today? Why not at this point? Why not?
Why not? We're closer to 115 than when we started.
Yeah, when fast markets began, just for some reference, we were trading underneath $110. So, and they're continuing to buy it. We're continuing to buy it. All right, well, ES get out of this range. Will the comments? We got the president, the busy afternoon. See if some headlines do jump from there. Well, NQ continue to push higher, 25,000. Will we see 26,000s in the NQ? Will we see 115 in the SID silver? Why not? Will we make new all-time highs in gold? We did earlier a few hours ago. Will ES break out of this range? We got the morning recap coming up next. We got Dakota. We got group coaching. Jack, good stuff. Continue to buy push higher here in silver. Gold on the move as well. This is TopstepTV. Let's go. Metals are cooking right now. Come on.
Let's go, man. It's
click subscribe. This is TopstepTV. What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from TopstepTV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
All right, traders, it is that time. It is time for the morning recap. Hopefully you've had an excellent trading day. Happy Monday. Typically not my best trading day, but you're you. We certainly have some opportunities in these markets. Gold, silver, screaming to the upside overall. Some pretty interesting opportunities in these equities as the day goes on, it looks like. We're going to start, as always, with the opening range trade this morning. Only one opening range trade. We opted out of the opening range trade in the crude oil. We'll take a look at the structure of crude oil anyways, but we're taking a look at gold. Again, another new all-time high in the extended trading hour session last night. Weekly kickoff high, 51.10. Finding a degree of resistance up there last night. We haven't really been able to get there yet so far today, but focusing now on, well, yeah, we got a weekend gap. We got a session gap. Lots of weaknesses in structure down below. Those will become important when they become important. As of right now, they don't really mean that much. Let's take a look at the opening range trade on the 5-minute chart. So, opening range wasn't too huge. Looks like it was 50, 69, 30 to 50, 74, 30. We did signal a short. So we took the short to MGC 50, 69, 90. And at one point, we got a pretty good push in our direction. I think we got out of one of these just over 1-to-1 reward over risk. Took our risk off the trade and got out of one of them at about a $10 profit, $100 on one micro, and scratched the other one. Good out. Scratching the other one. The market has been continuing to try and push to the upside. Let's take a look at crude oil in context just to see what the market is doing on the 30-minute chart here. For the last couple of weeks, we've had our weekly kickoff high at 61.50. Now, we did take a pretty decent look above that last night. It was rejected. Where are we now? Well, we opened with no gap, but below value. We have taken a couple of good stabs at coming back into value from Friday's session. Value low, kind of looking at that as, let's just call it 60.90. Let's call it $61. What the heck? Everything's a range in trading anyways. So we've got our IB high 60.94. We do have a failed upside auction above that IB high. The market did rotate all the way back to the initial balance low. We've looked below the initial balance low. Now we're back inside, and the market is doing typically what a day like this will do, is fall into range. At least for now, that's what it seems to be doing. IB high, we looked above. IB low, we looked below. Back inside, we range. We range. Possibly. Nothing is for sure, of course. Let's take a look at the ES. We did have a house trade in the ES, which we held this for quite a while now. Again, looking at context, we opened pretty much above value from Friday and rejected that right away. We also rejected this area of exactness that put in the highs pretty much from last week. We walked right through those and last week's highs. So the next area that I was looking at was a potential check of this naked point of control here, which was 69.84 quarter. And then the spike base from back here was a spike base to the downside, which did, have the market accept lower pricing. We're back to it now. 69.88 has put in the high for the regular trading hour session. It is also the initial balance high, and we've been having trouble getting above that. Now, one thing about this is when we start to see this exactness sometimes creates weakness, and it is against, a previous area where we had the spike base. A lot of short time frame traders are going to look at this, and they're going to be looking for shorts up against this level. If it worked once and it worked again and it worked again, they're going to continue to try it. If we do take out this high 69.88, my expectation, and this is just my expectation, remember, none of this is financial advice, we're going to see a whole bunch of stops up there that could push the market considerably higher, perhaps even to that 7,000 level that Jack was looking at for, a potential execution opportunity. We do have afternoon pullback high up there. We've got an afternoon pullback low. 70.10 is weekly kickoff high. So if we do see more continuation to the upside, if we take out those stops and fail to hold up there, that could be a failed upside auction and the market could rotate back lower. Very important level up here, folks. I think that's all I'm trying to say. Now, we didn't trade anything in the NASDAQ today, did we? We did not trade anything in the NASDAQ. Unusual. Nobody's trading the NASDAQ anymore. Well, we always have folks trade the NASDAQ, but it seems as though silver and gold, those shiny things, have taken over. Now, we've got Dakota coming in near the end of fast markets and looking for 3 opportunities for shorts. Man, he has some intestinal fortitude. Love that about Dakota. He's going to trade what he sees. So, we're at all-time highs. Another new all-time high, by the way, in silver. This market is just so strong. Don't fight a directional market. That's one of the things that's feeding this move to the upside is every time it puts in a new high, you're going to get traders that are going to say, that's it. That's the high. And they're going to get short and it's not going to go their way. And they're going to have to get out. And they're going to continue to push price higher and higher and higher. Don't fight a directional market. You'll get your opportunity to get some sort of real, legitimate opportunity on some sort of reversal pattern, but just make sure that you're very careful with this. A session gap, of course, initial balance high left. We couldn't even get back to it for that support level. All right, so let's take a look at what Dakota did here. So he did see on this a 5-minute chart now, right? He did see a reversal pattern, his 3-bar reversal, and at times he was sitting in profit on all 3 of these trades. Unfortunately, the market just did not continue to push lower. I'm sure that he was kind of viewing these as see money, take money opportunities. Ended up taking 3 small losses on 3 shorts. This was a reversal pattern. If this ended up being the reversal pattern, then Dakota would be sitting pretty right now. But again, here we are, just continuing to put in new all-time highs. So, house opening range trade, we took a small profit. New all-time highs, gold, silver yet again. And Dakota, with a tempting fate, looking for shorts, but managing those trades very well. Dakota finished the day up $358. All right, well, we've got a quotable quote for you now. Hopefully you'll enjoy this one. Got which one I sent, but I'm sure it's going to be good. All right. Nietzsche. Sometimes people don't want to hear the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed. It's so true, especially when it comes to trading is, we believe what we see in the market to be true. It's only the market that can tell us that it is true. If we can't understand that what we're seeing in the markets is not the truth, we're going to see our illusions and our accounts destroyed. Accept what the market is telling you. If you can accept that, you're accepting the truth, and you won't get your illusions destroyed. That is it. Hopefully, you're going to make a difference to you in your trading. We got power players coming up here. We got Jay and Dolby, and power player Diamond Hands is back with us this afternoon or this morning still, depending on where you are. Folks, still lots to do on Topstep TV today. This is Topstep TV. You're in the right place, the right time. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV Power Players Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Dolby Time, and in the middle, we got Diamond Hands, George. George, how we doing today?
We're doing good. Positive on the day today. Took 2 trades. One was pretty much a scratch, break even, and then the other one I was able to take profit. So pretty good day.
Nice. All trade in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, all trades on the NASDAQ. MNQ.
No silver trades. Silver up 13%. Said hands off.
No, not today. Yeah, I didn't. I did take some silver micro trades last week, but today was only MNQ.
Gotcha.
Diamond Hands being responsible. Trading NASDAQ. What a time to be alive.
Right.
And
what a time.
Silver is crazy. I did one micro, I think, last week, and I was up like $1,500.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Pretty insane market there. Up 12.75% right now. Mr. Silver, DJ Profits with the silver chains, silver $100. We saw that on Friday. We're up $14 from there. How are we doing today, Dolby Time? How are you seeing these markets?
Doing great. I've been taking a shot of water every time silver makes a new high, and I'm thoroughly hydrated.
There you go.
So yeah, it's a nice little reminder. Drink your water. Yeah, I've been watching the NASDAQ a little bit, and also the RTY. I think NASDAQ it's pretty interesting. I mean, Wednesday is the most important Wednesday of our entire life. We got so many things going on. We got FOMC, and we got a bunch of tech earnings, and we're getting really, really close to the top of this massive daily Dorito that we've been talking about for, I don't know, basically forever is what it feels like. It's been going on since freaking October of last year. So I'm kind of curious to see how NASDAQ is going to start behaving when we get up to these, let's say, 26,000s. Are we going to slow up? Are we going to bust through? I do think Wednesday could be the day that we maybe finally smash this Dorito to crumbs. And we finally get some new action here. Silver has been the star and the darling of pretty much any day trader currently. I currently don't have it up on my chart. I have it off to the side here, but topped out at what, 114.78. I mean, we're up almost 13% in silver. It is the belle of the ball right now. No one really cares about any other markets, but that's the way it is. It's the way it is. People want to chase volatility, and the volatility and the action is in the silver. Maybe we'll trade some RTY. We've had some good success with the M2K recently, so we'll keep on trading it. There's not a whole lot going on with it right now. Looking on the 5-minute and kind of stuck in a little ranged Dorito pattern, if you will. We're only up, we're down 0.37%. So RTY is pretty chilled out today. So it might even be a E-mini day in the RTY.
Okay, there you go. Dolby Time scouting some opportunities in the Russell. George, we know you took that 15-minute opening range trade earlier today in the NASDAQ. What are you seeing right now? 25,915 last trade here. Are you seeing any potential opportunities in the NASDAQ? We made a high of the day, 25,936.5.
MEQ, not so much. Let me see. ES. Yes, we're on top of the IB right now. We could potentially go to maybe 6,097 or even 7,000 if we can hold this IB high at 69.88 on MES or ES, whatever you guys are trading. So let me switch my chart.
So ES, new highs of the day, new all-time highs in silver, $114.88. Cheers. Drink your water, Dolby. There you go.
Stay hydrated, y'all.
How much is Dolby going to have to refill his water bottle by the end of the segment should be the question. $114.93. New all-time high there in silver.
I mean, dude, I might need to get a new chain, to be honest. This was my 100, I think, for 100,000 subscribers. We are coming up on 200,000 subscribers, but at this rate, is silver going to hit 200 before we hit 200,000? I mean,
that should not be the case.
New chains. That should not be the case.
That should not be the case. Tell your friends and family too as well, like and subscribe. But if silver hits $200 before we hit 200,000 subscribers, Dolby's gonna shave his beard on air.
Oh,
that's right. Rewind the clock. Babyface Dolby.
I'm not doing that.
let's see what we got here. You're saying S&P holding the IB high right now, 69.88.
Yeah.
Dolby, were there some levels you were looking for potentially in the Russell here?
Yeah, Russell's in a really solid range right now, probably because every other market is way more exciting than the RTY. Although RTY did have a pretty nice run up. I think the first 3 weeks of January. But the range we're in right now, looking at a 15-minute range in the RTY between, let's say, 26,067 and 26,000, let's say 72 about. So we're starting to test kind of the high, the 26,072s here. So there might be a cheap short available in the RTY. I'm trying to look at a larger time frame here and see. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty range bound in the RTY here. But yeah, I mean, we were up at 27,000, almost 27,050 in the RTY, and sold off almost 100 points. So pretty significant sell off on.
Yes, there was
Friday, I believe. Yeah, Friday. That's when we almost had that 20-pointer. And then even today, we hit a high of 26,097 and sold off almost another 30 points, kind of just floating around here. So shorts could be pretty decent in the RTY, but don't know till you bet, Coach Jay. Do not know until you bet.
Don't know until you bet.
Oh, new high silver.
More water, Dolby. New all-time highs, $115.09. This market is just absolutely insane right now. Up 13.5%.
I might need like a Camelback for this episode,
Yeah.
or like an IV. I might need to see the IV, just let it drip it in, dude. At this rate,
Right.
This is crazy.
$115.13. Silver, new all-time highs. Gold not catching on to that trend, made an all-time high in the overnight session, 51.0790, trading at 50.8970. We've seen this recently, where if one is going to run, the other one is pretty consolidated. So maybe gold's day is tomorrow. Gold trading above that 5,000 level. This is nuts. Here.
Yeah, we were talking about
be careful
that. About the correlation trade in silver and gold and how it kind of doesn't exist. You know, I know Andre last week and myself the week before kind of got chopped up looking at the silver chart and being like, gold, your turn. And then it doesn't do anything, or vice versa. Gold rallies and silver chills out. And you're just like praying that, you know, like, why aren't you bidding? Your brother over here is bidding. How come you aren't? And it's just not necessarily happening. So it can kind of be tricky. I mean, silver and gold are different markets, y'all. So the correlation trade there, don't necessarily bank on it. I mean, gold is kind of stuck in a range between 50-50 and 5100s, and silver has just been cruising right now.
Speaking of which,
115,
new all-time highs.
20, yeah.
115.32, new all-time high there in silver. Continuing to grind up here. Who's long? Who's long in the chat? Who's taking a part of this move here? We all just kind of watching. I traded it last night a little bit, have some decent profits from trading silver, but I did not expect this, I'll be honest. Up almost 14% on the day. Is this the blow-off top day?
I'm waiting for 20%. I think 20% is a blow-off top day.
Yeah. I mean, it could very well happen today, Dolby. I'd put us right around 120s, 122.
That'd be incredible. Diamond Hands, you're talking about your 15-minute opening range trade in the NASDAQ. Do you have any other sort of setups that you look at? Anything else in your toolbox for trades? Or is it mostly just that 15-minute opening range?
Yeah, I do. I look at Bookmap as well. I look at Delta to see if I'm gonna, like, for example, today we saw that ES was pretty high on Delta. It was positive, like I think like 3,000, and then but NQ was only up like 100 or something, and then we saw a significant drop from ES from like 3,000 to like 700, right? So that's when I went break even and I got out of the trade. But then once basically Delta started rising again on ES and NQ, then I got into the trade again, and that's how I made those $500 that you see up there. Yeah.
Yeah,
so I'm always looking at.
I'm always looking at fast markets for that opening range trade. So, like, is there a trading session just like half an hour to 45 minutes long typically? If you're just looking for the
New York, New York Open to like maybe an hour and a half.
I can arrange that. All right.
New all-time highs in silver again. 115.56 and a half. Don't be gonna turn to a fish. New all-time highs again. 115.67. This is pretty insane. Again, everybody, we keep calling it out because this is history. We have never seen silver trade this high before. Up 14% on the day. 115.68 new all-time high. I'm looking at other markets. Not really a ton of movement going on there. We are just watching the silver market continue to grind up here.
Yep. RTY is a nice bid going on. We're kind of getting a little bit of resistance around that 15-minute or 30-minute range high that I was talking about around these 2672s. I'm a little bit hesitant to put in a short order only because we've had a nice series of higher lows off the bottom. So to me, it kind of signifies that buyers might be getting a little bit more aggressive towards the lows here. So we'll kind of see how this plays out as far as the RTY goes. But we've had some good luck with it. I'm kind of wondering if the silver is helping the RTY bid up, but
interesting.
We'll see. We will see.
George, for that delta information that you were using, if you were trading later in the day, do you use that information? Let's say we were, heavy negative delta at the highs of the day. Do you look for a trade there? Would you look for a trade there?
It depends on what time of day. Like, for example, after I'm done with the segment, that's pretty much done. I'm done trading. So I don't take like trades on power hour or like maybe after lunch. It's rarely that I take a trade, right? I like to be done with the market before like lunch, East Coast time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
I do like trading the open though. Once market opens again, I like to trade either when market opens or maybe like 30 minutes after market opens. And I usually like to do metals like gold or silver, but I won't trade the M and Q during CME open.
Overnight, it's pretty weak, especially because the metals are just ripping in the overnight session.
Yeah.
So like, why even bother? But Coach, that's something we've talked about before, is kind of finding your time slot to trade, so you're not just staring at the screen for 8 hours a day. You want to maintain that mental capital. Take your best trades, your best setups. If they cook, they cook. If they don't, then you don't want to take your C or D setups. That's probably not going to work out for you. I think dig yourself a big old hole in your account for no freaking reason. So just lock in for 2 hours or an hour. What do you got?
The highest volume 1 minute candle in silver all day. That last 1 minute candle. 1,300 contracts traded in that last 1 minute candle. That is the highest volume 1 minute candle we've seen all day.
Ooh, that's interesting.
I'm
liberated from drinking this water. This is fantastic.
Does that set the high? Does Dolby have to keep drinking water? We will find out. There was a decent amount of size that traded in there. 150 contracts traded in a second. 65% of that negative delta. So somebody hit the bid there, maybe taking some profits. Let's see. Watch that 1 minute candle there in silver. Not suggesting anybody trade a 1 minute candle, but could get pretty interesting here.
Not doing it, Jay. No 1 minute. No 1 minute candles. No 1 minute candles.
Don't do it, Dolby.
Not doing it. Not doing it. Gets me in trouble.
Jay has permission
to give me a tongue lashing if I go to a 1 minute chart.
Yeah. No 1 minute candles for Dolby. If you hear Dolby talking about a 1 minute candle, you got to tell him no.
Nope.
Not allowed.
And then tell Coach Jay, and then Coach Jay gets to beat me up.
George, do you have targets for I know you were trading NASDAQ earlier. Did you have targets upside for potential? I know you look at that initial balance extension.
Yeah. We're talking about for MES or this morning?
For NASDAQ. You were trading the NASDAQ for today, right?
Oh, yeah.
Potential targets
for
to the upside, initial balance extensions.
So you can see it here. Yeah, I did have 84 as an extension. There is orders at 950 on Bookmap as well right now, and that's actually one of my extensions as well. So that lines up. So we could potentially maybe at the end of the day maybe hit that 950.
Ooh. So how do you use the Bookmap? What are you looking for exactly? when
I
it
look
comes
for
to
big orders,
Mhm.
where basically liquidity is. Like for example, today we had 68 at 850. We also had 102 at one point at 9,000. 25,900, right? So
Mhm.
we already filled all those orders. The next one up is 950. And I also like to look at ES, make sure it's positive. Also NQ. You'll see a nice push, like when NQ is pushing over like 1,000 delta positive. And it's also aligning with ES as well. Like right now, I'm not sure where ES is at because I'm only looking at NQ. But usually anywhere between like 3,000 on ES and 1,000 on NQ for me is pretty good setup for longs or shorts.
Nice. We got a bit offer in right in the RTY 26. All right, we're filled in this
What price we get
RTY.
there?
2673.6. We're gonna risk 75 on this one. It is kind of the high of the 30-minute. Oh, sorry, high of the 1 hour, the previous 1 hour candlestick, kind of high of the 30-minute range. And we're also bumping up against some low, some bounces here. So maybe get support becomes resistance off of these 2674s.
Gotcha. House count short 2673.60, one RTY. 2674.30 last trade over there.
Looks terrible. We're getting stopped up. We are
Yeah,
stopped up.
running a little bit
Minus
here.
78. Yeah, RTY caught a nice little bid here.
Okay,
Yeah, so
a
we were
little
just
bit of
trying
a
to lean up.
range.
Yeah, so much for that range. 1,000 be. Thought we'd at least get some resistance there. We had a nice little low volume pocket on the volume profile. We had a triple bottom at those 2675s, and market was not having it. So back to the drawing board.
Back to the board. Limited risk on that trade.
Yeah.
And, let's see here. RTY catching a little bit of a bid. The NASDAQ and the S&P kind of hanging out here. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. What is everybody looking at? Anybody in any trades currently? How are we doing on the day so far? Taking a look at the tilt, 53% short in the S&P, 51% short in the NASDAQ. So pretty much 50-50 across the board, really. I think everyone is just... I would be curious to know what that silver tilt looks like right now.
Yep. Gold's still range bound. I mean, gold's kind of a killer range trade right now. If you have the patience for it. I mean, we've been stuck in that 50-50s to 5100s for quite a while here.
Got some trades in the chat here. Zap says going to take shorts in the NASDAQ. Wilson, long copper. Couple shorts in the NASDAQ. Couple longs RTY. Okay.
Yep. Someone
shorting Apple in my personal.
Ooh, wow, that's interesting.
Short Apple.
Good.
Not as innovative as they used to be, right?
Bro, their commercials suck now. They're so bad. They're so bad. I don't know who their new marketing firm is, but they're terrible. I don't understand what's going on.
Need Dolby Tab over there, but then that means you have to leave us. But...
Why? So I can fix their marketing? Nah, they can't afford me, bro. Can't afford me. Like the one with the animals in the woods for like the iPhone 17. That one's awful. Such a bad ad.
I don't think I've seen that.
Good. No, I don't recommend it. It's not good at all. The one where the furniture is chasing people, I think is pretty funny though. That one is pretty funny. I think it's for the
I've not seen any of these. Do I not watch TV?
No. It's on TV. You watch TV?
I guess I don't watch TV. I guess not. No, I watch Topstep TV.
Hey,
I don't watch
subscribe.
Like you don't watch TV either, right, George?
Nah, I don't either.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Pretty much everything I watch is on YouTube, and I have YouTube Premium, so I just skip all the ads.
Ooh, that's nice. That is nice. You keep on trying to suck me in with free 1 month. I'm onto your games, YouTube Premium. You know how that works.
Yep.
You know how that works.
Seen.
Paramount Plus already got me for an extra month.
What have you been watching?
Sherlock.
Okay.
I never watched Sherlock. Sherlock was pretty good, actually. I'm not huge into UK Brit stuff, but it's actually not too bad. Pretty funny.
Huh.
Yeah, hour and a half episodes. It's like a mini series. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's old, but it's good.
Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here into the NASDAQ. Yeah, go ahead, George.
No, I was saying, didn't UFC change to Paramount Plus?
Yeah, that's what someone said in chat.
Yeah.
You can watch the fights. I'm not sure if you do.
Missed the
UFC.
fights. Well, RTY is inspired.
Yeah, something changed there.
It is inspired. We broke that range. We are good to go. I mean, if we could get a retest of these like 2672s, maybe it'd be a good time for like a pullback long. But this range is broken and it is bidding. So we were wrong. Good on the RTY longs. What's good in micro NASDAQ? Yeah, NASDAQ's just kind of selling off
a little bit here.
Yeah, just kind of chilling. This
25,907s.
You know, it is at the high though. It's at the top of that Dorito J. You know, and
NASDAQ?
when you're when you're at a major like support resistance, especially like on the daily, like you better bring the goods, bulls. If you're trying to like pop a level like that, you got to bring the goods. You can't be like limping into the high there.
No, not at all. Especially this close to 26,000, right? Like you're not gonna.
And Wednesday. And Wednesday.
And that was what we were talking about during the opening call this morning. You know, even if we do get this extension, are we going to hold up? Are buyers just going to step in before all of these earnings and the Fed meeting on Wednesday? Maybe. But this would be a good area to test the strength of buyers up here. I don't hate shorts.
No, I mean, honestly, I wish I was looking at micro NASDAQ instead of the RTY because this short is actually relatively cheap because you can lean up against sort of the top of that Dorito pattern. So around like those, 930s, whereas an RTY is maybe a little bit more ambiguous. So that might have been a cleaner trade compared to the RTY. Diamond Hands, when you have something like Wednesday, you got FOMC, you got all the earnings, all the big tech earnings. Does your strategy change at all, or is it business as usual?
I do size the list less, especially. Let me see. Wednesday we got what? Tesla and Microsoft, right? Earnings. We have crude oil inventories, FOMC rate statement. Oh wow. I usually like to tend to maybe wait maybe 30 minutes. I probably won't trade the open. I would definitely not trade probably
during the Fed.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No.
Good idea.
Yeah. But I do like to see what Microsoft and Tesla do. So when market does open, maybe then I'll catch a trade. Yeah. So I'd actually wait for those earnings for Microsoft and Tesla.
Nice.
Seeing some selling coming in here in the NASDAQ, 25,902.50. Zap in the chat says we at Nobu today, short 3 NASDAQ. Nice job. I was not very much a fan of Nobu, but enjoy it. George, what do you do when you have a big trading day? You have a favorite place you like to go out to dinner? It's like a little splurge spot.
I do. Yeah, I like to go maybe to Galpao, which is a Brazilian steakhouse.
Ooh.
Nice. That sounds
they
pretty
just
good.
Like bring everything around. There's like, do you want more? Do you want more? Like one of those types of places.
Just bring it, yeah.
You'd love that.
Yeah.
Love that. Sounds so good.
Yeah, usually when I get a payout, I usually buy myself like sneakers. That's usually my thing.
Oh, okay. Pair of sneakers.
Sneakerhead?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Nice. I did see that post on Instagram the other day. You looked like you were in the sneaker store. Did you pick something up?
I did for my son. I did.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice. There you go. Dad of the year right there. Dad of the year. Spend the payouts on the kids. Silver looks like it wants to maybe make another run here. We're trading back inside that high volume 1 minute candle. Does it want to try it?
Gold doing nothing.
Yeah, gold is stuck here.
Gold is stuck. Kind of like Doritoing up a little bit within like this 30-minute formation. We got some nice higher lows, lower highs. We're kind of in the middle of the range for gold, while you got silver.
Well, it might take that high. Another shot. Water.
Drink up. Stay hydrated, chat. RTY is cruising right now. So we had the range high on the 15-minute at 26.72 half. We are now at 26.77, up about 5 buckaroos in RTY. And this no range is being formed on the 3-minute. It is just straight green candles all the way. The 1-hour candle looks very, very good. And micro NASDAQ is kind of just selling off a little bit. So got some action in the RTY. Crazy. Oh, I'm going to have to drink water again. Look at this thing.
It's coming up here, Dolby. 115.39 last trade there in silver. Still holding that 1-minute candle high. Like we talked about, the highest volume. Silver is also settling in about 25 minutes. But we are not far off that all-time high, up 13.87% on the day. Coach Hoop was saying natural gas, February natural gas trading above $7 and $5. It just traded above $5 last week. Natural gas is up a ton. Contract that we're trading here with Topstep is the March contract, which is up 7.7% on the day so far.
Crazy.
Natural gas, another big mover with all this cold that we're dealing with.
Wife that we live in like the only state that's freezing, and I haven't looked at the weather report, and it's actually in the continental U.S. the only state that is not literally freezing is Florida currently.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
New all-time
highs.
New drink up. 115.81.5 new all-time high there in silver. That selling lasted for just a second. Continuing to push here.
Silver 120 today? Is that
silver 120 before we get off air?
Is that possible
for this segment? I mean, what is
the poll questions just get more ludicrous.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 116 next probably.
I mean, Dolby, I don't know how we want to measure this. Are we measuring every 1-minute candle? Because technically, this 1-minute candle that we're printing right now made another all-time high. So I think that's another shot.
I think every 1 minute's pretty fair. I mean, we're up almost 15%.
Yeah.
What is going on right now? What is going on?
I see a lot of people.
Someone knows something.
I don't know if you guys have seen this on social media, but a lot of people talking about copper is the next one, right? It's really the only metal that hasn't had this parabolic run so far. Do we just start buying copper? It's not financial advice.
I don't know, but I gotta say, as a drummer, I am not looking forward to having to buy new cymbals because they are so expensive right now. So expensive. Cymbal packs are like thousands of dollars, $1,000, $1,500. Depends like how many you're getting and the size. I mean, it doesn't matter, man. Yeah, some are brass. There are some drums that are copper. It's just they're so expensive and they break too, man. It's such a bummer. They are still.
I did not say full port copper, Nate. That is not financial advice. Nothing on the show is financial advice for education and entertainment purposes only. Make sure you read that Topstep risk disclosure. We share it at the beginning of every show. It is on the Topstep website as well. Man, silver continuing to grind higher here.
Yep. Yes, it is. Look at the prices.
Really taking everyone's attention.
It is. No one, like literally, no one cares about any other market. Like NASDAQ used to be the coolest thing ever.
No one cares.
Yeah, crude oil, lame.
Yeah,
lame. Let's see. A
terrible.
pack of Zildjian K-Suite 4-piece symbol pack. So that's a 15-inch high hat, 17-inch crash, 19-inch crash, 21-inch ride. This is currently selling for $1,630 retail. That is just for symbols.
Just for symbols.
And they break.
So a full drum kit run you about what, $5,000, $6,000?
Like a nice one. Yeah, probably. Probably. I mean, you could get like a cheap drum set for like 500, 600. The thing with drums, you got to hit up Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist first, because there's always like some dude who's going through like a midlife crisis who figure out like, he doesn't want to play drums anymore.
Okay.
And like, you can get some really good deals.
Buying for cheap.
Really, really good deals. Yeah, as long as you're cool with used. I wouldn't maybe get used cymbals, but you can get used shells and used hardware for pretty cheap, because people are always moving that stuff.
Nice. As I Fly says, at this point, just buy everything that's in the periodic table that's available for trading. Someone was asking about the symbol for copper earlier. It's HG. I mean, yeah, that kind of seems like the trade right now. Silver's getting ready to make another new all-time high here. 115.86 is that high, and just wait for it.
Oh no.
You're not going to stop like that, Silver.
Oh no, Silver. Don't make me go back to the well. Yep.
New all-time
There it
highs
is.
in silver.
There it is.
115.91 and a half. George, back to these sneakers for a second. I was just wondering, do you have like a grail sneaker that you're like, hey, you know what? I'm going to buy this one. That's on my list of, sneakers that I've not really. Gotcha.
There's some, but there's some that, just colorways and stuff. Yeah.
Right.
So that's one of my things that I want to do is like for my trading room is to just have a kind of like the shell with
Ooh,
nice. Be pretty sick. New all-time highs there. Yeah.
We're doing it again, Jay? Oh my! Look at that candle. 116 chat.
116.15. Coach Vince's coins are getting more and more expensive.
Oh,
he's on here.
Not only Coach Vince's. Not only Coach Vince's. What's up? What's up, Coach Jay? Look at these bad boys. Look at these bad boys. What is that? 115. Oh, I can't do public math. It's like $600+ though. These are almost 700. If we hit 120s,
almost $700 right?
In silver 1 ounce coins.
You are watching Dolby's net worth increase in real time.
Literally in real time.
Yeah, gold.
This was 115. Yeah, this was 115 3 minutes ago. Now we're at 116. Huh?
Yeah, how much are those
these
glasses,
are
baby?
priceless. You get these on Amazon. Baby. Squeeze the blood out of your head. These things are so tight.
Look at them.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that full screen shot of Dolby just wearing his wealth. 50.96 gold starting to push now as well. 116.15 new all-time high in silver, continuing to push here.
I might have to move to 5-minute candles at this rate, man. I am.
Yeah,
I'm hurting. I'm hurting right now. Just come on, you got
tattooed
18
group.
minutes.
I found an old ass quarter that has silver. I'm rich.
Nice.
What is it? Quarters before like 1963 or something like that? Somebody knows in the chat.
I was working a retail, Coach Jay, and I was in high school, and someone handed me a really, really old dollar bill that said that you could exchange it for silver at the bank.
Say that one more time. I got disconnected real quick.
It was a dollar bill that you could exchange for silver. It said on the dollar, so it must have been like pre-Bretton Woods, U.S. paper dollar. It was pretty cool.
Nice.
I don't know where it is now. Not in my bank account. I'll tell you that. But they're out there somewhere. Gold perking up a little bit. Trying to sniff these 5100s. Getting the top of range here.
51.0790 all-time high in gold.
Mm-hmm. Starting to perk up. You're very, very close. I gotta say, Diamond Hands or Jay, have you noticed like big run numbers of being any significance in the metals? Oh, it's Diamond Hands first. So any significant? You've seen any levels that are like, this is really important? Like I feel like NASDAQ, the big run numbers are, you always got some action, but it's.
I haven't really looked at the round numbers or I usually look at the deviations as well. I look at with metals too. I do like to see like the weekly open on gold or silver. Usually we like to retest, but yeah, I don't look at the round numbers, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I did notice, what was it, last week? When gold, was it gold or silver? Oh no, silver. I took a trade and my TP was 94, and as soon as I hit that 94, it did reject.
Oh wow! So just
Oh,
the
okay.
whole number level.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I guess so. Yeah, maybe they do matter.
The only thing, Dolby, for me that I've seen in silver is that it really likes to respect VWAP. I've seen that,
Interesting.
but as far as anything else, conventional wisdom right now, it just goes out the window with this market. We're up 14.5%, just made another all-time high. 116.22.5. Already saw Dolby toast that bottle there.
I did.
Gold maybe making a run for it as well here. 51.07.90 all-time high in gold, back above that $5,100 level. 51.01.10. Gold said, hold on a second, you can't run without me. 57% long tilt in gold.
Silver selling off a little bit of in gold. Ooh, okay. Aha, I think I'm in the clear, Jay. I think I have to drink another bottle. Look at this sell-off right here. We're down from, let's see, 116.20 is about down to 115.60s. So nice little sell-off here. R2Y sold off a little bit after touching 26.78. And NASDAQ is down about only 35 points. Man, there is not a lot going on in NASDAQ right now.
No,
all the action is elsewhere.
MES
Or
has been in
MES
the
dead
same
too.
spot. It's just been sitting on IB high, literally.
Yep. Yeah, that is a tight range. Wow, that's only about 3 3.75 points right there. Sleepy City in the MES.
Probably
Chat, do we think we hit another all-time high in the next 10 minutes?
Yes.
10 minutes.
I'm gonna say
Take it.
yes. It might be the next 10 seconds here with the way silver is moving right now. Just a reminder to everybody in the chat as well. We do have group coaching coming up after this. Group coaching, Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. It's going to be a great group coaching segment for sure. We saw Deanna on earlier. We see Anne-Marie in the chat right now. Get your questions in. That form is pinned to the top of the chat. We're going to start right at the top of the hour for group coaching. Again, Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. So get your questions in there as we continue to see silver rise. Hydrating our friend Dolby here. NASDAQ selling off a little bit. So shout out to all the shorts there. 25,891 last trade in the NASDAQ. 69.86 last trade here in the S&P. 51.01.60.
Yep.
Gold continuing to push.
Yeah, so group coaching will now start at 12 o'clock going forward. Start at 12 going forward. Oh my goodness, silver, you son of a.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you guys see, but gold has some orders at 51.30, like 390 on book.
51.30, all the way up there.
30. That is way up
Why
there.
not, George? Let's go get them. Let's go
That's
get
way
them.
up
And
there.
Well, we just hold them here. Hold longs here to 51.30.
Yeah. The metals settle in about 12 minutes for silver and in another half hour after that in gold, but they're going to continue to move. So settlement price is going to be set in about 45 minutes here in gold, but right now we're up 90. It's a $94 range in gold right now. Daily ATR is $97. So there's more room, and we've seen some pretty big ranges. We saw 165 point range day Thursday in gold. So there is definitely room to these 51.30s if gold wants to do it.
Yeah. MES is going back into IB range right now.
Would you look for that rotation to the other side?
Not really. I'm not really a fell auction kind of trader. I like the breakouts.
Breakouts go with direction for the day. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Silver,
A
behave
little
yourself.
bit gold. Gold trying to figure out what to do with 5,100 here.
Yep. NASDAQ back under 25,900. So
Yes,
pretty
it
decent sell-off in
is.
the NASDAQ. That Dorito, that damn Dorito, just keeping a lock on things. Oh my goodness. Bottoms up, chat. Bottoms up.
Oh yeah.
Silver
Cheers, Dolby.
trading 116.54.
116.56, new
be honest,
all-time
bro.
high. We are almost officially up 15% on the day in the silver market. This is just absolutely insane.
I got bit by my bid. NASDAQ selling off.
25,883 last trade here in the NASDAQ, selling off a little bit here. Silver making new all-time highs.
I don't know what I'm doing after this segment. Yeah, maybe. Water intoxication. Nah, I don't have enough. I went through like half an Nalgene though. Pretty quick. Oh, silver.
And there we
Bottoms
go.
up,
Another
y'all.
1 minute
Boom,
candle
boom,
with an
boom.
all-time
Let's
high. Cheers
let's
to
do it.
Dolby time. Cheers to the silver bulls. 116.62 and a half, new all-time high there in silver. Again, we keep talking about this market because really it's the only thing moving much right now. I know we have some traders short in the NASDAQ. Nice trade there. But all of the action is in that silver market. The NASDAQ sold off pretty nicely for a scalp there. Silver to 120 today. Did we put that poll up already?
I don't see when. How about silver plus 20% today? Where's that get us?
Great question. I can get you the answer for that. Edgy investor, silver is weird, man. I mean, it's just going in one direction right now. 20% in silver would put us at 122.
122 today?
122.
Why not? This is.
I mean, what's going to stop this?
Nothing. Nothing is going to stop it. What? Maybe they discover a silver mine in Greenland. Maybe. Maybe that's Trump's big brain play right there. Maybe he knows there's some silver in Greenland and they're gonna go dig it up. I don't know. Just incredible price action.
116,745. Yeah, this is insane.
Gold rejected 5100s. You gotta be kidding. Ooh, Brad
Definitely
Sims, I
the
at
biggest-
31. I appreciate you. I'll take that. I'll take that.
So young.
Dolby,
Love it,
you're
dude.
31?
Oh, yeah. I'm the most 31-year-old you've ever met. I'll take that. Love you, Brad Sims. Like and subscribe.
What's that saying? The
everybody.
camera
Also,
takes off 10 years?
I think so. I think so.
Something
I
like
think it
that.
actually takes off about 9. But we'll
There you
take
go.
it. We'll take it.
Maybe it's the
new highs. Let's
glasses.
go. It is the glasses. It's definitely the glasses. We are covering FOMC on Wednesday at 1 o'clock, featuring our usual crew. We got Andre, Jack, Hogue, JD. Y'all know how they do it for FOMC. We got our FOMC watch party. We'll pipe in Powell, see what's going to be happening. Gotta tune in for that one.
100%.
Silver,
New all-time
oh my
highs.
goodness. What's up? What's up?
Oh man, 117's coming.
This is the
I'm
healthiest
I'm
drinking
out.
game I've ever seen.
I'm out. I am out. I'm out of water.
Healthiest
Chad.
drinking game I've
We've
ever
hit
seen.
so many highs. I was taking small sips too. I am out of water. We hit
116,
117.
116.93 and a half. Silver up 15.3% on the day. Coach Hoop says when silver capitulates, it will be epic. Where does that happen? Right? Where does that happen?
Come on.
Yeah. George, I know we're going to wrap this segment in just a little bit, but you've been trading the metals overnight. When you see a run like this during the day, does that influence any of your trades going into tomorrow or into that Globex session at all? Or you just take it as another day?
I take another day, but I do want to see these gold orders still. If that gold order still there when market opens, that could be a potential target for tomorrow if we don't hit it today.
Nice. And that was up at 51.30, correct?
There's 309 orders up there.
309 on the offer, 51.30. I'm going to write that down. 51.30 GC. Some orders sitting up there. Let's see if the market wants to go fill them. I think we got some relief for Dolby here, unless we just want to delay the segment for another minute to see if silver makes another all-time high. But we got to make some space for group coaching here. We got to make some space for group coaching. 25,885 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.85 last trade in the S&P, 50.96 in gold, and 116.65 last trade in silver, just making a new all-time high of 116.935. Diamond hands, good trading with you as always. Dolby time, we'll see you later on in the show. We got group coaching coming up next. Gabe, Anne-Marie, and Deanna. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
What's up, everybody out there? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, and what I want to talk about here is the new dashboard. So we have updated all the account management tools. They have simplified everything. So that includes managing resets, managing rebuild dates, and most importantly, managing those payouts. Trust me, it's going to make all of our lives a lot easier. So trade well out there.
One of my next favorite features of the new Topstep dashboard is the Reset Rebill extension. When a trader purchases a reset of a trading combine during their active billing cycle, they're no longer stuck with the original purchasing date. They now get 30 fresh days to trade and to work towards getting to that express funded account, removing some of that pressure of time. All right, everybody, and welcome back. It is time for group coaching. Good afternoon. I am here with two of my favorites. We got Deanna and Anne-Marie in the house today for group coaching. Deanna, we saw you a little bit briefly this morning. How are you doing since?
All right. Fueled by an energy drink today. But yeah, pretty good. Just pottering around the house, looking at the markets, answering questions. Yeah, we'll see whether we've got something for the end of the day here.
Well, you ready to answer some more questions? It sounds like that's what we're here for.
That's what I do all day, every day. So yeah, I do have a little community that I have to keep tabs on. So it's pretty fun. It keeps me on my toes as well. I feel like when I'm not coaching, it reflects in my trading. Whereas when people are asking me questions, I'm almost like forced to follow my rules. Yeah. It's weird, isn't it?
I know.
Mm.
Well, Anne-Marie, how are you?
I'm doing very well. I have a pop quiz for everyone. What's this from? Hey, Danny, how about a Fresca? What movie is that? You gotta be really old. We'll let the chat get it as we move on to all the questions. Ooh, look at that move in silver.
Yeah, quite the move.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We are coming off the top a little bit here. We made a new all-time high of just a little under $117.74. We are about $1 off those highs right now in the last 5 minutes. Every one of these dips has been bought right back up, but we'll see what happens here as we get into this group coaching hour together. Take a quick trip around the markets and we'll get into... Yeah. What's up, D?
We got comics closed. That can be another time of day.
Oh, yes.
We see a bit of pullback. So that's coming in 25 minutes. But it usually starts around this time.
Oh, that's good to know. I need to write that down.
Yeah.
Anne-Marie, a couple people in the chat said Caddyshack, by the way.
Yes.
Caddyshack, right.
Correct.
I have seen that, but it's not like one of my favorites.
It's just a classic from the 80s. What?
I did enjoy 51st Date.
51st Dates with Adam Sandler. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I don't know it.
What?
You've
never seen 51st Dates?
51st Dates. Okay, my ears heard 51st State, not 51st Date. And I went, Adam Sandler's got a what? So yes, 51st Dates. Yes, very funny.
Yeah,
very funny.
Well, let's take a brief look, quote some prices here, see where the market's at. Silver continuing to find some selling here underneath 116.50 briefly. That is quite volatile today. So if you are out there trading silver, please be careful. Gold is also finding some selling, topped out around $5,100, and now we're trading about $50.88. Let's see, crude oil coming off the top of the session, $60.88 per barrel. The equities are kind of near the highs of the session. S&P is trading $69.85 quarter. NASDAQ trading $25,888, and the Dow trading $49,492. Metals still selling off here. 116.26 last trade in silver. 50.85 now in gold. We'll see if this selling continues. Anne-Marie, did I see that you had the silver chart up? You've been trading silver today?
Not today, but I did have it up because I was listening to the session before with Dolby and company, Jay and everyone. And so I thought, yeah, I better take a look at that.
Yeah, absolutely insane since the open this week.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Something's about to break. I just don't know what.
You would think.
Yeah, something's cooking under the covers somewhere.
It's already broken, didn't it? I would look at this as silver playing catch up with all the other metals, because it's the only one that hasn't gone crazy. And Emery, you were in chat this morning,
Yes.
so I was talking about the fact that we have mining efforts that are not covering the current demand for silver.
Yes.
And then we also have the COMEX paper contracts that were artificially keeping it down for many years.
Yes. Yes.
So that was going to break at some point. And now we have like this explosion of demand for chips and for electric vehicles as well. Both of those use silver and copper, but
yeah,
I think copper is in a slightly different league, a little bit calmer.
Yeah, I think we are in a super cycle.
Do you think copper will ever have a parabolic move? I mean, we saw what you might consider a parabolic move at the downside in July, of course.
Yeah.
But do you think copper has any potential to do the same, or do you feel like it's just going to be one of its own, never
it's possible.
really joining the bunch?
It's possible. Brad Sims in the chat, he's my season 2 VIP. He was asking whether it's India that's causing the demand for copper. It's possible they're investing in renewable energies. And then also don't forget, anytime you're making something, copper wires are a big deal. So
and all the data
centers.
All the data centers
are
going to have
AI. Yeah.
Walls
a lot of copper.
Filled with copper.
So whoever wins the AI war, I think they will have a huge demand for silver. Right now, AI business, I think, is still a losing game, but they're not doing it for money. They're doing it for, the way I see it, for the control of the world. The world dominates. So they will do whatever they take.
Not wrong.
Essentially, yeah. Because whoever wins that game, they will truly own the world. So, serious thing.
The selling has not slowed down here. Gold just pierced 50.80, trade underneath that briefly. Silver's underneath $116, 115.62. I cannot keep up with the price of silver right now. By the time I quote it, it's come and gone. We are continuing to see sellers step in very aggressively right now.
Trying a little short in copper, just for the COMEX close here.
Okay.
You are?
D, I think we lost your charts, by the way.
Oh, right. Okay. Let's do that again then.
Thank you. All right. Then we'll take a look at that copper short. Gold just broke below the last 5-minute low.
Yeah.
Trading 50.76. Is this dip going to get bought back up? Is the question.
5 microcoppers.
Eventually, I think it will. I do believe that we're at the very beginning of a commodity super cycle. I do.
I agree.
The beginning?
Beginning of a super cycle. Yeah. It's going to run. Most commodity super cycles run 8 to 15 years.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, well, buckle up, folks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thankfully, I've got my silver bars. So, let's go.
That was a nice short.
It's just a COMEX fade.
Okay. I was about to say, well, what was the kind of the theory behind that? So you are short 5 micro copper from 60085?
That's correct. Yes. Good eyes.
And you're looking for a fade back down to the lower kind of extremities of the range?
The profile. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So wherever we came from, if this is a range bound day, which I think it might be on copper, not so much on silver, obviously, but copper didn't quite make the epic run that silver did. So I think we have a pretty decent chance of rotating back down. But we'll see. We might hit VWAP and then bounce. It's going to slow down very soon. So if they don't pick up the speed, this might be one of those trades that kind of lasts 2 to 3 hours, but it's still valid. It's just time that you invest in it. So yeah, for now it looks all right because the silver and gold are playing their part in dragging copper down along with them.
Indeed.
If they ping
Yeah, we are
back,
not slowing down.
no. It's the COMEX fade. I love this time of day. This is one of these types of trades is how I made my career. Even if I would have a really sucky day, I would get to some kind of a exchange close, and I would do my little fades, and they would pull my day back up to either scratch or decent profit. So.
You would classify those end of day fades more as mean reversion trades. Is that what I've heard you say in the past?
Yeah. So I call them day range fills, actually, because obviously if you have a mad trending day, you don't necessarily want to go against them. But even then, you can still see a lot of the fade, like silver is doing right now. And it's where my concept on time of day as a level came from, because it looks relentless. Then you get to half an hour before COMEX, and it turns around and just goes whoosh, and you're like, So one of the approaches that I have is to wait for half an hour before any exchange close related to the product that I'm trading, and then to watch tape and to see when they start plowing in to the opposite side. Sometimes the pullbacks are not as big. They are there, but they don't last, and it's all a matter of context. But I think on silver, I mean, we ran up so high today, and there's so much volatility. There's a very decent chance that we at least go into 113 handle, maybe test this little
VWAP
lower volume area. Oh, VWAP is a bit far down. I mean, if we get to 110, that would be insane.
Oh, my VWAP shows 113.50.
Oh, really?
Oh, I see. You know what? That's because it's on the tick. Never mind. I see it on the regular chart at 110.
Yeah, the tick chart is a bit weird with VWAP.
Yes. I don't know how it calculates it for sure.
Yeah, that's the trade. Pretty simple, really.
Okay. Awesome. We'll keep an eye on that copper trade and keep our eyes fixed on the metal markets. Equities really aren't doing a whole lot. The metals are really taking the show today. But let's go ahead and get to a couple questions. We got a few good ones, and I'll keep my eye on the ditch here for us as well. Now, this question is actually for D, but Anne-Marie, feel free to provide some perspective if you do have it. Freddie had asked, what are the fundamentals behind what he calls a juggernaut move in silver? Anything that you would have to comment on silver's juggernaut
I mean, I've
move?
said it today as well in fast markets. We have a problem with silver supply. So I think the main reason for this is obviously the increase in the world's global silver demand. And the truth is, we are mining, I can't remember the numbers exactly now, but the mining efforts are falling short of what the companies actually need. And that is technically the big macro driver between this kind of a parabolic move in silver. So, quite frankly, there's not enough silver to go around. And that's causing the demand to kick up and the prices to go up. So that's behind it. Volatility, I don't know what's going on there because it's gone absolutely insane. The other day we had 95% volatility. I don't think I've ever seen anything have 95% volatility. I was like, really? Can we go higher? What's happening? But yeah, so today it's a little calmer, slightly calmer. Let me see where it is. 75%. And just to put that into perspective, even when silver was moving pretty well, we were sitting at around 45%. And now we're massively above that. So, yeah. Interesting times we live in. 2026 is going to be very
a year like no other.
Yeah.
It's looking that way, that's for sure. Anne-Marie, do you have any perspective? I know you've been talking about a potential super cycle. Any other background or context that you want to give outside of what Dee's provided for Freddie?
We can still pull silver out of the ground for about $26 an ounce. The problem is exactly what Dee said. Our silver mining companies just aren't able to do it for one reason or another. And so the other big thing is that there are way more silver futures contracts out there than there is silver to deliver. So right now, the storyboard is that they're taking 8 to 12 weeks to deliver, except, and I don't know the exact number on this, so don't hold me to it. I think if you take more than 6 weeks to deliver on a product, then it's statistically in default. So it's, it's a very, we've got something very strange going on in the delivery space. Same with gold, not able to deliver it, but I think it's the wait in gold is like 3 weeks. The wait in silver is much longer.
Well, look, maybe we
Something I did not
find silver on like an asteroid or something. You know, maybe Elon will save us
Hopefully
all.
not while it's coming to hit us. Hopefully it's just
true
moving by and we can
that would be
sort of
preferable.
grab.
Yes.
Did y'all see that movie Don't Look Up?
Yeah.
I did not.
'Cause that's basically exactly
It's
what
quite
happened, right? Big asteroid, you know, coming barreling down at Earth, realizing, you know, a big company, realizing there's a bunch of minerals or you know, assets to potentially mine.
Yeah, never
Hilarious
mind
movie,
that
but
everybody's gonna be dead.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a comedy. It's quite funny. Yeah, they're like, yeah, it's just so much money. It's like, who are you gonna sell it to? Like, this is an apocalyptic event. They're like, no, but you don't understand. This is business. It's like, no, we do understand. You don't. Ariana Grande's in it as well, playing up her own bottom
Yeah, there was a
pop star.
few good actors in that for sure.
Yeah, it's quite funny.
All right, so D is short copper. We are finding a little bit of a bid here off the lows in gold and silver. Gold made a low just around 50.73 roughly. Now trading 50.86s. Silver back right around $116 an ounce after making a low of around 114.58. So definitely some volatility. Dow is picking up strength here. Dow just made new session highs, 49,552, and continuing to build higher. The ES and NASDAQ finding a little bit of a bid. NASDAQ back above 25,902. ES is trading, kind of bouncing out the 69.90 region right now. Last trade 69.89. And crude continuing to sell off near 60.66 a barrel. Saw a couple people that were getting long silver in chat from the 115s. Hopefully you are survived that dip and are seeing a little bit of green now. Let's see what other questions we have. Michael has said, revisiting a topic that D touched on briefly earlier. I always hear Jack talking about it. Options chains and gamma levels, and identifying potential turning points in the market. Could either of you two ladies maybe go into a bit more depth in respect to that topic, maybe some resources or some clues as to what you typically look for? Thank you for your consideration to this question. Hey, Marie, why don't you start off with this one? I know you talk about this, and then we'll let D take over from there. But options levels, chains, gamma.
So the question might be, what might you use them for? So with anything, any observation becomes a frame of reference. And so there are lots of organizations that tell you what the option chains are like. I just saw a statistic that said retail trading has risen 40% over the last year than last year at this time. So a lot more retail traders in there. And so they have a tendency to use leverage more often. And so they're going to use options as well as big money. They're going to use options. And those options are usually used to hedge. And so when you look at a chain, your goal is to say, where's everybody hedging the most? And that line in the sand, let's say everybody in silver was selling the 120 calls up there. So that's a line that says potentially it could be a floor. Excuse me, it could be a ceiling. Or if they were saying, hey, let's go out and buy the 105 calls, you know that if there are lots of traders trying to buy around there, that's going to be a floor. So all options in the market tell us is here's the level you need to pay attention to. Other than that, you use whatever else tools you have. Nothing is an absolute support or an absolute resistance. They're just areas of reference that you want to think about when you're staring down particular price actions. So you don't get fixated on it. And, if it holds, it's great. If it fails, it's great. But all it's told you is, hey, they're going to battle at this level. So keep your eyes open for what might happen next. I think that's my simplest version of what I can say about what to do with options and gamma flows.
Thank you for that. ES, by the way, testing highs of session 69.91 is the last trade to the tick. See if we can make some new highs here in the S&P. Deanna, any context, anything you want to add to that from Michael?
Yeah, so Michael, I would also look at the gamma environment. So the gamma flows are, to me, all about options, how the dealers are looking at the market. Now, the dealers are not your enemy, they should be your edge. And it all starts with whether we are in positive gamma or negative gamma. And depending on how the dealers are positioned, they will either hedge against the prices with the biggest strikes, which is your GEX levels, or they will hedge with them, typically in a negative gamma environment, in order to maintain their market neutrality. Now, I've been working on some new stuff for both my course and the VIP program on Topstep. So here's a little slide that just tells you positive gamma versus negative gamma as a little crunched up, sort of smushed overview of what should happen. But in a positive gamma, you can have a gamma squeeze, but generally as we're running into some of the areas, they have to hedge against them. Whereas if you are in a negative gamma, it accelerates the prices around the strikes. So they might react a little bit, but then they shoot right through them. But they are definitely just reaction zones. I never use them on their own. It has to be a contextual thing. It has to be, like for silver, for example, I look at Asia high, Asia low. Are we still inside that range? Did we break out of that range? That can already give you a pretty good idea of what they're trying to do with the day. And then I also match the GEX levels with my extremes of the day, which is ADR high, ADR low, if we're in a normal, non-outlier day. Or I match them with bigger extended targets, which can sometimes also be based on the second standard distribution, just in case that we don't really have many strong levels up top. Like, for example, if we're looking towards 120, 150, yeah, there's some interest around 120, but what if Trump says something and silver just goes even more crazy? Where do you look to? So that's where the standard distributions from those levels can also be helpful as statistical extensions of the targets in either a gamma squeeze or some kind of an outlier environment. It is a lot to understand everything immediately, because there's this girl on Twitter that I follow. She's quite funny, a trader. She posted a video about some engineer who's talking, and she said, "Oh, this is how options sound to people who have never traded options before." And it's literally just words that sound like English, but they're not anything that connects to any meaning, at least not for us. We're like laymen. And it's so funny because I remember when I first heard about the options, about Delta, and gamma and theta and time decay and this. I was confused as hell. And I'm like, what? And then on the fly, as I was working alongside people who were trading options, they would explain to me on an actual example why they're using this particular price, what they're expecting from it, and how do they get to their ideas. So sometimes in a range-bound market, you might want to do like iron condors or butterflies, which means that you're just looking to collect some premiums. So it will be a combination of a few legs of the option. You don't necessarily need to know all that to use the options prices for the purposes that we're trying to use them as reaction zones intraday. But do know your positive gamma from your negative gamma, because that will tell you whether we are in an acceleration environment like silver, or whether we're in a mean reverting environment that is a lot calmer, such as copper, for example. Does that make sense to Michael, if he is in chat?
It's a great explanation.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in chat yet. But so you said the difference between a negative and a positive gamma environment, range bound versus directional.
Not
so
range
silver,
bound,
for
but more
example.
mean reverting, but more mean reverting as you're coming across
Got it.
levels with high open interest strikes. And you can still have a rally through those levels, but they're typically not as insane as what we've seen in silver. So silver is definitely some sort of a gamma squeeze thing going on today. And it's just, it offers opportunity, but it's also very chaotic today. So yeah,
Gotcha.
but this would be like a gamma squeeze potential. However, they're still trying to hedge around some of these levels. If you really analyze the price around areas that we had some interest, so there was, when I started, 106, 110, 115, and then the next one is really 120. So what happened? They still use those reaction areas. Let's make this bigger. So they used 106. So here we are, hedged from there, the positive gamma. Then they ran it up to 110, hedged again. Ultimately, that wasn't sustained because they ran through it, but they hedged it. So this is all positive gamma environment. And this is where things start getting a little bit crazy. We bleed through the 110 and just keep going. This is now a gamma squeeze. And we overshoot 115. But ultimately, we don't get to 120 and we bleed back down through 115, which wasn't a level of interest. So the extra volatility is causing the prices and the strike prices of interest to just be run through, but they are still reactive. So once you learn to wait and to just look at them as anchor points, everything becomes a little clearer. So you're no longer like, wow, silver, all-time highs, pew, pew, pew. It just becomes, okay, so where are they going next? This is why earlier I said in chat, silver going to 115. I didn't pull that number out of thin air. I pulled it out of the options chain because that's the next area of higher open interest. And then if we go back over, we reclaim 115, then we're shooting for 120. Do we have time for that? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But Asia, I really wouldn't be surprised if silver goes up 220. But on the flip side, if Shanghai opens and they cannot confidently sustain above 115, we will see 110. We may even see 106 again. We may even see 100. The 100 is still there as a big price of interest.
Yeah.
And the volatility is such that it is within the day's range to do that. So I know it sounds insane. Even my AI, whenever we are like crunching data, even the AI tool that I use was like, this seems very high for silver. And I was like, stop hallucinating, just read the bloody data.
It does hallucinate on occasion.
It does.
Speaking
yeah,
of-
you have to explicitly tell it to actually use the data you give it. It's really annoying. And it has problems with short-term memory as well. Like, I don't remember our previous conversations. Really? You don't? No, I have no concept of time. Okay, then. Well, let me explain it to you then.
By the way, new lows in silver. We've been breaking down. We're about 4% off the all-time highs, about $4.78 from the peak all-time high to where we are now, and continuing to find selling. Gold back underneath The previous 5-minute low of 50.73. 50.70s just traded out. So continued selling here in the precious metals. D, how's that copper trade looking?
Yeah, pretty good. 40 ticks in profit for now, halfway there.
Okay. Equities also made some new highs. S&P broke above. We broke that 69.91 high, made a new high of about 69.95 half. Currently still trading just underneath that. NASDAQ trying to make a peak above the session highs, but kind of failing to do so far. But 25.920 last trade in the NASDAQ, and then Dow also ripping to new highs. We just made a peak of around 49.620, trading right back underneath 49,600. Crude finding a little bit of stabilization around the 60s. But yeah, those precious metals, man, we are absolutely just ripping lower here. See if that 110 level maybe comes into existence while we're on the session together. That would be quite wild to go from 117 to 110.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But again, stranger things have happened.
Very true.
I mean, visually, like Dakota said, visually, it doesn't even look that far off, right? It looks like another 30-minute candle. It will be there. God, it's fun. It is fun. It's dangerous, but fun.
It is. Hey, do you have, do either of you have any experience with standard deviations? We had a comment in chat from Dallas a little earlier that I didn't get to yet. Anne-Marie, do you? Any
Yes.
experience with standard deviations? Yes. Okay. Is there any, for those that might not know about standard deviations, is there any kind of foundation that you would want to provide them on, it's additional data, right? It's just another piece of data, another possible, reference point of maybe extensions of where the market could go. But any background or foundation that you could provide, Anne-Marie, and then we'll give you an opportunity.
Yeah. So simply put, standard deviation and both Dee and I know standard deviations very well because we're both nerds. So standard deviation just tells you a region around a midline that tells you how far something's likely to stretch. So here's the thing about standard deviations. Once the bell curve is, shaped like a bell, big fat on the top, skinny tails. And so what that tells you is the skinny tails are usually 2.5 to 3 standard deviations for normal distribution. For the market distribution, it follows, I don't want to get super nerdy, but I will for just a second. The margin, the average returns in an account inside of any specific chart follows something called a Cauchy-Levy distribution. And what that is something that looks like a bell, only the tails are fatter. So here's the thing that you can look at. If you've ever used a Bollinger Band, that uses a standard deviation. 2 standard deviations, 3 standard deviations. Sometimes the trading strategy will say, hey, when it hits 3 standard deviations, the market is very likely to revert to the mean. But this term very likely actually really depends on the overall market conditions. And so some days we can look at a 5, an 8, a 10 standard deviation, like potentially what's happened in silver today. I don't know if we've got Bollinger Bands here. Let's see. Bollinger. Oh, yeah. Look at this.
Yeah.
So here we are with Bollinger Bands. Oh, shucks. I put it on the wrong one. So Bollinger Band uses the standard deviations. That's how it makes the edges standard deviation. So when you go to your Bollinger Band and you say settings, it's going to give you a length of 20. That's the moving average. And the multiple there is a standard deviation. So notice this is well outside of that zone. If I happen to put it on a 5-minute, it's even, it's not quite as dramatic there. So it's moving at a constant rate. That's actually pretty interesting. If we look at the hourly, that's better. If we look at the hourly, we can see the top edge is way outside that zone. So let's actually see how many. Let's go 4. So it looks like we've got about 3 standard deviations away from the midpoint of 20. And that's really how you measure it. Now, I used to love Bollinger Bands until I figured out that price action is the only thing that actually tells you what's going on. And so Bollinger Bands are sort of like noise on my chart now. Could I be a little jaded there? Yeah, but I don't think they're very useful at all because they will tell you relative averages, but they won't tell you, hey, this is going to continue. What it often does is force someone into taking a short or a long when momentum is clearly telling them not to. What do you think?
Right, counter trend. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And this is where the study of volume profile and market profile actually goes one step further. So that is also a study of distribution curves and somewhat standard deviations, like how far are you away from the previous day's value, how far are we away from the current day's value as well, and where is the little belly? I call it the belly. And sometimes if we have the double distribution, then I would call that the boobs and the belly, just to make it a little bit more picturesque. All right, so we're reaching the VWAP on copper. Just gonna drop down to 500 ticks here. Thank you. But I mean, it's so close. I might just actually take it off here. So that would be about. Here we go. It's off 430 in space of
good stuff.
40 minutes. Yeah, this is your COMEX fade. So the study of distributions, that is what profile is all about. So it's not some mythical thing. It's not just the initial balance. It's how much did the distribution curve move and how far are we away from it? So obviously with the markets, like for example, silver, by the way, encroaching on that 110 level rapidly, which is crazy to see. But how far away are we from a distribution curve from yesterday? And if we're very far away from it, you can call this a repricing. But then you can use the current day's distribution curve to see how are we moving. Are we moving that value, which is the distribution curve, up or down? Or are we just staying static? That can actually provide you clues about the day type that we're seeing. There's like a lot of little intricate things. So it makes me a little sad to see people bringing the market profile, such a powerful concept, down to like, initial balance. It's not just the initial balance. It's so much more than that. But in its core, Steidelmeier was the one who put all of this together. So it's a study of distribution curves and how they move with price and volume. It's incredibly powerful. So this is where I'm also not in favor of Bollinger Bands because I think they are oversimplifying things. Maybe it can move, it might work in a very, very big trending market that doesn't do these huge reversals at particular times of day like commodities do. But you find a stock, you find a Bollinger Band, and then you just ride the breakout. Or if it's really flat, maybe you can use Bollinger Bands to run, range trades, pinging it from one side to the other. It's never going to be as perfect, so there's obviously risk to consider. But I dislike them because there's not enough information in them. It's a very one-sided indicator. Without context, they're useless. So to me, looking at the distribution, that's all about market profile. Once you understand that, it becomes an eye-opener. It's almost like, whoa, how did I not know? How did I trade without this? Like, I feel like if I didn't have profile, I would be trading blind, literally. I have no idea what's going on. Does that make sense?
It's a little over my head, but I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued for sure. And for those that were looking for all this type of detail and love when these two ladies like to, as Anna Marie put it, nerd out. I hope this is right up your alley because this is awesome, but it's a little over my head. But that's because I'm a
I know VWAP George
little
enjoys it.
100%. I know he was commenting earlier. Yeah, absolutely. Well, speaking of the markets, though, we are definitely seeing a little bit of buying coming back in, just shy of that 110 level. We didn't quite make it down there, but we were right underneath $111 in silver, back above 112 now. Gold also made a low of about 50.53, now trading 50.62s. Lots of volatility right now in these metals, as D took those profits in copper as well. Great location to take some profits off the table. Equities also rolling over just a little bit as well after making those highs. Once again, ES did make a new high just around 69.95 half. Now we're trading right back underneath 69.90. The NASDAQ is trading just underneath 25,900 again, and the Dow back near 49,550. Crude's not doing a darn thing, but that's not really our focus right now. Equities and metals
What
are
else is
providing most
new?
of the volatility right now. Yeah, exactly. 100%. What else
I mean,
is
there's a
new
level in
indeed?
crude, like 60.50, that could be supportive. Let's give it another 15 minutes. If you see some life in crude, you might catch 20 ticks to the upside. Such a fun market. Yeah, me and crude oil are not talking anymore, in case you haven't noticed.
It seems like a
Definitely
common
going
theme
through
here across
divorce.
TV. Yeah. Jay said the same
We're
thing.
so
Jay's
disappointed.
on the same
We're
boat.
so disappointed.
Yeah.
You know, all of us who have been trading for a hot minute here, we used to love crude. It was such a great instrument. Even if you were wrong on the first trade, it was moving so much that it would allow you to reposition yourself. And now it's just like dead fish in the water. It just kind of goes with the flow, but not really. Sloshes around and does absolutely nothing. So it's like, no, I don't. Ew. Don't want to touch it with a barge pole. It's horrible.
Well, we
Yeah,
do
Jay-
have a few. Crude, don't get me started. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. I knew JD would chime in
Mm.
eventually.
Mm-hmm. We've all got beef with crude.
100%. Well, we got a few more questions we can get to. We have a little bit more time. I'd love to tackle a couple more here. We got a good one from Gerald. Gerald asked, should a trader immediately look for a trade in a newly established XFA or give it a day before looking for setups? Now, I have a personal opinion about this, but I'm going to go ahead and let the coaches chime in first. Dee, do you want to start with this one?
Yeah, sure. Again, my answer will depend whether this is your first XFA or whether you've been through the ringer before, whether you've taken payouts, how frequently, and how confident are you in your abilities. If you are on the more advanced side, you have taken payouts, you're probably not going to experience the same elation as somebody who just got their first XFA. So here's what happens mentally. Once you reach a goal, we know that that drives productivity and motivation, which in any other profession is an amazing thing. It's beautiful. Excuse me. But in trading, that directly translates into overtrading, eagerness to find a trade, even if there isn't one. So if that's who you are, if you just got funded, you're like, wow, I've been waiting for this for such a long time, 2 years, 3 years, and nothing, and now I'm funded. I would actually urge you to take at least a week off, go back to the combine, and don't touch the XFA until the initial elation passes you by. Because I promise you that first week, you trading all popped up on this new productivity and motivation drug, it's not going to go well. Because you're going to want to trade because you really want to find a trade for all the wrong reasons. So let it chill on the side and breathe. Go, maybe if you're able-bodied, do some fasting. There's like some limited studies who were done on mice, not on humans. So again, caution there.
Close enough.
Yes, exactly. We're animals. And in mice, it was proven that the 2 days of fasting can cut the dopamine high, the dopamine fix that you'll get when you reach a goal. But again, if you've got some medical issues or anything, probably don't do that. Speak to your nutritionist or your doctor or both. But if you can, do some fasting and, meditating or exercising, anything just to keep yourself away from the spanking brand new XFA. On the other side, if you really, really want to trade, and I know that many people will want to trade the new XFA, go down to 1 micro, lock it all up in the risk settings. So don't just think that, oh yeah, no, I'll be able to control myself. You won't be able to control yourself. Because the moment that first trade goes wrong, your fight or flight is kicking up, and suddenly you're doing stupid muppety things, because it's not you trading anymore. It is the animal side of you, because we have 2 parts of our brain, the primal one and the rational one. And all of the emotions, so frustration, fear, and yes, elation, happiness, love, it all comes from our primal side. It is not driven by your prefrontal cortex. It is all driven by your limbic system. You don't want to trade from your limbic system, because when I start trading from that side, I call myself D-animal, because that's not me trading. D-animal doesn't know anything about market profile, statistical extremes, time of day. It just wants to survive. And if you get yourself into that situation, it's a terrible way to trade. And it will end up in, at the very least, a big loss. And at the worst, the completely blown out XFA in like 1 day or less. We've seen people blow out of new XFAs in minutes after working like 2, 3, 5 months, a year to get the 1 XFA. So that doesn't make much sense, does it? And that's why, because you're making decisions from the primitive side of your brain. So I would say wait if you're more on the newer side of things. So if you're more novice, you've never been funded, never taken a payout, let that dopamine settle, and then you'll be more ready. But still adjust your expectations. Don't expect that the first week or even first 2 weeks will go well. So account for that. Save yourself from yourself. Use the lockout. Use the risk limits. Lock out the risk settings as the first thing that you do for the day. Rant over.
It's a great answer. Traveling technician in chat said, lizard brain. You seen that meme?
Yes, lizard brain.
Of the lizard just hitting a button? Lizard, lizard,
yes.
lizard, lizard. Yeah. That's me. When I'm on tilt, I just start clicking buttons.
It's everyone. That's what I call the
XFA.
grasshoppers. Grasshoppers, yeah. You just start clicking buttons. And then you need to wear a grasshopper hat, because you're being a grasshopper. Yeah.
100%. Anne-Marie, how about you? Any perspective on
what? She hit the nail on the head. The hardest thing is to follow that advice. Nobody wants to buy a new toy and have it set over in the corner and go, don't touch that. Right? We all want to get in there and do it. So that's the best advice that you could ever give somebody, even if you're established and you're doing great. Did you get to that XFA by the skin of your teeth? Do you feel anxious now that you've got it? Just listen to yourself and learn those parts of your intuition that tell you, hey, you don't need to be doing that, and start listening to it just a little bit. But following that great advice is really, really hard. You just have to say, you know what? It's good for me. I'm going to do this. And if you have to trade and you want to get your wiggles on, just open up your practice account and do something in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, those are good answers. I like them a lot. Well, we have a couple minutes left here. Let's take a quick trip around the markets and we'll close out for this session together. The S&P is finding a little bit of a base here around 69.90. We have the NASDAQ trading right around 25,900. Dow is currently stabilized, finding a little bit of a base around 49,530s. Gold and silver both did find their bids from those lows. Gold is currently trading 50.75s, 50.76 now that I say it. And then silver is trading right around $113 an ounce. Last trade 112.80. Crude, by the way, we were talking about crude doing absolutely nothing, and all of a sudden, within a 5-minute bar, crude shot up about 25 cents. So, but we're back kind of in the middle of that 5-minute candle. But 60.71 per barrel out in crude. I haven't looked at the tilt this whole hour. Let's kind of take a look real quick to see where people are positioned here at Topstep. S&P, we got a 56% short tilt. NASDAQ, about a 60% short tilt. Crude, about a 66% long tilt. And then gold is about 58% long. Wow, this hour, I swear, this is definitely one of my favorite hours to be on with y'all, and it goes by quickly every single time. Dee, before we
Absolutely.
close out here, I know we obviously won't see you for the remainder of the day. We will see you, of course, in the early morning here in the States as we get into tomorrow's new calendar day. Anything you want to leave us with before we get out of here?
Yeah, it's a FOMC week. So maybe that's bringing some more volatility into the precious metals because everyone's like scrambling to, I don't know, maybe position themselves, ahead of that event. This morning, I did see someone getting, I think it was a take profit. So it was just before silver started running crazily. And it happened during the London session. And they were getting out of about 123 silver contracts on the big silver. So that's not a retail person. And they were there for a while.
Wow.
They were there. They were hanging. So that means they had conviction in their take profit. Now, obviously, we can't say for sure whether it was a take profit or a stop out. But it's just the context of how they were managing it. It told me that some people have started taking profits, the big institutions. So be very careful. High on hopium on silver. Yes, we may reach 120, but if this thing starts rolling over as we head towards the Fed rate decision,
look out.
It's gonna get ugly. Yeah, because there's not much to protect it to the downside. So be super careful if you're trading silver. You can't size down on it either. Like 1 micro, $5. And over 1,000 ticks movement per day, that's something that will blow accounts. Even if you have like 6, 10, 15, 20, 30 grand in your account. If you're not careful, that's going to be gone in a blink of an eye. So it's definitely a week for caution. Don't be a hero. Save the profits, save the money, go into combines, go into a practice account, and you can still keep trading for data, but this is not the week to be playing with fire.
Good.
Yeah.
And Marie, how about you? Any closing comments?
Well, on that silver space, very interestingly, a name that is associated with a lot of gold and silver bullishness, Rick Rule, came out this past weekend and said, hey, this is hitting a bubble. People need to start trimming what they've got. And so when a guy like that, who is notoriously bullish, comes out and says, you better start feeding the ducks, you want to watch out for extra volatility. So just be careful. It's going to be a crazy week, I think. Anyway, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Well, you heard it here first. Go feed those ducks, chat. We'll be right back. We'll trade with Topstep, with JD, Hoop, and myself. And we'll continue to see what these precious metals and equities have in store for us for the rest of today. But ladies, thank you both very much for your time. Always a pleasure. And we'll look forward to seeing you later this week.
Thanks, Gabe.
It's Topstep TV. Let's go.
What's up, traders? It's Mick here with Topstep. The best program to get you funded is now built around you. Topstep's got a new offering, and it isn't a one-time sale. It's the best all-in price, and it's going to be here every day. Now, there's 2 paths to funding. The new and exciting path is the no activation fee path. This is where you're going to pay a little bit more upfront, but then pay nothing when you pass the trading combine. You've got your standard path. It's a lower monthly cost. Then when you pass the trading combine, there's an activation fee. That activation fee is actually coming down in price. Topstep's got the best program, the best payout policy, and now the best all-in price. I can't wait to see what it offers our traders on their way to a better lifestyle.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopstepTV. It's time to trade with Topstep. We got a couple of regulars here with us. In the middle, we got Coach Hoop. You know him. Over there on the right, he just finished the group coaching session. Gabe is here. Let's get into it. Gabe, Hoop, both can be trading it up. How's it going this afternoon, gentlemen? How's it feeling in your neck of the woods? What's the weather like in Arizona right now, Hoop?
Yeah, I was going to say, Gabe, we got JD talking to me and you, and we're both dealing with a lot better weather than those guys are. 72 degrees here today. Sorry, JD.
Incredible.
I remember. I remember what it's like. So does Gabe. He's a Minnesotan.
Yep.
Indeed.
I actually just a minute ago, I was seeing if we can get him queued up. My mom and dad live in Southwest Michigan, and they are literally snowed in right now. I'll give you a thumbs up if we can actually show those. But man, it's been a brutal weekend. Cold snow hit from both sides, right? But we live for this. I love it.
Don't miss it, JD. Don't miss it.
Well,
Don't miss it.
Who called the top in silver and gold?
Who called it?
I'm
Did
sure
you call it?
there's going to be a ton of people. See, I told you. God, I used to hate that the next day on the floor. Told you that was the top.
Oh, you're asking the chat. Who sold the top tick? Who bought the bottom tick?
Told you.
Who made all the money?
Yep.
If they told you it was them, they were probably lying. But
you know how that
that's how
goes,
it works.
JD, right? Yeah.
Everybody knows secretly who actually sold the high and bought the low.
After they got ran over. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
You never talked about it afterwards. Figures were never mentioned. All right, guys.
No, but it had that capitulation feel to it, JD. I mean, you never know. I mean, you can go on structure and try and look for topping actions, 3-bar reversals. But like with silver, it was just a whole different, it's just a whole different deal. I mean, here we are, we're trading it in fast markets, at 116, and now we're at 110. I mean, one price action, you got it.
Scott Crenshaw wants to know how many times did they miss the top before they caught it? It is an excellent question.
Exactly. This is it now.
Was it worth it?
This is it now.
The one time you caught it, did it cover all those losses? So, pick the tops all you
100%.
want. Just manage that risk, right?
Yep. 100%.
Silver's trading at 110.25 right now. 110.25 last in silver. I know everybody's watching. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart in silver right now. I got a VWAP at 110.25. Trading right on top of that as we speak. Do a quick check-in on the tilt. We got 57% short in the ES, 67% short in the NQ, 64% long in crude, and gold, 50-50. Who's winning? 50-50. What's your market of choice today, Hoop? What are you getting into?
I would lean micro gold. I have officially, after playing with fire for the last couple of sessions with silver, it just can't manage the risk. I mean, it's extremely difficult, especially in like 50Ks. So it's just micro gold. Buy a pullback in here cautiously. Equities have pretty much slowed up. So I'm sure, Gabe, you're probably eyeing up an NQ trade, would be my guess.
Ooh, yeah.
But yeah, something here in micro gold. Maybe come back against VWAP on the 30-minute. We really get back there, like 50-20 area. But man, the range is just $22 range in crude in a 30-minute. I mean, in gold in a 30-minute chart. Big range.
Gabe, what are you looking at? You're going to throw some trades on. What are you eyeing up? I know you got something ready to go.
Yeah. Coming into the top of this hour, I bought a micro silver and got stopped out. And that recent flushed me with some pretty bad slippage. So I'm dealing with about a $1,300 loser on that one micro silver. And that's exactly what Oop was just talking about.
Yeah.
I had my stop. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I mean, that move happened quickly.
Fast.
I essentially bought my bid was 110.60. And then that next kind of 1 minute bar, like those two bars back to back, the top of the hour, the 01 candle, and then the 02 candle, it got me. Let me see what I actually got filled. My quarter.
Curious, what structure were you looking for to get in on the long side instead of waiting for a pullback to sell right now? Looking at a 5-minute
Yeah,
chart.
you know, man,
it's pretty.
I was looking at a 5, and the low that I was looking at was this low right from 940.
Gotcha.
So it was essentially this little 5-minute area of demand. There's a little consolidation right underneath this little swing. So I was looking for essentially a little bit of a pullback or a reversal off of that low, thinking about more of a liquidity kind of perspective. But it aligned, a nice little swing low, nice little 5-minute demand zone with a breakout to a new high at the time. I liked the zone, but it was just too expensive. I shouldn't have got into it.
Yeah,
it's too pricey from the rip.
Yeah, would you still take
the
that
trade
trade?
location there has to be spot on, man. That's the other thing.
I mean,
silver.
Yeah, on that 5-minute chart, it looks like
Yeah.
we wicked right through that zone. On a
Mhm.
15-minute chart, it might show it more clearly. Would you still take it? Would you still take this trade?
I mean, I like the location. Maybe if I can get a push down closer to 110 even again, might be
If you're
able
at the
to.
lower end of the zone, yeah.
Yeah, the lower
Got
end of
it.
that zone. But in reality, like we have the problem about this is too, we have a couple of really obvious lows in the 108s, like 108.46, 108 kind of 20 area. And the ladies were, doing a great job of warning us towards the end of the last segment. If this does continue barreling through, and levels aren't really going to matter a whole lot. It just continues to dump. So I don't want to get too attached to trying to be a bottom picker right now, knowing how much momentum I'm fighting. I think that first attempt of trying to be a buyer kind of really just scarred me a little bit, and I'm going to have to kind of go into preservation mode, I think, for the rest of the hour. So I might not be
Makes
able
sense.
to dabble, and if I do, I'm going to have to tighten things up drastically, which with volatility might not really help me.
I'm looking at a 15-minute chart of silver right now. It's very, very wicky. Pretty decent wick to the downside.
Indeed.
I'm also looking at the S&P 500. I love watching the ES. I love reading the tape on the ES. It's one of my favorite markets to watch.
Thing of beauty.
You have the chart up, isn't it?
Oh,
just slowly crawling higher.
Mm-hmm.
It looks almost textbook, doesn't it? I mean, you could draw one of the most perfect channels on this chart right now.
Just like
right
a good
here.
old step. Yep, step.
Good old-fashioned channel right there. Buying that lower channel line, getting out at that upper channel line, just playing the range and watching it drift up and to the right. Sometimes it just works out very well. Sometimes it doesn't, but we're here for the good and the bad. My apologies for the chair squeak.
It's a pattern now, JD. I think we all expect it.
We're used
When
to
you're
it.
on air, we just
Yep.
know.
We know it's coming.
I was ready to display the entire new me today, but I was telling Chris in production earlier this morning, I flew too close to the sun last night, and I ruined.
I thought it looked great.
I didn't ruin my office. It did look great, but you know me, like I started paying a little too much attention to detail, and I'm not a small guy by any stretch of the imagination. This is part of the story, like I'm 6'3", I weigh 240 pounds, and like all of a sudden my elbow went up, and I had a shelf that got destroyed, and everything that was on it broke, and I couldn't salvage anything, and now we're back on the brakes this morning. Yep, the Thunderdome, totally inadvertent, just moving around, and I bulldozed into things. That was it. Honest mistake.
Oop, did you say you were going to think about buying a little micro gold pullback here at all?
I heard inner JD there too about maybe I'm better off selling it up against 60 maybe. It just, you have to decide. Like I have some swings up here around 60. 60 looks like a good short. 50, 46 looks like a decent long. The closed now, quote closed. Yeah, as a scalper, yeah, I would probably look at either one of those. A little bit on the upper side at 60, and then maybe look at a long down there at 50. So I'm probably going to try and play that range a little bit.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. What do we got to do to get you guys in a trade right now? What's happening?
I'm gonna start chipping away at this this $1,300 loser. I think start scalping though.
Okay. Gabe, looking at the NASDAQ or micro NASDAQ?
I'm looking at SIL still.
Oh, it's still silver. I apologize.
Silver.
Yeah, the equities are grinding up. There's just a slow. If we look at the NASDAQ right now, on a 1 minute, we're making some higher lows. I've seen a whole lot of follow through. Maybe on the NASDAQ, we break above 915, might be able to see a return to the highs.
Mm-hmm. We've had some pretty consistent flagging patterns. In silver today. There's one, two, we're on a third one right now. This is looking at a 3-minute chart now. Do you still like the long side?
I really don't feel confident longing until we get back above 113. I think I'm going to look to end up going to see if we can get some momentum back to the downside. Maybe the sell-off isn't done yet. I'm going to put a stop sell underneath 109 or 109.80. See if I can get some momentum back to the lows. Like
very good.
Be offering
Stops
these
to enter the market.
14s.
Stops aren't just for entering the market, folks. They're also exiting the market. They're also for entering the market. Hope you ever use a stop to enter the market?
Momentum markets.
Momentum markets is where they work the best, no doubt about it. When you get that one directional move,
yep,
you're just trying to stay out of the way of.
Does it?
Aaron Trades does it. Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
He'll stop down or in and go. Mm-hmm.
Looks like it might come down and grab me here.
Looks like it. 110.20 last trade in silver. Where's that stopping? One more time, Gabe? I'm gonna write it down.
109.73 is where that stops sitting.
109.73. Real close. We're real close. What was the low of that? Must have just missed you. 109.870. We're ticking down. Silver's ticking down. 109.820 last. Did you get on that? Did you get tagged?
No. Nope. Tick off. Tick off from the trigger there.
Oh, because I'm looking at the big silver, not the micro silver. Big silver printed a low of you got to be in now, right?
Yeah, I'm filled. So I'm short one from 109.73 half.
I'm long gold, so we got a spread on.
This is what you call a spread, folks. Buy one, sell the other.
Yep. Yep.
793 was that price, Gabe? 109, 793?
Yep. I'm looking for new lows and new lows quickly. I'm going to keep a tighter stop on this. 110.33 is where my stop is.
Quick is definitely what you want to see on patterns like this. When you're looking at flagging patterns, you want it to happen pretty much immediately, right?
100%.
Starts going sideways on you. You know what your risk is. You can adjust risk on the fly too, based on market generated information. But looking pretty good so far. 570 last trade. There we go. Still dropping. Previous low, 108.815. Getting pretty close to it.
Nice trade.
Very nice trade.
I'm stopped out like that. Paper cut. I'm all good with that.
Hope you're out of that gold. Where'd you get long from?
Yeah.
Where'd you get out?
Last night about. I got in at 40, 60, 50, 40, 20, and I got stopped out at 37.30. I was only going to risk a couple bucks. I'm having a pretty decent day. So I'm willing to take a couple paper cuts in here.
For sure.
I'm just
for the sake
buying
of TV.
For
For the sake of trade
I
entertainment.
saved in my head. I'm just buying a $60 break and getting gold. That's crazy, man. You didn't say that.
Buying a $60. We got short on gold. The opening range breakout. Oh,
I saw that.
Get back to my notes here. We got short at 50.69.90. What was the last print in gold? Let's pull that up. Man, what a move.
All right, let's see if we can get this to continue flushing here. We got about 50 seconds till this 5-minute bar closes. I think I'm going to end up taking this at the lows.
Nice trade, Gabe. Nice trade.
All right, they're almost a new low there. Put my target.
How many contracts are you trading? One more time.
There's just one SIL.
Just one.
Yeah.
That's
I got my
also moving
target
down.
108.46, which is the next 5-minute swing from 8 a.m. 5-minute bars.
You
about
up
to
George
close.
in the chat? You up George is digging your trade right now.
I mean, the momentum's definitely down.
Right now it is. Yeah. Why would it stop now? Does anybody have a reason?
All right,
Share your
10% rule.
context.
I'm gonna take that. I gotta start chipping away at that red. So I'm out.
All right.
New low was made in the 5-minute.
Well done.
Nice trade, Gabe.
We'll see if we
Top
can
of the wood.
maybe get a re-entry potentially.
Our pops for selling right now in metals.
Yeah.
Chat,
I'm gonna treat it like
Share
that.
your feelings. Rips are for selling. Buy the dips, sell the rips. Still in the lows. Looks like gold wants to flush again.
Ooh, man, that was good out. Sometimes.
Ooh, gold.
Bye-bye.
New lows in gold. Still a good exit. Gabe?
Yeah, I like the
For the next
location of the
pop.
exit. Look for the next pop. I mean, a strong 5-minute bar, right? That 5-minute bar was great continuation. I obviously have some very obvious targets in mind, particularly the swings from early pre-market. Overnight London session lows, having those lower 108s. I think those are reasonable places for the market to reach to. Question is, where will the next kind of bid step in? I do want to sell pops for sure on this. I don't want to. Marrying that long bias would probably not be a smart thing for me to do right now. So,
we talked about that in the opening call. In gold in
Did you?
particular. We surpassed $5,000 in gold, but the price never actually traded.
No.
Do people just want to see that $5,000 print?
Well, and Dakota said it
possible.
earlier. The silver is just a killer because it's so non-scalable, right? It's just really tough to scale in. 50.17. Here we go. Gold getting smoked.
Gold is getting smoked. Who might get that
I
5,000
feel good about
print?
taking a paper cut.
All right, so here's where I could see a little bit of a possible bounce.
Yeah.
He also in the comments
seeing there,
said
Gabe?
about 9 minutes, 8 minutes now, silver, we typically see yet another reversal. So keep an eye on the bottom of the hour here, see what kind of pops up. All I'm seeing essentially, JD, is just the low from about 5:15 in the morning. That swing, that was the swing that brought us to a new high. So there's a pretty clear breakout that took place from that run. From those 108.17s essentially, from 5:15 to about 6:30. So any potential buyers that were still holding longs from the morning, they most likely just got tagged out. Also an area of previous demand where we ended up making a new all-time high. So I think this is a logical place where we could see a little bit of a bounce. The question is it going to be a bounce that ends up reversing this market, or is it going to be just a possible pop that I can sell again? But I think this is a location where that becomes reasonable. Just don't want to. I'm not going to buy the dip. Buying the dip ended poorly for me the first time. So
good transition. Good move. Good move. As far as little liquidity injection at the bottom of the hour, 12:30 p.m. Central Time. That is when metals markets officially settle for the day. Settlement price is established by the exchange off of the 12:30 p.m. Central Time close. Of course, they continue to trade until 4 o'clock, but the settlement price that you'll see when you wake up tomorrow will be established in the metals markets in about 4 minutes. We got another question from in the chat about the 10% rule. Could we go over what the 10% rule is? We absolutely can.
Yeah, JD, you want to hit that one?
For sure. Something that our good friend and colleague and mentor, John Hogland, came up with. Well, I don't know if he came up with it, but he introduced me to it at least. And I found it very valuable throughout my career, especially hanging out with Hogue. So what a 10% rule is. Say you're trading just a single one lot in micro silver, right? So you put your trade on, you set your stop loss, and you have your profit target, right? If price gets within 10% of your profit target, you are there, you're aware, you're watching, you have your finger on the mouse, and you're thinking about ways to get out of this trade instead of just hoping that price hits your target, right? Because sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it'll miss you by a tick. Sometimes it'll blast right through, right? But basically what the 10% rule is, once price gets within 10% of your profit target, you are alert and active in the markets, and you are thinking of the best way to exit this trade. Does that make sense? Instead of just waiting for your profit target to hit, you're being active, or you're being proactive, looking for market generated information, asking yourself, will it hit my profit target? Am I looking at a reversal pattern? Are buyers stepping in here when I'm short? Things you got to ask yourself. And it's a good way to get out of a trade when. Yes, this is your bounce. Is this your 3-bar reversal? I don't know. We saw this a couple minutes ago too. You got short off of it.
Yeah, there's nothing exact in trading, right, JD? I'm just sorry. They're just, if you have to be very careful about being too exact. Dalton talks about it all the time. It's a zone. There's a bounce. Yep.
All right, here's the pop. I'm going to sell it. I got an offer in at 109.04. Yep.
What kind of chart are you looking at, Gabe?
I'm just looking at a little bit of newly built supply that broke the lows here on that last flush on the 1 minute. So a little base and then continuation lower.
Oh.
See if we can get one more push back down before settlement.
All right, Gabe is back in the market on the short side in silver. We're seeing some buyers step in here. These buyers for real?
We'll find out. We will find out.
Last trade in silver, 109 even. 109 even. What's your entry price, Gabe?
109.045.
109.045.
Targeting new lows.
Right on top of it.
107.51 is my current TP.
Looking all right. Looking all right. Gave a short silver, micro silver. 109.045, 108. 945 last trade. I got word from production too that those pictures my mom sent me this morning of being snowed in Michigan are ready to share. Oh, there's one. Look at that. You see that? That's about 2 feet of snow right outside your front door, your back door.
Gosh, I do not miss that.
Nope.
That is
nope.
Nuts.
Blizzard of 79. Chicago was shut down for a week, JD.
It was the year I was born. But I remember hearing stories about it. Yep.
Unbelievable.
I was born in November of 1979.
Cost one mayor a job because he couldn't get enough freaking snowplows out there.
Oh, yeah. I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of felt that way yesterday. Yesterday, I felt like the only person in Chicago that was up at 6 a.m. shoveling my snow. And then I tried to take my car out, and there wasn't a single plow on the street either.
Just always remember the ice scraper feel on the window.
Getting up early to defrost the car window before
I
drive.
Yeah.
Dude, there was
100%.
there was one winter when I was like 19. I was living at my buddy's house, and I was driving to work. I worked at Graco in Minnesota for about a year, and it was a morning or a winter that I had zero heat in my little 97 Chevy Malibu. And so I literally am over here bundled up like the Michelin man and the tire guy. And then I got my driver's windows down just to be able to stick my head out to drive because my window wasn't defrosted because my blower was gone on the heater. So it's I essentially had to get up to a certain speed to be able to even have any sort of airflow come into the vehicle to defrost the windshield. And so half the drive, by the time I got to work, my eyes were bloodshot, dried out. It was negative, terrible.
Whatever.
Absolutely terrible. Yeah. All right, let's see if silver wants to flush these lows. I really don't want to be in this short too long if we do get some strength back into 109s, especially now that we're technically settled. This could be the reversal point that D was talking about.
Moving fast, too.
Yeah, so if we don't see some sellers step in here, I'm going to probably end up bailing. I'm selling the lows right now.
Yep. We could still be flagging, but you never really know until the breakout happens, until the pattern is finished, until the pattern has completed itself. You can't technically tell if you're in that pattern, right? You're always taking a long shot.
Yeah, we're just consolidating around these 109s a little longer than I would have liked to. See that flush? There might be that pop.
Still watching. 109, 340 last trade. S&P just a couple points from high of day. 69.95 half, current high 69.93 last trade. Is the S&P 500 going to hit 7,000 today? Let's ask the chat. 7,000 in ES today. What do you guys think?
It's possible. What, the last high we just printed was 69.95 half, so it's only a couple points away.
Yep.
When you see Faisal in chat just asked, you don't want to add, Gabe, to average up. The problem is, man, if I add on a micro silver right now, I'm already taking on $800 of risk.
Yeah,
I'm already taking on $800 of risk.
Man. Yeah,
$800. Yeah, $800 on a single micro contract is a lot of risk to be taking.
Yeah, 172 ticks is where my stop is right now. And it looks like it's going to come for me.
Ooh, in my dreams, says someone in the chat. Well, the S&P hit 7,000 today. In my dreams. I kind of want to buy one now. Kind of want to buy it.
Just for spite.
Right? Just out of spite.
If it was JD's burnt toast, you'd be all over it saying it.
All right, Gabe.
Yeah, we're just legging higher here. I think I'm toasting this one.
Yeah. If you drop down, I'm looking at a 3-minute chart now. If you look at a 1-minute chart, really scaling down here. Put in a higher low, we're ticking higher. That's why different time frames matter also. What's our 15-minute chart telling us? I mean, 15 minutes still looking pretty bearish, but we are getting wicky, right? On the downside. A lot of wicks on a 15-minute chart. See these buyers stepping in. I got a 15-minute VWAP in silver at 110.17, call it.
All right, there's the tag out. The zone's about to invalidate. I think next target is going to be 111.08, previous little high. Might try to re-offer the 111s, but that more aggressive location is now invalid. D called it.
All right.
Yeah.
D called it.
He called it. Settlement reversal.
Settlement reversal. What was settlement in silver?
4 minutes ago.
Oh, it probably wasn't. Let me see.
Oh, settlement reverse. Actual settlement time. Yeah. What did gold do?
Time is a level. 100%
Time is
in
a level.
trading.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought you were talking about settlement price for a second, but no, actual settlement time of metals.
Yeah, time. Yep. Yeah, she was calling out the fact that bottom of the hour we typically see a reversal of some kind.
What a call. What a call.
Nice call.
So, JD, in last Wednesday, and I'd share this, we talked about the gold-silver ratio spread, right?
Yep.
So, and I know it's not exact. I was joking around. I was talking with, it's not an exact ratio, but if you bought one gold, you bought one silver, sold one gold last Wednesday on the open, you want to guess, and I'm talking the bigs, not the micros.
Okay.
What that spread is at right now? And at the high point today, I'll just tell you this: 1-to-1, one gold, one silver. And I know it's not an exact ratio because the ounces and whatever. You can't unless you micro scale it and whip it out, change it around. I'm just talking 1-to-1 because everybody was talking about it. I'll just tell you, at its peak point today, it was worth $82,000 on a 1.
$82,000 buying a single
at its peak
silver contract and selling a single gold contract. Mini contracts.
Yep. No. Yeah. Just regular mini. It's at 57,000 right now.
Wow. That's
crazy, man. Titanic move.
So, now you got me curious. Legging in onto these spreads.
Oh, from a guy who used to do it, it's a dangerous world.
I know, right? Timing is everything.
Silver, especially, right?
Legging.
Yeah, silver. Yeah.
The way it's moving.
Yeah.
I suppose you would leg out of it. Is there an actual name to the gold silver spread?
Well, I mean, on the spot, you can look at the ratio. I mean, they actually give you real-time tracking of it. I mean, once again, that's how I traded a good portion of my career on the floor was, and your dad did too, was spreads. And I said the only reason it was done is because it was the only way to manage risk, right? I mean, it's like 50 grand to have one silver contract on. So you do get a break for having a spread. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can put on size without getting killed on giant moves. That was the appeal of it.
Yeah. Yep.
Calendar spreads, cross market spreads.
Year over year, silver's up 271%.
Crazy.
That is crazy.
It's nuts.
I actually have a chart of the number of increase in traders. I shouldn't share this, but I'm just going to tell you some decent signs from 2024 to 2025. The number of traders at Topstep trading in sim accounts moving into metals markets has increased substantially, significantly.
Gold's been the best trade around over the last year.
Gold was absolutely the biggest increase in trader involvement that we saw year over year. It's just it's insane, the number. You wouldn't believe me.
It's liquid.
Just believe it's big. It's big. Yeah.
Try.
What's up, Gabe?
I'm long.
Trying to short
what are you looking at?
I'm long one SIL from 108.77. I'm going break even now though. Yeah. So that zone that flipped us a little bit around settlement there. I'm playing that. I got a zone entry this time, so I didn't enter right at the base, start of the base for myself. I entered a little bit inside of it just to get a little bit better risk. But I'm going to go break even now. I really don't want to hang in this too long if we do flush here. I'm fighting the higher time frame right now.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Got a 15-minute. Looking at gold right now. Got a 15-minute view up at 50.39. I'm going to switch back over to silver. Let's walk Gabe through this trade. Gabe's getting long on that dip. Spread this out a little bit. Put in a little swing high on a 1-minute chart at 110.045 for a rip above there. What's the risk on this trade ultimately, Gabe?
Nothing now.
Nothing now.
You put it at break even
now.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. As soon as we moved 50 cents away from the zone.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Deanna in the chat. Yeah.
Immediately.
Just called the GSR, gold silver ratio. No fun names.
Yeah.
I grew up in the world of the yield curve, where every spread had a fun little acronym. Yeah.
And break even. All right. Tried it. Doesn't want to fight.
It's moving so fast, man.
It really is.
Man.
Looks like it wants to make another leg. Yeah. The knob, the fob. The knob strike was the 30-year over 10-year. The fob was a 5-year over the bond. Tough 2-year or 30-year. Tough 2-year.
You ever do night bonds, JD, or no?
No, I wasn't around for night bonds.
Okay.
It was a little before my time. Night bonds. That was like
I didn't want to date
right? Did it go into early 2000s? Yeah. I mean, I was around for it, but I never worked night bonds.
Yeah.
All right. Glad I got out. That would have been a full stop out. Risk
sometimes doesn't it make you feel
40s.
good? Something like that. Yeah. I felt that.
Yeah.
Really good about a gold chart.
Yeah.
Man, I can't wait for those nanos.
Same.
They're coming. They are coming.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing a little bit of selling stuff in the silver right now. 108.40 last print. What's the tilt telling us? 59% short ES. 64% short NQ. Basically 50-50 in crude and 50-50 in gold. Crude and gold have gone a little flat. These metals are still moving though. We scale out to a 5-minute on here. Looks like another flagging pattern, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it wants to flush again.
4 in a row. Could it be? Too easy, says the chat. Too easy.
Oh, yeah.
Of course. 106 insights, maybe.
See volume kind of petering out just a little bit, too. I'd like to see a spike on another breakout to the downside.
What was the other thing?
If it's for real. What's that, Hoop?
Just fighting. If you're fighting being, short all day, you knew pretty much that 20 minutes going into that settlement that everybody was going to probably lighten up going into the end of the day. That's why that big to me, that big break happened. Everybody's just getting out because, just got to, once again, the margin requirements, right, JD? I don't care if you're trading micros. You know,
didn't
as soon as
margin
we're
just
gonna
get
leave
increased
again.
too? Didn't CME just push it another $7,000?
every time silver and gold
Last
make a
time I
new high,
saw
they
the
increase
micro, it was
margins.
at 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time I saw the micro silver, I think it was $8,000.
$8,000. Hold a single contract, hold a single micro contract
Micro.
overnight, $8,000. Yep.
All right, possibly a higher low forming here. Could
It's
this
24
be the
grand for
bottom?
gold.
24 grand for a micro gold?
For
Or a
regular
mini
gold.
Oh, mini gold. Yeah.
Mini gold. Yeah.
Is Hoop talking about ES or silver? We're talking about a lot of things. We're talking about gold,
Well,
silver,
ES
S&P.
is still at 69.93.
Which means that's for a mini. $7,000 for a mini margin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, silver. A regular silver is $45,000 for a big silver. Wow.
All right, I'm selling that little pop.
Here we go. Gabe's back in. Selling
Short-
rips. Buying dips
short
and selling
108,
rips.
48.
108.48. Gabe the
can go
man
push
short of
those
micro
lows.
silver 108.48. 108.48 last trade. We're right on top of your entry price right now. Just open a new 5-minute candle.
I was just gonna say I want to get long gold. Yeah. It's just moving.
Let's take a look at gold. What is gold looking like right now?
Well, that 50-22
Once again,
area, we kind of bounced off it a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we kind of bounced off that area, and again, do we go up and hit towards 37? But man, you got to be love to have been in a pit scalping this crap up right now. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah,
sure, that would have been crazy.
Oh,
any news in anything happen in Cal and Hogs last couple of hours, Hoop? You see anything there?
I was really surprised with the cold weather, JD, that we didn't get more of a move in hogs and cattle today, but they were flat as can be. So usually when you get really cold like this, usually they rally, but super quiet today. And they had a cattle on feed report on Friday, and it was kind of friendly, but you know, the meats tend to move spring to summer, right? I mean, it's kind of like the grains.
Sure.
You know, the grains haven't been doing.
We got
much
some
either.
movement. Little break in gold coming. Switch back over to silver. Check in on Gabe's trade.
Platinum making
Gabe's
new
from
lows.
108.48. Looking pretty
Those
good.
underneath 108. Those underneath 108 would give me a little bit more confidence and continued momentum.
Look at that 3-minute on platinum. Holy moly.
Platinum. Show us what's going on in platinum.
Look at that. That's a 3-minute chart on platinum. You think silver can get illiquid at times? Here, let's look up at a platinum dome.
I'll pull it up.
Look at that. Forget it.
Oh, we got Hoop charts. Beauty.
Silver not done, boys. Silver not done.
Silver not done at all.
Leading the way.
New lows
Take
coming.
out this
New lows.
107.52 low here.
Just took it out in the mini. Gabe's looking at the micro.
Overnight gap fill in gold, maybe?
I'm going break even here.
Gabe's locking in, tightening up the risk.
I don't like
Looks like
that
new
the
lows
mini made a
coming.
new low or the micro hasn't.
Yeah.
Micro's coming. Here we go. Just a couple ticks away.
Overnight low 103.31. Why not?
There it goes.
Right.
Below in the micro.
There's
Below
the
in the
recent
micro.
low. 106.13 would be my ultimate target here. Go put my
106.13.
Gold going for 5,000. You want your 5,000 print? Here it is. Might get it. Filled the gap from overnight.
I mean, it's a real thing. It's called back and fill. You know.
Mm-hmm. You guys said it on open call.
Yeah. And Oop, you can attest to it. You know, when you had a broker standing in the trading pit before the days of electronic trading, if a market gapped open, you had all those orders to fill below the market. The market just had a tendency to go back and fill that paper.
All right.
It could be very much what we're seeing in gold today.
I bought a micro gold.
Oops, long micro gold. What's your price?
5,007, and I'll risk it down. I'm going to risk it pretty good on the one lot here.
You're risking lows? Risking lows. All right.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
More selling coming into silver right now. 107.210, 107.21. Last trade in silver. Gabe's trade's looking real nice.
9.5.
Oops, jumping in gold. Buying that fallen knife. Trying to catch that fallen knife in gold right now.
Yeah. What's here? Buy him.
Buy him. Looking pretty good.
Okay.
In at 5,007, 5,013. Last print, 13.5. Good entry. $50, as they say, is $50.
We close back above 107.52. I'm gonna flatten, take those profits. Want us to maintain below.
Risking 100 to make 100 on this one lot.
Only bailing if we close back above the previous swing.
Oh, so you're still in. You're just adjusting. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still in. I'm break even right now. I'm looking, my bid's in at 106.13. I want us to see us maintain underneath this low. If we close, as soon as we close back above that, I'm bailing and taking my profit.
Love it.
I want to see
a little bit of selling
momentum here.
A little more selling coming into silver. 107.020, 107 even, pretty much last print.
That spread is nuts.
And this next candle closure, I am going to trail my stop. Yeah, this next candle closure, as soon as we make another body here, in about 5 seconds, if we do body below low, that last candle. Okay, so there's the body. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop. Stop's now at 107.72, looking for continued flushing here.
Nice. Trades in the money. We got more sellers stepping in. Looking good. Looking good. Oop, how you feeling about your long in gold?
I'm good. I'm risking 100 to make. I'm going 1-to-1 on this. I'm good.
1-to-1. Gotcha.
I only got one, so I better than it would in a one lot in silver. That's the.
Yep.
I got a 106 and change as a TP on this one. I normally don't do it, but she's moving fast.
Price update on S&P. Last trade 69.91 half. Last trade on NQ 25.892 half. Last trade on the Russell 26.70 half. Last trade in silver, the mini contract 106.80. Last trade in gold 50.14, 50.15 call it. Last trade in crude 60.58. There's your market update. We've got Gabe short silver. We've got Hoop long gold.
Covered.
Covered?
Made $100.
$100?
Yep. I had 16.20.
It's up $100.
$100 on the one micro. Yep.
That's how you get in and out of a trade in 3 minutes to make $100.
That's a scalper. That's a scalper.
Yep.
$100.
$100 is $100. Gabe's still in the trade, short from 106.13. I'm sorry, no, that's your target.
108.48.
Short from 108.40, 108.48. 106.13 is target price. Some shout outs in the chat, Hoop. Nice trade, Hoop.
Thank you.
We got about 3 minutes to go here. What are you guys thinking of going into the end of the day? Anything you want to see going into Power Hour? More of the same? We didn't talk too much equities here, did we?
We talked about the metals. The metals need a pullback, man, if they're going to go higher, right? We said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know it's a pullback, but is it? I mean, there's a lot more. Should be a lot more to go than this. But
yeah, you would think so.
Yeah.
Still hovering around
Overnight
the
ought to be
session lows.
wild.
You think so?
Oh yeah, I do.
Believe
Especially
that,
when
too.
Asia opens.
We get
Shanghai.
Gonna be a lot of talk tomorrow. We get the Fed's 2-day meeting starting tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
An announcement on Wednesday. We got a holiday watch party, Fed watch party right here on TopstepTV. It'll be a group of us here taking you through it.
All right, flush these
Get your
lows.
helmet yet, Eddie, or no?
Come on, Silver.
Did I get my helmet? No. I got a good story about the bike thief that I probably shouldn't share on air, though.
Let's see if platinum drags everything down with it. Gold's going to bust 5,000. It feels like
More lows, more lows.
Come on. All right, so we
Keep
just
starting at
wicked underneath.
106.13.
Just wicked underneath 106.44. I'm close to just 10% in this.
All right.
Got more new lows coming. More lows. More selling coming in. More selling.
$10 off the high in silver. Wow.
What is your target down there, Gabe? I can't see that price.
106.13. It's the low of the overnight. The last 5-minute wick down at 23.40. Ooh, that's a pop that I didn't want to see.
Yeah, that's a
face ripper.
Mm-hmm.
Man, what a market.
Starting early for St. Patrick's Day or Groundhog Day? Oh, here we go. It's time to go, guys. Gabe, we'll be keeping an eye on the short in silver. Hoop, thanks for joining us. Hoop had a couple nice words.
You got it.
Also. All right, we're going to step aside. We got Power Hour coming up. Jack, Dakota, and Dolby Time will be here to wrap up the day. These markets are moving right now, so stick around. We got plenty more tradertainment coming your way in this last hour of trading right here on Topstep TV. Let's get it.
Order bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Order, half, the orders, and even.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Power Hour. I'll be hosting today. Andre is currently lobbying the government to form a strategic Grey Goose reserve. We'll see how that goes.
Grey Goose.
Are here. Yeah. He needs to make sure in an emergency that those sparkler bottles don't run dry. But we got Dakota and Dolby time. Dakota, welcome back.
Yeah, man.
Not wrong, but early.
I'm never wrong, just early. As you guys could see here on the chart, but yeah, Adobe, you said there's silver on the moon. Well, we went up there, we checked, there was no silver, so we're right back down to earth reality. But we're still up 7%. We're still up 7%, man.
True. I mean, an important caveat is we were up like 14, 15, whatever
15.
percent.
Yeah, 50, almost 16%.
Drink a whole Nalgene, Jack. That was ridiculous.
We were talking in back. Is this our blow off top in silver? Look at the 4 hour. We shall see. Dakota, what are you going to be trading this hour? Are you still riding this?
Eyes on silver. I locked up for my live account, so I'm trading this high. The only thing I'm going to touch the silver with is a simulated account. But man, all-time highs tonight in silver. I don't know. I would not be surprised if silver gets right back up to all-time highs before this time tomorrow.
Was this the shakeout? Get all the weekend longs out and then bid it back up again?
You never know. You just look how volatile it is. Since you guys ended and we were starting Power Hour, we were up $2? Yeah, $2 almost.
I mean, geez, even in just hanging out in the green room, Dakota, we've already did like $1.50.
Yeah, someone says plenty of time to go back to all-time highs. Yeah, this volatility is just insane. We'll
see about that.
History.
Indeed. Well, Dolby, you have the keys to the house account. What are you going to be looking at today? The action's been in silver.
And RTY. MNQ and RTY. Two markets that no one cares about anymore, Jack.
Sounds good, because as little as people care about those, this has been one of the slowest days in a long time in the ES, which is what I like to look at. Man, we are not moving there. I still contend that there is, from where we are now, it's going to be very tricky to get the next 10, 15 points up. Seeing a lot of resistance there. But I'm not trading. Dolby is. What are you looking at in MNQ? What do you want to do here?
MNQ, we have a nice range formed on the 30-minute. Right between these 25,875s up to 25,000, let's say 930s or so. Kind of got to the top of the Dorito and had some resistance. So I kind of want to see if there's kind of two ways to play this. Either we're looking for longs right about now, or we're looking for these 80s to fail and then a retest and then a sell-off into close. And that could be possible. I mean, we had a really, really big move to the upside this morning and have kind of hung out. So it might be sort of a lookout below situation, where there might not be a ton of volume in that sort of massive bid this morning. And so if it can sell off, I think there could be a pretty good move to the downside. We do have a ton of news coming out on Wednesday, which might be kind of putting a stranglehold on the ES as well as the NASDAQ. So that's about it. That's kind of what we're looking at for MNQ. I think we're going to look at MNQ today exclusively. We're going to skip the RTY.
You're taking the slower, safer market. NASDAQ.
Yeah, the NASDAQ. That's exactly right. Dakota, you ride the rocket ship, buddy. We'll keep an eye on you.
I've been riding rocket ship
on the moon
my entire life, man. All gas, no brakes.
Yep. That is right.
Somebody asked what I'm using for GEX exposure. I'm not allowed to say because they're not a sponsor or a partner, but it's about 10 minutes delayed. There are research around online. It's one of those things, unfortunately, you got to pay for to get good stuff. If you find one of the reputable ones, it's all given the same info. So best of luck with that.
Yeah. If you want the good stuff, you got to pay. That's what they say, right, Jack?
Usually, I've also heard the best things in life are free,
Mm.
but not GEX exposure.
Not silver.
Nope. I'm so sad. My coins have lost so much value. I have 6 of them, and we're down $10. I've lost $60, chat. $60. It's crazy.
You can't look at it like that. You can't look at that. Today, you actually made 7%.
It's true. That is true.
All right, you gotta be optimistic.
When's that?
You're still up
30%
7% today in silver. If
right.
you haven't looked at the silver chart today, you look at the daily. All you see is we're up 7%.
That's a good
And
point.
by the way, the people that are listing some of these services in chat, those are the ones I've heard of as well. So do some research. All those are good and probably give about the same information. And with that, man, this last hour I'm looking at, there was a 7-point range in the ES. No bueno there. So Dakota, you got no position on what would
every time I glance away, silver's moved either up or down the dollar. Like every time I'm looking over here, looking at you guys, and then I look back over and silver's up or down a dollar. This is just insanity. I'm not looking at anything right now. Maybe a short.
There are
We'll see.
there are definitely other products. I think there's 30 something available on Topstep X.
You're correct. But man, I'm a technical trader. We're seeing volatility. I love volatility, and I've been focusing on silver. I don't want to just switch to a market and trade something I haven't traded for a minute. Outside of NASDAQ, nothing really going on that's been catching my eyes in the NASDAQ. We had that nice rally this morning, and then just consolidating around 25,900. I would lean towards a short for a breakdown and a retest of these 25,840s. It feels weird quoting the NASDAQ again because it's been I've been so like my eyes have been glued on silver lately, and yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna stick with what I've been watching.
That's pretty wise. That is pretty wise. I was talking to Coach Jay last week. He was utilizing buy stops to get into silver. Is that something that you've been doing as well, or do you have a different methodology?
It depends.
Always.
It always depends.
Other than that,
buy stops and sell stops could be a very great way to enter into momentum, right? The issue I have in silver is, I mean,
slippage,
you get slipped, right? Slippage, yes. And in a live account, it's like you understand what slippage is, depending on what your target is, depending on what your risk reward. It's not a bad idea if you're looking to catch that decent move like Coach Jay does. It depends on so much. I'm not against it, right? I use those stop orders for my stop losses, and I use limit orders more frequently. I'll just like join bid, join ask.
Nice. Ooh. Chat, we are dangerously close to 200,000 subscribers. Dangerously close. So if you've not hit like and subscribe yet, please do, so we can get to 200,000 faster than silver can get to $200 an ounce. So that's what we're racing against.
Anything can happen, man. Anything can happen.
True.
Don't speak that one into existence.
Watch out.
Yeah, maybe in the ES, I would take a peek at a short at 95 to 7,000. I think it's going to have trouble getting above that. We got 40 whole minutes until MOC. Looking over the schedule here, we don't have too much coming down the pipe. Trump's in a policy meeting. Nothing on that. The Fed begins its meeting tomorrow, but the announcement will be on Wednesday. Checking in on our stocks of note. Tesla's down 3%. NVIDIA's down 0.8%. Apple's up over 3%. You don't see that too often.
No, you don't.
Meta. Yeah, Apple's pretty usually muted with these things, but they're raging today.
I wonder if they're buying silver.
I'm thinking, well, it's too late in the day to trade bonds, but I do kind of like the retest sort of resistance becomes support. We're near that 4.2 level we talked about forever in the yields. Oh, Carvana's down. It's lovely. Full disclosure, I am back in with a small short position there. I can't help myself.
How frequently have you traded Carvana, Jack? It seems like it's kind of like your tongue all the time.
Feels like it sets up every 3 to 6 months.
Okay. Man,
Yeah.
time flies when you're on Topstep TV then.
I know.
I've been very tempted to just go and just buy a car out of the car vending machine just up the road here, and just to say I did it, video it.
You do you. Yeah, get some
What'd you
influencer
get?
content.
Yeah.
What
But
would you
there's
get
no
from that
cars that
video?
there's nothing in the vending machine that I like, which is weird to be saying about a car. And look at silver just go up over 109. We started this session. We were down into these 106s. So, almost a $3 bounce right here.
I mean, gold's up almost $50 in the last 20 minutes, 25 minutes. That's absurd.
Yeah,
What is going on? Jack, what does this mean for the dollar here? Like, is this something we should be like cheering on? Like the spectacle of it all?
No, I think you're kind of looking at it in reverse. It's not good for the dollar, but a lot of times it's the dollar that causes that. I mean, the dollar it's rebounded a little bit from the lows today, but it has not been doing great lately. And because gold and silver are priced in dollars, there's a 1-for-1 thing. Anytime the dollar index is down, it puts that. I mean, it's priced in dollars, so
yeah.
There you go.
I'm gonna go ahead and just fade this I was gonna say bounce. I'm gonna get in short. This is a sim account, so why not? I would take this in a live. I'm locked out of my live, but I like this. Let's see if we could get back, retest 108. Man, look at the volatility. 1 micro. This is 1 micro, everyone, and where I normally put my stop loss. Like that is a good amount of risk.
You're already down 200. That's like almost $1,000 of risk, is it not?
This is a
Not more?
micro, Dobie. Yeah. 1 micro is absolutely insane.
NASDAQ
Don't
wishes
worry.
it was as cool as silver right now.
Dobie, I'll sell silver so you guys don't have to.
Oh, thank
Dolby,
you.
since you're looking
Mhm.
at the MNQ, why don't you give us the above below today for the NQ?
Ooh, the above below. Let's take a look. See here. I'm gonna say let's say 25,780.
What is that again?
25,780.
25,780 for the above below. Hoop is going to put that out there in a few for us. And on
Okay.
we go. No orders in the market yet for Dolby.
No, these shorts look very interesting though.
I would agree with your. I like that.
Very
that price.
interesting. Let's see if we can lean up against these 900s. So let's do MNQ. Let's do 90, 900, and 910 for some sell orders. So it'll be 3 micros all day. Spread across 20 points. We're going to see if we can get a short in on this range.
So you want 100 points lower than this?
Correct. I think it's possible. Yes, it's just kind of a this is a consolidation formation that appears not that frequently. I think I've referred to it as kind of like a treetop high because you have like this kind of like this big long trunk here, and then it consolidates, which is kind of like the treetop. And then you can get some pretty gnarly kind of sell-offs if that range can't hold. Otherwise, it might just range and bid to the moon. But I think with Wednesday coming up and us leaning against this Dorito pattern at like the 940s, I don't know if there are enough buyers to really push price. That's a pretty important level.
Okay.
I think the market is waiting, and these bulls might be overextended. Could also be totally wrong, but you don't know till you bet.
I do like the downside of the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm. I think there could be an argument to be made to maybe start this trade at like 910s to 930s, because then the stop would be in a much better place. You'd be putting it above kind of the high of the day.
Okay.
So maybe that's like the more prudent thing to do. But at the same time, we also have a pretty good series of lower highs here in the NASDAQ. So it's kind of a question of, can we even get filled if we do go that high in the range? I don't know. What do you think, Dakota, as a momentum trader?
It's hard because this power hour, it's the end of the day, we're bumping up against time, right? We have 43 minutes into the close. And I'll switch back over to the NASDAQ. Take a look. So what I'm seeing here is we have 43 minutes to the close. We do have a very key level that the NASDAQ has shown as support and resistance, which is 25,840. Now, my targets and where I believe that the NASDAQ could go if we do start to break down, which we're starting to do right now, are a lot less than yours. You're looking for, what, 780? Which I'm not.
780s, yeah. It's a little bit more than halfway of today's range.
Okay, fair enough. I'd be looking for, 40 points, 30 points.
Yeah.
So I have a shorter target is all. If we do start to break down.
Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. What do you think about these orders? I know you're more of like a momentum trader. Would you be looking to just like market in here, or are you looking at something on like the 100 tick chart as like your setup or confirmation for the trade?
You're good at getting into those range trades. Is this a range trade for you?
It would be a range trade. I think if we were doing it more like a strict range trade, we would want to get these orders further up, to be honest. And maybe we should just do that.
Here's my thoughts on this, Dobie, is do we really have enough time to come up all the way to these 920s, 930s, fill you, and then turn right around?
No.
Doesn't seem like it, to be honest, but you never know. But
or we just go now because it's breaking.
Yeah, I know, right? So it might just be selling off right here, right now, because we do have a nice series of kind of, I would say, a stair step here sort of formation is formed, and so maybe we just end up forming new ones to the downside.
Yeah, but I like the sticking point in the ES, right, of getting back to that 69.80 level. I think that's probably the happy place for today. But yeah, I'm kind of with Dakota. I don't see it spiking up, getting you, and then selling off more than 100 points.
You never know. You never know. But we're doing a technical range trade.
Happen, right?
Yes.
It sells off. You don't get filled. No harm done.
Right. And it bids up, and we still don't get filled because it can't get over 900s. So I don't know. We'll keep the orders in here. We'll let this cook. So at worst, we just don't get filled. I don't have the momentum gene like Dakota does to be able to just slam a short here. So let's let this play out. 910, 920, 930. That is the range trade. Our stop would be in a much healthier place. That'd be above the range. Market would have to work really, really hard to kind of break that today. Honestly, what is it? Looking at 50-point bid and 100-point sell-off. Pretty rare, but this is the technical range trade here. I said above for 780s. See how that pans out.
Okay, you said above the 780s?
I did. I did.
Okay. So you set the price and you choose the direction. Nice.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, smart move. I mean, if it was me, and if I'd put like 25,000 even, then choose above.
That would be very smart. I wonder what chat would think. It'd probably be about 90-10.
Say it's rigged. It's rigged. This guy.
Yeah,
see, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
I mean,
the day I do it, we
60,
would
40.
sell off and finish below.
Yeah.
Silver is starting to sell off. Right back down below 108.
Ooh.
This is just. Oof.
Dakota, what would you be doing during slow markets if it wasn't for silver right now?
It would be trading gold.
Gold?
Yeah. Yep. There's always opportunities during the Asian session. There's times where it's very, very slow, which it seems like it was a long time ago. And I'd zoom out to higher time frames, like an hourly chart, and I'd set orders like buy stops, like you guys were saying, buy stops, sell stops. let them run overnight, and wake up in the morning and let the trades play out, because you don't have to, like, the markets don't have to be moving right now in order to do your analysis and, you know, set trades. Markets move during the London session with Aaron and D, and markets move overnight. Sometimes when some of the best moves are done overnight.
Yep.
So even if the markets were not moving, I'm still trading at that time each and every night. I just have to adjust, right? That's what we have to do as traders, adjust to the different market conditions.
What if it wasn't for silver or gold? Then what? NASDAQ? Japanese yen?
No. NASDAQ and the Nikkei. This is Japanese market.
Ah, yeah, right. The Nikkei.
No,
Not the yen.
Yep.
All right. Well, Dakota, looks like every time I turn around, it's changed quite a bit. But how's the silver going right now?
Pretty well. I mean, we're up money. We're up money here, hanging around these 108s. We had that nice bounce up to 109. I got out and back in, and I'm still looking for this thing to flush back down to these lows.
$1,200 in a micro. That is insane. That is
Look,
absolutely insane.
it's $5 a tick, and I'm up, you know, 260 on this on the ticks. Like look at these ticks just changing so dramatically. And the spread itself is 3 or 4 ticks, and this is a micro. So yeah, happy I'm locked out of my live account, and don't mind trading this volatility, practicing, always getting better. Traders ask me all the time, it's like, well, I don't feel comfortable trading silver during the Asian session during this time. It's like, that's okay. Just lock yourself out. Trade when you're where you feel comfortable with, and then you could practice in a simulated account until you feel that comfortability, feel comfortable trading it, have that confidence.
You also just don't have to trade silver. I mean, you can trade boring markets and do just fine.
Hey, boring is some of the best trading.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like MES right now. If you like range trading, it's pretty solid range. Solid 6 points.
Indeed. Nothing huge I'm seeing in the earnings today, but tomorrow we got some big guys. We got United Health Group, Boeing, Texas Instruments, Union Pacific. But Wednesday is what we got our eyes on. Not only the Fed, but we got Microsoft, Meta, Tesla reporting on Wednesday.
Trump speaking too. Oh, it's tentative, but apparently Trump investment. That's going to be wild.
Powell's. This is one of Powell's last speeches, right? He has how many more until he?
2 more.
Yeah.
Is this one and then 2 more?
Do you think he'll say anything out of the norm, because this is going to be the last few of them?
Well, we'll see. The Q&A is going to be interesting. By the way, we're at just a 2.8% chance of a rate cut. It's effectively 0 unless something out of control happens in the next day. During the Q&A, he's certainly going to be asked, because we've talked about Powell has become a vlogger recently, and he's almost certainly going to be asked about that in the Q&A. And Powell's generally done a pretty consistent job of trying to stay out of any questions like that, but this might be different. So it could be a very eventful Q&A on Wednesday.
This is the first Q&A he's had since the drama with the legal and everything that's happened, I think, right? I haven't been following his vlogs. I didn't know that was even a thing.
Oh, it was just one vlog.
Oh, okay.
He's like, I can't think of an example. I was going to...
He's not walking around with the selfie.
Help me. Who's a director that only makes films every like 10, 15 years? I couldn't think of one off the top of my head.
Now, if you told me he's walking around with a selfie stick.
Like Daniel Day-Lewis, he only acts like, once every 10 years or so. He's not in all that many movies. Honestly, this whole week is kind of a banger, to be honest. Even like Thursday and Friday has some pretty good stuff as well. We got U.S. trade balance, jobless claims, 30th. We got PPI, Apple earnings on the 29th. It's gonna be a good week for some volatility.
Today's only Monday. Look what we're getting. Today's only Monday. And this started Sunday night, too. Everything's just been moving.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great week for trading. So
I
make sure you trade
nearly
for tomorrow,
did
chat.
nearly did an old school spit take when I opened up last night and saw where silver futures were trading.
Yeah, I know. Me too. Yeah, Jack, it was insane. Little piece of news just came out. Washington is open for business if Iran wishes to contact them. What are you seeing in the NASDAQ there? Any movements?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
What does that mean?
Open for business.
He wants Iran to negotiate with him? Open for business.
20-point range currently in the NASDAQ. It is real pokey on the ladder here. There's not a whole lot going on. Not a whole lot. RTY is locked up. MES is locked up. NASDAQ pretty locked up as well. We might get some short covering if, they can't push price below 870s here. I'm just not really seeing a whole lot. I think silver's kind of stolen the show here. What's cattle up to? 237.
Who can answer in the chat? It's not
Damn.
something I have my finger on the pulse of.
Hoop watches cattle every day.
Only like $14 away from all-time highs, Hoop. Is that true? Only $14 away from all-time highs.
Wouldn't be surprised. What I'm liking is Nvidia's down Intel's down 6%. Intel's taking that breather I've been waiting for.
Is that because you want to hop in on a discount, or because you're short and you're just betting against Trump?
Because I want to buy more Intel at a cheaper price.
Nice.
Yeah, they ran that one up into earnings, and it did not work out so well.
No, it was up 10% into earnings and then dumped.
Like more than that, it was a lot. It was up quite a bit. To be fair, it's gonna take a while for them, I think, to spin up whatever they're trying to do.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, yeah.
I mean,
years.
Intel, if it weren't for this government stake and stuff like that, Intel would be in a very, very precarious place right now. I mean, they've been getting battered over the years because they have not been good at doing business. But Washington's open for business, so we'll figure it out.
Yep.
Yes, they are.
I mean, they have quite frankly just kind of sucked at what they've been doing. And it reminds me of it's like if the government backstop. I understand the rationale of why we want Intel to succeed, but it's like they were on their way to pull in like a blockbuster Netflix thing when it comes to the chips.
Really were.
But
oof.
They had such a lead on AMD and just dropped the ball. I mean, Intel was like the chip for PC home builders, commercial stuff. They lost it. They got Intel inside.
I have an
Pentium.
Intel i9. I mean, I have
so do I.
I built my computers. It's Intel.
Yeah. Actually, I should probably read into that, actually. It's pretty interesting to see how they just fell off a cliff like that. Stopped innovating, probably. That's kind of my worry with Apple, too. It's like, I don't know if Tim Apple has the chops that Steve Jobs has to innovate. They're just a cell phone company at this point.
I will not hear this slander of Tim Apple, man. He 80% of the company's value has been created while he was at the helm, and he's not going to be around for that much longer. I keep on hearing
He's gonna retire, right? Hang up the mouse and keyboard, whatever he's using.
Mouse and keyboard.
An Auburn alum too. I'm sure that a lot of fans of Auburn are wishing that Tim was more into football.
We need some money. Give us some money, Tim Apple.
Wife.
I saw that Carson. I don't follow college football a ton, but I saw was that Carson Beck? That's his name? The quarterback from that he wasn't even it's not even attending classes. He's doesn't go to class. He just goes and does football at college. How does that work, Jack? Don't you have to be enrolled in college to be a college quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, usually they're enrolled in some sort of graduate program in physical education or something. But yeah.
Yeah, he's in a PE class. It's called college football. That's what he's enrolled in.
I think it was AJ Hawk once. When he was at college, I was watching some bowl game Ohio State was in. It was his his major was in his major. He was majoring in recreation with a minor in golf.
Well,
so
credit
out.
It's fascinating.
But it's all a bunch of. They're not there to play. You know what I mean? It's that's how it's always been. Doesn't really bother me.
I think I'm here to play school, Jack. I'm here to play football, bro.
At least they're more. When I was in South America, the universities in Chile, at least, their soccer teams were professional. They had professionals on them, and it was, to me, that was nice, you know.
We need more stories of Jack in Chile.
Would you ever adjust those orders, Dobie?
Probably not.
No? Just let them play?
No.
What about when it gets closer to power, the MOC?
Sure,
Because we're 27 minutes away to the market close.
I think we might get
17
filled during MOC. I mean, this is the range. We have a 30-minute range. And, I mean, for a range trader, ideally, you want to be playing the biggest range you can find because that's where the most value is. And, I mean, this could easily just slow melt up. And then if we try getting short in the middle of the range, it's going to look pretty silly because we want to be at the extremes at all times.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just going to leave them in here. I mean, the trade that would have been, the easiest to take and the quickest would have been getting in longs because that's the extreme of the range, would have been down by these 870s. So,
yeah,
like I said before, we don't have to get filled, right? At worst, we just don't get filled and nothing happens. Not chasing.
All right. Well, since there's less than nothing going on right now in the equities, now would be a good time to hit a news break. The president pushes to cap credit card interest rates. Interested to see how that plays out. Let's see it.
I'm asking Congress to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for 1 year.
In an effort to boost affordability, the president is urging big cuts to credit card interest rates.
One of the biggest barriers to saving for a down payment has been surging credit card debt.
Right now, American households are facing the most credit card debt on record, going back to 1999. According to data from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, outstanding credit card balances hit more than $1.2 trillion in the third quarter of 2025.
The big benefit for anybody who has credit card debt is you'll just simply spend a lot less.
Yet the banking industry says the president's proposal would make things worse.
It would be an economic disaster. It would remove credit from 80% of Americans.
Some financial experts agree.
Banks might really pull back access to credit, especially for consumers with lower credit scores. They do not want to take on the risk.
And with fewer people being approved.
When consumers lose access to credit, which is anticipated if this rate cut goes in, they often reduce their spending on essentials like healthcare, education, food, and are more likely to fall behind on bills.
The average interest rate on credit cards is just under 20%, though according to Bankrate, some rates are much higher. Why?
There is no physical asset, no house, no car that the bank can take from you if you fail to make payments on your loan. And so that presents a higher risk for lenders.
I'm Maribel Gonzalez, reporting.
Yeah, that's a fun mental exercise, but it's not happening. The 30-year mortgage rate right now is 6 0.17 and you have a house as collateral.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Interesting thought. Interesting thought. They've been. We've that conversation comes up quite often. Like every what 4 years or something. Cutting interest rates for credit cards or capping them, capping credit card interest rates.
I mean, there's places to reform that, but the arbitrary number of 10 isn't gonna do it, right? I mean, people like credit, and it's just not going to be offered at that sort of rate. So,
yeah.
That guy had a crooked picture on as well. It was driving me crazy. That's what
in the video?
Yeah, correct.
Oh,
If you rewind it.
Cool.
Yeah, very sloppy. Get that fixed, bro. We got these fancy backgrounds back here. See that? That's all level. All that shelving, perfectly level. Jack's background, also perfect. All about the backgrounds now. Very important. Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
right.
There you go.
Every one of these. Level.
What's that trophy for?
That is Battle of the Bands winner at Township. Although we did get kicked out of that show, so I don't know how we got that.
Hey.
Chicago style weenies.
Nice.
You can just get those made. Yeah, that's good. Did you use the T-square in the level? Yes. Yeah, Andrew. Township was dope. That was a good venue. That was a good venue.
You put the shelf up
hello.
yourself?
Hello, volatility.
Must be in the MNQ because I'm not seeing anything happen in the ES right now.
Yep, we got a little touch to 900s, and then it sold off 10 points. NQ ripping, yes. A whopping 10 points.
You know, I might have to get me a shelf. I've thought about doing it, but I just can't put shelves up. Every time I pull out the stud finder, it just keeps sticking to me.
And you can't see this, but Andrea is literally melting into her chair right now. Oh, Dakota.
Oh yeah.
Where do you get those from? You write those down and deliver them on air?
No, I mean it's just you start talking about shelving, it comes to mind. I don't know. I live around a lot of sarcastic people. Let's just say that. I grew up with some very thick skin dad jokes everywhere. I mean, you can't talk about putting up a shelf without a stud finder. And yeah.
Chat,
I mean,
let's write that joke, chat. 1 through
guy
10.
code, right? Is that not guy code? You
best.
pick up a stud finder
One
and
being the
it's just
worst.
guy code. You just have to make a joke.
No, this is true.
That was good stuff.
I feel like no one's around whenever I'm using a stud finder, so I'm just kind of dad joking into the abyss. My kids don't comprehend the language, so it's really just for dad at that point. Come on, move. Something besides silver. Give us something.
Grass is always greener.
We tried.
I mean,
we would have gotten filled if we had those down.
You want to trade a range, Dobie? Look at. I don't want to draw you to silver, like a bug to light. I mean, if you want to play a range, look at that range on silver. Like these moves have been just crazy. 1.5% up, 1.5% down, 1.5% up, 1.5% down. Since we started steel markets, or since we started Power Hour.
I have watched some silver in the overnight, and if it is uptrending, it has some very, very clean stair-step patterns, where resistance becomes support, multiple times on 3-minute or 5-minute charts. Pretty clean, but then it's those rippers that you have to watch out for, and those are quite deadly. But if it is trending, I have seen some nice little ranges for them. House account is green, $30. Let's go.
$30. Green on the screen.
All right, we'll take it. We'll take it. We got MOC in 10 minutes. Might get filled on that.
Okay.
We will see. Still stuck in a 30-point range here in NASDAQ. It is very like this dome feels like molasses right now. This is not the NASDAQ we've known and loved.
If I had to take one, I would go short ES and see if we can get back to this 69 to 80 area to end the day. I still think it's going to take a lot of energy to break through to like 7,000 here.
All right.
Oh, the upside? Oh yeah. I don't know if that's happening. Too much news this week. It's action packed. This is kind of calm before the storm, if you will.
Where's the calm? You're talking NASDAQ and ES?
Yeah, I mean everything other than gold and silver.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Silver's been one of the craziest days I've seen. Gold's pretty insane as well, but yeah, silver is definitely not the calm. It's the storm before
it is the storm.
Something. It's just gonna get bigger.
Might
See
be
if we get
selling
a
off
push
a little
through.
bit.
Is that the biggest day silver move ever? Up 14%?
I don't think so. Maybe in terms of like ticks, possibly.
Certainly
I'm sure
in terms
there's
of ticks.
Yeah, in terms of ticks, I would say yeah. I'm sure you could look back in history, and we went from like $10 to like $15. I don't know.
It was as high as 15. It was up 15% at one point today. I would know because I was doing shots of water every time it made a new high, and I pretty much finished my entire analogy by the end of the segment.
Oh, water, right? Wink, wink.
Yeah. It's one of these guys right here. Oh, bro, if it was the other stuff, I would be laid out flat.
See if silver could get a nice push through these 108s. Still in the short. We're
pretty penny by this point.
This move right
target?
now, we're down
107s?
1.6% on the last 10 minutes.
Looking for 107 or like 106 half? Both of those look
I'm
very
looking
doable.
to just trail this baby into the close.
Oh, nice.
Because we've seen how violent silver can sell off here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to tighten up my risk a little bit. If we could break through these 108s, might see another push lower to at least test these lows. I say these lows. You can see overnight. This is, it's a nice level of support. The overnight session, you can see there was some very nice level of support. That was the actual high of the first 5-minute opening. Is these 106s, these upper 106s, and that's where we bounced off right now. So maybe we come down and retest it. If we do break that, then we'd run risk to go retest the opening, which is 103. I would not be opposed to that. Tonight's going to be a good one, though, with Coach Jay.
I think it's going to be very good.
Yeah, Coach Jay recovering, by the way. There is no at the buzzer today. Jay is feeling a little under the weather, getting ready to rock it tonight, perhaps. We'll see. But in the meantime, we got about 5 minutes and 30 seconds until MOC. So let's hit some of that hashtag Power Hour content that we all love so dearly. James, what do you got for us?
Oh, we know it. We love it. We can't finish our day without it. Hey, everybody. It's hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour time. Earlier during Fast Markets, we told you to take the social media and tag us in things that you wanted to show off, whether that be your trading setups, your trading wins, or anything else in between, and you delivered. Here are your submissions for today, starting with Antonio. Paid the March house bill plus half of the April bill, thanks to Silver Micros today. Up the date, 3,700 in the XFA. Let's go. That's how you do it. Nice work there. Silver is paying a lot of people, but don't jump on the bandwagon just yet, guys. Make sure you know what you're doing. But for those who it's paying off for, it's paying off big. So congrats, Antonio. Next, another silver trader here from Good Old Trader. Am I cooked, chat? If you pay attention and look at that, that's a 150K trading combine with a realized P&L of about 50,000. I think an unrealized P&L of 43K.
Oh, buddy.
Good Old Trader, go ahead and close that out, buddy. You got some work to do, but congrats there. Always set your take profit, guys. This is you never know what might happen. Anyway, Moving on from Simon. Selling silver made the comeback. My balance, my XFA before the first entry was $159. If I hit 0, it was the end, but I'm in a state of confidence trading. That's right. The account killer can also be the account saver. Silver, be careful, guys. This stuff is crazy, but we love to see it, and we love that you guys are succeeding and showing it off. Moving light along, Vanta, day 1 of the Topstep funding eval. Not bad. Let's get funded. Nice 1.1K there for your Vanta. Nice way to start the day. Be sure to do it again tomorrow, and don't forget to lock it up to secure those profits and make it to trade another day. Finally, last but not least, Mateo trades. Silver paid the bills. Smooth process and still 100% profit split. Who else is trading silver right now? Well, as you can see through all of our submissions, a lot of you. But thank you for your hashtag power hour and hashtag fast market submissions. You have the rest of the week to get your stuff up there. Tag us on the X at TopstepTV. Back to you, Jack.
Time for that one gentleman to start slamming 10 lots, bid and offer in silver until we get those numbers down. Dakota, was it you? There was some coach. This was like way back early in Topstep TV. Maybe I saw it on like Discord or something, who made like 100K in a day doing something similar in a combine, and then actually went through with passing it, like made another 100K.
Yeah, there's a couple of us.
That's commitment.
I know, of course, we're coaches, right? We're teaching our Discord, we're teaching our classes, we're teaching our VIP, and sometimes like we'll use this the combine, right? We're using this, it's educational purposes only. That's why we use the Topstep risk disclosure all the time. And when we're demonstrating things, yeah, sometimes that stuff happens. Like I sitting here trading this, seeing how I short silver, and I put a take profit on for exactly $1,500 on this combine because that was not me for the 100,000 plus 100,000, but there's been a couple times I've had to do the same thing. I have my live account.
Good trade though. Good trade.
Thank you, Dobie. We did touch
right,
the 108 and bouncing off of it though. MOC in 2 minutes.
Good.
Hopefully that livens up these equity indices because they aren't doing anything at the moment.
Nope. They are not doing anything. I think we can get filled out on MOC. I think we can get filled at MOC. Optimistic.
You still want to be in it if you're filled.
Yeah. Range is going to range. That's the theory. I mean, I think we're going to catch some massive bid into Tuesday and Wednesday. I don't know. I think it's.
Hey, we got a minute left. 1 minute till MOC, and then
for micros, we got stops in. We're good.
Yeah, micros and NASDAQ are tiny.
They actually feel micro. They actually feel micro.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Anticipation for something. Make us feel something. Yes. 30 seconds till MOC.
We even get over 900s with MOC. MOC has not been the banger that we've come to know and love. It's been pretty chill for like the last couple days, couple weeks.
Yeah.
Not getting huge movement off of it.
Might get a little spicy with the big market movers coming this week, especially Wednesday.
A little initial wiggle down there.
Nothing.
I'm feel like that Ron Paul meme right now. It's happening. Let's get to 6980.
Whole lot that has to be under. This is probably what, $500 million if I had to guess, just on how it's moving right now. Sure, under $1 billion. Yeah, probably $500,000, maybe 450 sell side. That's my guess. 450 sell side in the NASDAQ. Was I right? No, I was off by what?
No,
1.4.
minus
Wow.
2 billion in the S&P 500, minus 1.5 billion thereabouts in the NASDAQ. Minus a Billy, minus a yard in the Mag 7 and Dow 30, minus 810 million.
All right.
Oh.
Are we getting moving over there? Silver is
No,
not.
not really. Whole lot of nothing. We sold off a whopping 20 points so far.
Okay.
Yeah, we just
So we're
have
going at 105. 108.
lower
108
highs.
half.
Lower highs all day. Ooh. Bobby in HD. Can we get an end of day Bitcoin whale update from Jack? How is the
Ooh,
whale
hell
doing?
yeah.
I like that. Yeah. Good shout.
The whale right now. So I can't add this up without exporting to a spreadsheet. I don't remember what his position was before, but he covered what to a normal individual would seem like a good amount of the Ethereum position. So the whale is getting harpooned right now. They are on the remaining position down about 62 or 63 million dollars unrealized. And then for an extra kick in the gonads, you got the funding, which is about 8 million. That's just away. So probably down about $70 million in this trade. And they did close some of the Ethereum. Tomorrow I'll add it up and see how much they sold.
Okay.
Not a good day.
Seems like a lot of money.
So that's impressive. That's the first time it covered for a loss, right?
In this trade, yes.
Yeah.
First time they've covered anything in this trade. This trade's been going on for like a month.
Interesting. So they're losing hope, whoever it is.
Yeah.
Oh, as the
It
kids
might
say,
just
get
be
good.
I'm starting to think it might just be some degenerate or like group of them that got very lucky with their timing on the Trump trade.
Hey. It's been interesting to watch. You know, less likely that they're inside trading, right? Insider trading.
Yeah. Or they're really playing some 5D chess and like they knew something's coming out like a month from now and are willing to pay that funding. But it doesn't seem like the sort of trade that someone that knew something would make.
Yeah, if they're starting to pull some of the position off, then questions arise.
Let's be clear. This individual or individuals is still long. It's levered, but the position is essentially long 210,000 Ethereum, 1,000 Bitcoin, and 511,000 Solana.
Wow.
They are very bullish. Very bullish crypto. If they were buying silver, man, could you imagine the return?
Could you imagine? Yeah.
Yeah, if they were just buying silver.
I mean, do we think that
Silver?
could be part of the drawdown here in some of these cryptos that people are just moving into gold and silver while crypto does kind of
Maybe.
nothing right now?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's definitely a possibility, right? Markets. Silver stayed in a range since we've started. We've been hovering back and forth between 108 and 109.
I mean, I just pulled up the Bitcoin chart and it's doesn't look great.
Oh, it's been kind of like consolidating there for a long time.
Yeah, it's like
all right,
between,
we're
like,
selling off a little bit.
80 and-
Look,
Yeah.
we're almost to 69.50, and then that's I think where we're gonna stop. And call it a go.
Hold our orders.
Hey, that was nice call on the NASDAQ short.
Yep. Right direction. Just didn't get filled. Maybe could have made an argument to, anticipate sort of these lower highs off of these wicks on the 30-minute. So I think our initial entry was like 890s and 900s. So it would have gotten filled on 2 of the 3. So that would have ended up paying pretty handsomely, actually. That'd be up, what, 50 points and counting on a NASDAQ trade there.
Yeah,
so maybe
we're going right.
Something to journal for later.
Yeah, I mean, that's right where I'm looking for, these 840s, 830s, that nice
Yeah,
level
good
of
target.
support resistance. It was
I don't know if we can hit
I missed
780s
the
in 4
NASDAQ.
minutes.
No, I'm thinking about it. I do low key kind of miss the NASDAQ.
It's
I
a
don't
fun
want to say that
market.
was an easy trade. I don't want to say that was an easy trade, but I could tell how more used to trading the NASDAQ I am than silver.
Yeah, this is, I think, a pretty good come failed moves, come fast moves sort of trade. There's just, you got to really have some conviction to push price above the daily Dorito. I just could not do it.
Right there at these 840s. 3 minutes
Nice
left
call.
to the bell.
Yeah, if you're,
Nice
I mean, if you're see someone buying here, I think we're probably stuck here. You know, we've made it now to that 69.50 level. Let's see if there's any moves in the last minute.
Mm.
Are you still in the
We
silver?
tagged Yeah, it hasn't really done anything, man. It's like just hovering back and forth. I'm up $200 if I close it out now.
It's a
And
hell of a
you know,
price swing in silver. Weren't you up like 1,200 at one point?
well, no, I realized it's 520, but unrealized, yeah, it was up 1,200. So you gotta take them both into consideration because it's overall this one individual trade. I mean, we'll see. Anything can happen here. I have tightened my stop loss pretty tight now. I'm actually going to tighten it up even a little more, and let it just play out. I mean, still 170 ticks. Like these, it's still insane moves. If you asked me this, like say 2 or 3 months ago, the y-axis it would look more like this, where you're seeing these moves so dramatic, and it's something we have to get used to as traders, to not be so jaded. And we're used to the candlestick size. We have to realize the y-axis changes with volatility, not to get caught off guard by that.
Well, that's a very good point. You up, George? We'll see you tomorrow, sir. Dakota, good call on the above below here. It looks like 840s or might be the landing spot.
Yeah, makes me miss silver, man, or makes me miss the NASDAQ.
It's not going anywhere.
Really quick, let's squeeze it in. We got those live leaders, James. Can you do it in 20 seconds? Man meat. $50,000 up.
Dang.
Yuki, Dylan, Collins, and Colin. Collins of all kinds. Great day all around. We'll have to go look at that report.
Would love to know what man meat was trading.
Silver.
Cattle. Silver. Yeah, I mean, you see a big P&L today, that's kind of leans towards silver, but you never know.
I mean, cattle isn't man-made, so I see the connection, but it's not the long pig. We are right there. We got 15 seconds left.
I'll close this one out. That's it. 315. 315 on the silver. So
not too shabby.
That one good.
We hit 180. We hit 69.80 right on it. Yeah, we got pinned to that 69.50.
Yeah. Wow. 40s.
Predictable end to an unpredictable day. Thank you all for joining us. Dakota, we'll see you soon.
Jack, thank you. Yes, I'll see you guys for slow markets. It's gonna be a good one. It's with silver. It's never boring. Even if you just tune in to watch, enjoy the show. It's always fun.
Shall do. Dolby, love the ever-growing hat. And with that, no at the buzzer today, but we'll send it to James right now to take us home. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Jack, and thank you to everybody out there for a wonderful power hour. Thank you to Dolby and Dakota and chat. Thank you to you guys most of all I know a lot of you have been here bell to bell. We really appreciate it. We love having you here. We can't wait to do it all again tomorrow. But before that even happens, this is where I normally tell you to stay tuned for At the Buzzer. But as Jack mentioned, there is no At the Buzzer today. So go ahead and kick back, relax, enjoy your afternoons. But do be sure to tune back in tonight, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Coach Dakota will be back with Slow Markets. That's right, Slow Markets. If you think silver is wild now, you should see how it performs at night. You can do that right here on our YouTube channel with Coach Dakota at Slow Markets. He's scheduled to be joined by Coach Jay. We'll see if Jay's feeling better, but if not, you can be sure that Dakota puts on one hell of a show all on his own, so be sure to tune in. Then tomorrow morning at 1:30 a.m. Central Time, London Open with Aaron Trades, followed right by Deanna's Euro Trade at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. You guys were treated to Deanna twice today, once in fast markets and once during group coaching. If you liked what she had to say, check out Eurotrade. Even if you got to rewatch it in the morning, it's a great hour and a half of trading content at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. Then we're going to be back here in the seat doing this whole show all over again, starting at 7:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. So be sure to rest up, tune into all the shows, and be right back here for another day of bell-to-bell action. When the market moves and the news hits, you know we've got you covered. But until then, I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And this has been TopstepTV. Let's go.